Hello everyone, welcome to another exciting Tech tutorial where you're going to learn how to build and deploy a full stack threads clone from scratch using Next.js system and other modern and in-demand web technologies. In this video, you're going to learn how to build a full stack application from design all the way to deployment. We're going to take it step by step, and I'm going to assure you by the end of this video, you'll be able to build any full stack application using Next.js. And at the end of this video, we're going to debug this application together step by step, and then we're going to deploy this application together on Vercel so you can add a live link to your portfolio or your resume. Now, with that being said, I'm going to show you what we are going to build in this video. Now, when users land on this application, they're going to see this amazing feed page right here. Now, users can actually like and unlike posts. I can unlike this post, and also I can decide to like this post. Also, users can comment on posts and so many other features. I'll say nice post. I'll reply this post, and you can see one reply is actually added. And when I actually open this up and actually view this post, you can actually see my reply right here. Nice post a few seconds ago, and we can actually go back to the feed page. Now, users can actually create their own post. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to log out this user and register another user so we can actually create posts with a new user. Now, to log out user, we can actually click on this right here. Click on this, actually log out a logged in user. And now we can click on sign up to sign up a new user. This user's name is going to be Jenny Walker. Then email, I'll use jenny@gmail.com. Then password, I'll just use 8 cells. Okay. And then I'll just click on create account. Now, after users have successfully created their account, they'll be taken to an onboarding page where they have to set up their username, and this will be their unique handle in this application. So for this particular user, I'll say Jenny. Then I'll click on continue. And after Jenny sets up their username, it's going to invite Jenny to the field page. Now, when users just register, obviously they're not going to have any profile picture. So we can actually set this up. So we can simply just go to the profile page, and then we can click on edit profile to actually update Jenny's profile. I'll click on edit profile right here. You can actually see, we can update Jenny's name, Jenny's username. Also, we can write a bio. I'll say my name is Jenny. And then for the avatar, I'll choose an avatar. I'll just choose an image right here. I'll choose this image right here. I'll open, then I'll just click on save profile. Profile updated successfully. You can see the bio right here. My name is Jenny, and the profile picture is actually updated. So now we'll go back to the feed page. You can actually see Jenny's profile has been updated. So now we can actually create a post with Jenny. I'll just say what's new. Click on this. It's going to actually open up the create post module. Now we can actually create a post. First of all, select an image for this post. I'll use this image right here. Open this up. Then I can type something. I can simply say it was a nice week. And then we just select an emoji. And then we just click on post. And you can see the post is actually added. And Jenny can actually favorite their post. They can actually like their post, and they can actually comment on their own post. And also, Jenny can actually view other users' posts too. You can actually see Jenny can view other users' posts, and also she can actually like and also comment on other users' posts. I can see nice family you got there. I can see the comments actually added. Jenny can actually view John's profile by clicking on John's name right here to already view John's profile. And she can also decide she wants to follow John. So I click on follow, and you can see right now Jenny has actually started following John, and John has 1 follower. And I won't go over to Jenny's profile. You can see that Jenny is actually following 1 user, and Jenny has 1 post. On top of all this amazing feature, we're going to implement a feature that you'd hardly see on YouTube tutorials. We're going to implement infinite scope functionalities that you see on modern social media applications like Facebook and Instagram. When we scroll through the feed, you're going to notice that more posts are going to be fetched without we actually refreshing the page. You're going to notice that as we scroll, we're going to actually fetch more posts. More posts are going to be fetched. If we scroll again, we're actually going to fetch another page of posts without actually refreshing the page. Now you're going to learn how to create this amazing infinite scope functionality from scratch. We're actually not going to stop there. We're going to take this a bit further. We're going to ensure that this application is fully responsive. When we actually reduce this to small screen device, we're going to notice this application is going to respond to the screen. And it's going to look amazing from small screen devices. And for small screen devices, you're going to see this nice mobile menu tab right here that you see on modern social media application. Now, if you're excited about this project, smash the like button. It's a very little way for you to actually support this channel, and it's going to help the YouTube algorithm to push this content to more people like you who are going to find this content very, very helpful. And also leave a comment below saying I am going to build this social media website. And lastly, if you've not subscribed to the channel, ensure you do that and turn on the notification bell so you don't miss out on the next Fullstack project we're going to build together on this channel. Let's dive into the video. Now, for the technology we're going to use in this project, first of all, we're going to start up with React. Now, React is a library for web and native user interfaces used for building the front end of dynamic web applications. Now, you can actually use React on the web and also for native interfaces like React Native for native mobile applications. But in this project, we're going to be making use of React on the web. You're going to learn so many React features like hooks in React, how to make use of the use state hook, use ref hook, use effect hook, how to effectively use all these hooks, and also when to actually use these hooks. You're going to learn how to create a reusable component in React. You learn to create components that you can actually reuse in different parts of your application. And also, you're going to learn global state management in React using Zustand. Now, React on its own is very powerful, but it has little limitations. We will not be able to do things like server-side rendering and also fetch data on the server in React. So because of that, we have to actually pair React with Next.js. Now, what is Next.js? Next.js is a React framework for the web. It is used by some of the world's largest companies. Next.js enables you to create high-quality web applications with the power of React components. So Next.js is a framework built on top of React to allow us to experience React in its full power. Now, with Next.js, we'll be able to do server-side rendering, fetch data on the server. Next.js also provides us with an API around to actually handle our API request, okay, which means you don't have to create a separate Node.js server. Next.js is a full stack framework. Now, that's not all Next.js provides for us. React doesn't have built-in navigation, so Next.js enables us to actually navigate using file-based routing. Okay, so we just create our files inside an app folder, and we can use that app folder to actually navigate through our application by just creating folders. And lastly, one of the most important reasons we also use Next.js for production applications is because Next.js is highly optimized. Now, for styling, we're going to rely on the power of Tailwind CSS, which is going to allow us to create modern, clean, and responsive user interface by writing few lines of Tailwind classes. Okay, now I'm sure you're going to actually love working with Tailwind CSS, because with Tailwind CSS, we don't have to create a separate CSS file and write our CSS. We just write our Tailwind classes inside our JSS and so to apply these amazing styles to our application. And the beautiful thing about this, they are going to be fully responsive. For authentication, we're going to rely on Better Auth. Now, Better Auth is the most comprehensive authentication framework, and it's actually framework agnostic. It can actually work with any framework, whether it's Vue, Next.js, React. It works with any framework. And the beauty about Better Auth also is that Better Auth can integrate with any database. It can also integrate with any ORM, whether you're using Prisma, Drizzle, Postgres database, MySQL database, MongoDB database. Better Auth can integrate with any of these solutions. So we're going to be making use of Better Auth to build a complete and robust authentication system in our application. Now, for our database, we're going to be making use of Postgres database, but we're not going to make use of Postgres database directly. Actually, we have to write PostgreSQL code we're going to be making use of an ORM called Prisma and actually interact our Postgres database using this Prisma ORM. Now with Prisma, we'll be able to write type-safe database queries, okay, which is going to make our development process faster. And in this video, you're going to learn how to build a full stack application using Prisma. And lastly, for actually query our database on the client, we're going to make use of Fullstack query or React query. We're going to make use of Fullstack query to actually fetch data the right way on the client. Which means in this project, you're going to learn when to fetch data on the server and also when to fetch data on the client. So we have a lot to actually cover in this video, so we're going to get started immediately. So very first thing we have to do, we have to set up a new Next.js project. We're going to head over to Next.js.org, the official Next.js documentation website. I'll just click on get started right here. And right here, you can actually read through what Next.js actually is. So I'm going to go over to installation right here. Just copy this command right here. Now, I'm actually making use of PNPM in this project, okay? Now, if you are using NPM, you can actually follow along with me by using this command, and I'm going to teach you how to follow along with this tutorial if you are using NPM, okay, not package manager. But I'm going to be making use of PNPM. Now, if you want to actually make use of PNPM with me, then you can head over to the PNPM documentation, just click on get started, and then you just scroll over to where you can actually use a package manager to actually install PNPM. And this is it right here, okay? You can use PNPM because if you have a package manager like Node Package Manager on your computer, because if you have Node.js on your computer, you obviously have Node Package Manager. And if you are developing an Next.js application, obviously you have Node installed. You can actually install PNPM using your Node Package Manager with this command npm install globally PNPM at latest version 10. But if you still want to stick with NPM or whatever package manager you are using, that's actually okay too. I'm going to teach you how to follow along with any package manager you're using. So to get started, we're going to copy this command right here, PNPM create next at latest. I'll just copy this right here. I head back to my Visual Studio Code. I'm going to open up my terminal right here. And then right here, I'm just going to paste that command, PNPM create next app at latest. And then I'm going to add a /, okay? Basically instructing the command to create this project inside this threads clone folder right here, okay? So basically I have a threads clone folder. I'm opening that folder with my Visual Studio Code, okay? So just create a folder, name that folder whatever you want to name it. In my case, I'm naming my threads clone, and then open that folder in your Visual Studio Code, and then just paste this command in the terminal. Now I'm just going to click on enter. I'm going to expand this a bit. And it's going to ask, would you like to use the recommended Next.js defaults? I'll just click no on to customize the settings, and I was going to ask us, would you like to use TypeScript? Yes, we want to make use of TypeScript. Would you like to use Lint? Yes. Would you like to use the React compiler? No. Would you like to use Tailwind CSS? Yes. Would you like your code inside a SRC directory? Yes. Would you like to use app router? Yes. Would you like to customize the input? No. And it's actually going to start installing all the dependencies for our project. Now, after the dependencies are completely installed, we're going to get a sources, okay, and we're going to actually initialize a Git repository for us. Now you can see the dependencies that were installed, the dev dependencies and the dependencies. Now, if you're wondering the difference between dev dependencies and dependencies, now dependencies are packages our application needs to actually run both on development and production, while dev dependencies are packages our application needs to run during development, okay? They are not needed during production, so that's why they are called dev dependencies. So I want to start up this application. You do PNPM run dev. Now if you are using npm, you're going to do npm run dev. Basically going to do the same thing. It's going to start up our development server. So I just click on enter, and then I just close this up. Great. I want to open up this application. You're going to see the default Next.js project right here. So now let's actually get rid of the files we don't need in this project. So first of all, just get rid of this, of the styles inside this global CSS. I'll just get rid of everything here. I'll get rid of everything except from this import Tailwind CSS, okay? Because we're obviously going to be making use of Tailwind CSS in this project. Then go to this page.tss right here. I'm going to get rid of everything here. And just return a paragraph tag. I'm going to say thread clone like that. Get rid of this import image right here. And then I'm going to go to this layer.tss file right here. Now for this layer.tss, first of all, I don't want to make use of this font. Okay, I want to make use of another font called Poppins from Google Fonts. So just get rid of this. I'll create a variable const poppins is going to be equals to, I'm going to get poppins from Google Fonts. I'll just get rid of this other two we're not going to use right here. And then in here, say variable, set the variable to dash dash font poppins. And then after that, subset, I'm going to set this to Latin. And then finally, weights, I use an array from 300 to 400, 500, 600, 700, and 800. Okay. And then right here, we are applying the font in the body of our application. I'll just get rid of this other two. And then I'm going to say poppins.class name like that. And then I'll save that, head back to our application. You can see the font is actually applied. Okay, so now I'm just going to change this title right here. So we'll just go back to our layer.tss file. Instead of create next app, the title is going to be threads clone. Let's say threads clone Egbon thick. And then for the description, so threads clone tutorial Egbon tech. Save that, and we should be able to see that the title is actually changed. Threads clone Egbon tech. Great. So next we're going to set up the custom colors we're going to use for this project. So I'm going to go to the globals.css file. Now to actually do that in Tailwind CSS, I'll just paste that right here. To actually set custom colors in Tailwind CSS version 4, you're going to make use of this add theme object right here. Add theme. Then inside this opening and closing screen bracket, you're going to place your colors in here. And when you are placing your colors, you have to ensure that each of these color variable has this dash dash color prefix to it. Okay, and that's very important. But we want to call the color. We're not going to call the color. We just call. If you want to call this, apply this as a background. Say BG background, BG surface, like that. Okay, we're not going to call the color prefix. So I'll save that. So now we can actually start working on our project. So first of all, what I'm going to do, I'm going to apply a background because I want this background to be applied in our entire application. So I'm going to apply a background to this body tag right here. I just give this body tag right here a BG of background. Now where is this BG background coming from? It's coming from one of our custom colors, this background color right here. So I'm just going to save that and I'll go back to our project. I'll just refresh this and we're now actually getting that. I think that's because of the Next.js cache. It actually happens sometimes. So what I'm going to do, I'll just stop the server. I'll just delete this cache file right here. Now just run it again. On the development again, pm on dev like that. And then I'll just refresh. You can see the background is actually applied. Now, that's because when we create the Next.js project, the initial styles are going to be cached right here. Okay, now this is the Next.js cache for development. This is .NET folder. So you just delete this and run your application. It's going to actually apply those styles we just applied. And the first thing I'm going to work on is going to be the UI for the auth pages. Okay, the login page, the registration page, and also the setup username page. Okay, we're going to have the login page. When the user clicks on this sign up page, it's going to go to the register page. Let's actually work on this UI. So I want to go into my SLC folder. Now inside this SLC folder, we have an app folder in here. And inside this app folder, we're going to create a group folder. So inside this app folder, I'll create a folder called auth. And the reason we are adding brackets to this auth is because we don't want this auth to be shown in the URL. Okay, we want to make use of a group wrapped in Next.js, but we don't want the wrapped to show. Okay, we want it to be domain name / login or / register. We don't want this auth to show, but we also want this auth. We also want to use this auth folder to organize the pages. So I'm adding the brackets so the auth is not going to be shown in the URL. Okay, now is how you create group wrapped in Next.js. So inside this auth folder, we're going to create two pages, the login and the register page. So in here, I'm going to create a folder called login. And inside this auth folder, I'll create another folder called register. Inside this login folder, I'm going to create a page.css RFC. I'll just call this login page. Now, when you are creating a page in Next.js or in React, you always ensure that the component of the page starts with a capital L. Okay, this is very important. And then for this register folder, I'll create another page, say page.css. Okay, RFC. And I'm going to call this one register page like that. Save that. So now we have the login page and the register page. Just get rid of that. I'll head to a web browser. I'll just do /login. We should actually see the login page right here. Okay, the login page is actually there. So what I'm going to do, I'll just give this right here, this test, I'll give it a test, a Tailwind class of text white. We're actually going to see the login page. Like you can see right here, it's going to be /login, not /auth/login, because remember we made use of a bracket and this folder. So now I can actually start working on the UI for the login page. So I'll get rid of this div right here. I'm going to create a main tag. This main tag, we're going to give this main tag a Tailwind class, main screen. We'll do a flex items center to align the items vertically centered, then justify of center to align them horizontally center, then padding horizontal or 4. And then inside this main right here, we're going to create a div tag. Give this div tag a Tailwind class of width of full, a maximum width of MD, rounded of 2XL, padding of 6, and a speaks Y of 6, like that. The first element we're going to add to this div is going to be a h1 tag. They're simply going to say login. Then we'll give this h1 tag a Tailwind class, text 2XL, font of semi-bold, text of white, text of center, like that. I'll save that. I should actually see the text right here, login. Great. Then after this h1 tag right here, down here, we're going to create a form tag. Get rid of this action, we don't need that. Then I'll give this form tag a Tailwind class, a space Y of 4. And then in here, we'll create an input tag. It's going to be of type email. The placeholder is going to be enter your email. And then I'll give this input some Tailwind classes. I'll give the input these Tailwind classes right here. Give it a BG of surface, a background of surface, which we are getting from the custom colors. Okay, this background of surface right here, BG surface. We'll give it a rounded of XL, PX of 3, PY of 4, width of full text, Y text XM, and on focus outline of none. So I'll just save that, and we should actually see great, and it looks really, really good. So now we actually want to input. We want one input for the email, also want another input for the password. So I'm just going to copy this and drag this down, and this one is going to be enter your password. Then the type is going to be of type text. That's basically it, and we should actually see another input, enter your email, enter your password. But you're going to notice that we're actually repeating these Tailwind classes. Okay, it's actually a bad practice to actually repeat yourself when you're writing code. So what we're going to do, we're just going to cut this right here, and this Tailwind classes right here. And the reason I'm actually going to write it up here is because we're going to actually make use of these styles in other components. So because of that, I'm just going to export cons. I'm going to call this auth styles. Okay, it's going to be equals to an object. So inside this object, the very first key is going to be input. Now this input is going to be a string of these styles right here. Now to actually apply this, instead of just hard coding these styles, we're going to say the class name is going to be input styles dot the input. And then for this other one, we'll just get rid of this. It's going to be auth styles dot input, like that. So I'll just format this. We're going to save that. And now we'll go back to the web page. You can see that the inputs are still looking really, really good. So now we're going to create the button to actually submit the form, the UI for the button. So that's very simple. Now you're going to create a button tag. In here, simply going to say login. And now we have to actually create the styles. The styles are also going to be reusable. So up here, I'll just say button. And now just paste these simple styles right here. Width of BG white, text black, font semi-bold, PY4, rounded LG. On hover, we're going to give the button opacity of 19. Give it a transition property and also a cursor of pointer. And then down here, we're just going to do the Tailwind class is going to be equals to auth styles dot button, like that. Save that, and we should actually see the button right here. Great, login. Now after this form tag right here, we're going to create a paragraph tag. We're going to give this paragraph tag a Tailwind class of text of center, text XM, and a text of text muted. this text method is coming from one of our custom colors. And in here, we're going to say don't make use of HTML entity ampersand APOS, then T have an account add space between them. Then I'm going to make use of a link tag, which I'm going to get from Next link. Up here, I'm going to import this link from Next link, and then the href of the link. When someone clicks on the link, it's going to take the user to /register. And then in here, we're simply going to put sign up, and then we're going to give this link a Tailwind class of text white, and on hover, or give it an underline property. And I will actually see that right here. When we hover on the sign up link, you can see that over effect. Great. So now when we click on this sign up, we want it to take us to the registration page. So what we're going to do, we're going to copy everything we have here. We're just going to the page.tss for the register page. We just get rid of everything here. We just paste that code right here. And of course, we have to actually change this back to register page. And then for the title right here, instead of the login, it's going to be register. And then we have to already create an extra input for the register, okay? Because for the registration page, we're going to have the name of the user. So I'll just copy this and I'll paste this up here. So it's going to be enter your full name. And then this button is going to be register. And then right here, we're going to already have an account. If the user already have an account, then just go to /login, and then it's going to be sign in like that. Just format this document. Great. So now we'll go back there. We'll click on sign up. It's going to take us to the registration page. I won't click on sign in. It's going to take us to the login page. So now we're just going to create the last page for the auth. So this one, I'm not going to create this one inside this auth folder. I'm going to create this one outside of this auth folder. So I'll create a folder. I'll call this folder setup username. In here, we're just going to create a page.tss RFC. I'll call this setup username page. Get rid of this. So basically, we're going to do the same thing we are doing inside this login page. So I just copy everything we have here. I'll just paste that in here. And then we're going to get rid of one of these input. We only need one of these input. This one is going to be choose your username. And then we're just going to import this from the login page. Also just get rid of this right here. And now for the register page, we don't want to actually use this right here, okay? We just want to import this in. So I'm just going to import this upstairs in from the login page. So now we'll go back to our application. We're just going to go to that page, set up username. We should actually see that right here. We just change the title to set up username. So now we have all the auth UI. So next we're going to start working on authentication. Well, first we have to actually set up our database. So in this chapter of the tutorial, we're going to start working on actually setting up Prisma and our database. So we're going to head over to prisma.io, the official Prisma documentation. So I actually want to set this up for Next.js. So I'll just scroll down where we have these stacks right here. I'm just going to choose Next.js right here. Okay, just click on that. And it's going to bring us right here. We can actually set up Prisma with our Next.js project. Okay. And now, first of all, we have to actually set up a new Next.js project. Now, we've already done that. And now we have to actually install Prisma. So to get started with Prisma, you need to actually install a few dependencies. So we actually have to install Prisma. I'm going to copy this command right here. Now if you're using npm, you're going to copy this command. Npm install Prisma right here. Now I'm using npm, so I'm going to copy this command. So I'm going to go back to Visual Studio Code. I'll just open up this terminal right here. I'll stop my development server. And then I'll just paste that right here, okay? And now we're going to get rid of this TSS. We don't actually need this TSS. Now this TSS, if you're running an Express server and you want to actually watch for changes in that Express server, okay, since we are making use of Next.js, the changes is already been watched for. So anytime we save our file, it's actually been updated. And now this Prisma we are installing, we are basically installing the Prisma CLI for this particular project. So you can actually make use of Prisma. So I'm just going to click on enter right here. And it's going to actually add those packages for us. So now I'm going to head back to Prisma documentation. And it's going to actually give us a warning. Say if you are using a different database provider like MySQL Server, SQLite, install the corresponding driver. Okay. Now it says that if you are using another database, you have to install the driver of that database. Since you are using Postgres, we're actually good with this right here. So now you have to copy this command right here: pnpm add at Prisma client at Prisma adapter Postgres .dev and Postgres. So I'm going to copy these. So obviously, if you are using npm, you're going to copy this npm version right here. Head back to the terminal. I'm just going to paste that command right here: pnpm add at Prisma client at Prisma adapter Postgres .dev and Postgres. And this is the Postgres adapter for Prisma. The Postgres driver, this is page right here. Now this .env is going to help us actually load environment variables. So I'm just going to click on enter. And after a while, it's actually going to add those packages. I actually get those packages added to our dependencies. So we're going to go back to the Prisma documentation. After this step, once installed, initialize Prisma in your project. So that's very simple. You just have to do pnpm dlx Prisma init. Now, if you're using npm, you're going to do npx Prisma init. But I'm using pnpm, so I'm going to do pnpm dlx Prisma init. So initialize a new Prisma project. So I'm just going to copy this command right here. Head back to my terminal. I'll just paste that command right here. Okay. Now what this is going to do is going to create some files for us: an environment variable, a schema file for us, and also a Prisma config.ts file. So I'm just going to click on enter. And after that, it's going to actually create those files for us. You can see right here, say initialize Prisma in your project, and inside our root folder, it's going to create a folder called Prisma. And inside that Prisma folder, it's going to create a schema.prisma file. It's going to create a prisma.config.ts file and a .env file. So I'm just going to reduce the height of this. Now, when we go over to our Prisma folder, you can see we have a schema.prisma file. Okay, and this is where we're going to write this our database schema. Okay, and then we're going to push that database schema to our database. Now, we've not actually created a database. We're actually going to create that manually. Okay, so you don't have to worry about that. And then it's going to create a .env file. And this .env file, the only variable we're going to have in here is going to be this database URL. This is where we're going to place the connection string to our database we're going to create. And then it's going to create this prisma.config.ts file right here. Okay, great. So now what we're going to do, we're going to create our database schema. So that's very simple. To actually create a schema, you actually have to create models. So each model we create is going to correspond to a table in our database. So if you want to create a post table, you have to create a post model, right? If you want to create a like table, you have to create a like model. For now, we're going to create 4 models. We're going to create the post model, the like model, the comment model, and the follow model. Okay, this is going to correspond to the tables. But when we actually start setting up Better, we're going to create the user tables and all the tables that we're going to need for authentication. So let's start with the post models. And to create a model in Prisma, it's very simple. You're just going to do model. Then we have to actually place the name of the model. So in this case, the name is going to be post model, like that. Now, just like when you're creating tables in a database, each model is going to have a unique ID. It's going to be the unique identifier for each item in that table. Okay, so we're going to say this is going to have an ID field, which is going to be a string. It's going to be at ID, and at default, it's going to default to CUID. Then after that, each post is going to have a content that is going to be of type string. And it's going to be optional, because when a user wants to create a post, user can decide to actually type a content or select an image, okay, or add both the content and the image. So the content is going to be optional. And also each post could have an image that's going to be of type string. We're going to place the part of the image in a database. So it's going to be of type string and also going to be optional. Each post is going to have a created at, which is going to be a date time, and it's going to be default. The default value is going to be now. And each post is also going to have a author ID, which is going to be of type string, as the ID of the user that actually created the post. Okay, that's going to be the author ID. And then finally down here, I'll say at map. This is going to be the post table. So basically, this at as map just to specify the name we actually want to give to the table. Okay, because if we don't do that, it's going to give this name to the table, this capital P post. And I don't want that. I want it to be lowercase. So we're going to do at map post. And then after this post model, we're going to create another model. Say model comments. It's also going to have this feed right here. So I just copy this. I'll paste that right here. It's going to have an ID. It's also going to have a date time when it was created. I'll paste that right here. And then in here, we're going to create a content, which is going to be of type string. And then anytime we create the comment, we're also going to have to specify the author, the user that actually created the comment, which is going to be of type string. And then also we have to specify the post ID. Okay, because anytime you create a comment, the comment is going to be attached to the post. You are basically replying to a post, so the comment is going to be attached to the post. So you have to specify the post ID. So that's going to be of type string too. And then now here, we're going to say at that map. It's going to be comments. So the next model we're going to create is going to be the like model, which is going to correspond to the like table. It's also going to have an ID. So I'll just copy this right here, a unique ID feed. First of all, we're going to add the first field is going to be the user ID of the user that actually left the like, which is going to be of type string. And then we have to specify the post ID that the like is going to be attached to, which is going to be string too. You have to specify the created at. So I just copy this right here, paste that right here. After that, this is very important. We say at unique. Now we want the user ID and the post ID pair to be unique, which means we do not want two user ID and two post ID to actually repeat. Okay, so I'll say user ID and also the post ID have to be a unique pair, which means we cannot have two pairs in the database. Okay, and this to ensure a user does not like a post more than once, or we don't get any duplicate like. And then after that, we'll say at map. We're going to call this the like table. And then finally, we're going to create the last model, which is going to be the follow model. It's also going to have this unique ID right here. Paste that right here. It's going to have a follower ID, which is going to be of type string. And also it's going to have a following ID that's going to be of type string. And this is going to be the ID of the user that is following another user. Also, this is going to be the ID of the user that has been followed. And also, we're going to have a unique pair down here. We want the follow and following ID because we don't want to duplicate follow. So we're going to say at unique. The follower ID and the following ID has to be a unique pair. And then at map, say it's going to be the follow table. So now we're going to actually specify some relationship because the post model is going to be related to the comment and the like model. Okay, so we have to actually specify the relationship because each post is going to have many comments and many likes. Okay, and each like and each comment is going to belong to a post. So you have to specify that one-to-many relationship. To do that in Prisma is very simple. Inside this comment model, we're simply going to do post. So each comment is going to belong to a post. So we're going to call the post model, and then we're going to say at relation, the feed that's going to be related to that. The feed that is related to the post model, that is the foreign key, is going to be this post ID. So we have to say post ID. That post ID is going to reference the ID feed in this post model right here. Okay, the comment model is going to reference the ID feed in this post model. And then on delete, I'm going to say cascade, which means when a post is deleted, you want to delete the comment alongside it. So now in the post model, you have to create a reverse relationship right here. So we just have to say each post is going to have a comments, which is going to be the comment model, an array of the comment model. And now we're going to do the same thing with the like, okay, because each like is going to belong to a post. So we're just going to copy what we have here, and then we're just going to paste that up here. And then for the reverse relationship, we just go up here. We're going to say like is going to be the like model and array of an array of the like model. Okay, so I just format this right here. Now you're gonna notice that when we hover on this model right here, you're gonna notice that we are gonna have a one-to-many relationship, which means the commit has a one-to-many relationship with the post model. And also when we hover on this right here, you're gonna see right here, commits to post one-to-many relationship. Great. So now we've created the models and also specified the relationship between the post model and the commit and the like model. So now that we have the schema, we can actually push this to a database, but we don't have a database yet. So let's just actually create a database. So I want to head back to Prisma. I'm just going to click on login. If you don't have an account, you can actually create an account with Prisma. It's actually free. So just click on login right here. So that's going to bring me right here to my dashboard. Now, if you've not created a project before, you're not going to see any project right here. Okay, I'm just going to click on new project right here. And for the project name, I'm going to say Threads Clone Tutorial. Then just click on get started right here. And now we have to specify the region. Okay, we want our server to be. So I think the closest to me is this Europe bar. So I'll just select this region right here. Then I'll just click on create project. And now the project is actually going to be created. So now to actually connect to the database, we're just going to click on connect right here. And it's going to bring us right here. We can actually get the connection string to actually connect to this database. So I'm just going to copy this connection string right here. I'm going to head back to our project. Now we're going to go back to the environment variables, go to this .env file right here that was created when we run Prisma init. And then I'm just going to get rid of this long string that comes with it. And then I'll paste this connection string right here. Okay, so now we've actually connected to a database. So now we have a database. We can actually push our schema, and this schema we created to that database. So I'm just going to expand this a bit down here. To actually do that, we're going to do pnpm dlx prisma db push. Okay, and if you're using npm, you're going to do npx prisma db push. So just click on enter. After that, our database schema is going to be pushed to our database. Now to actually check out our Prisma tables, Prisma actually gives us a way to do that. We don't have to actually go to our database to actually check it. We can check it right here in the CLI. So we can actually do pnpm dlx Prisma Studio. If you are using pnpm, you're going to do npx Prisma Studio. So just click on enter. And that's going to actually open up Prisma Studio at localhost port 51212. And you can see we have our tables right here. We have the comments table, the follow table, the like table, and the post table. Also, these additional tables that comes with our Postgres database. Great. So when we click on that post table, you can actually see we have the ID, the author ID, the content, the created at, and the image right here. Same thing with the comments. We're going to get the ID, the author ID, the content, the created at, and the post ID. So that's basically it. We just create our models inside the schema.prisma file, and then we just push those changes. Okay, so now we're going to head back to the documentation to actually see the next step. So for the next step, after we've run this right here and generated our Prisma models, created our Prisma models, we actually push this to our database, run the migrations, and after we run the migrations, we have to actually generate a Prisma client. Okay, so to actually generate a Prisma client is very simple. You just have to run this command right here, pnpm dlx prisma generate, and if you're using npm, you're just going to do this npx prisma generate. So I'm going to go back to the terminal. I want to keep this studio running, so I just open another terminal, and then I'm just going to paste this right here, pnpm dlx prisma generate, to generate our Prisma client. So I just click on enter. After the Prisma client is generated, when we actually collapse this, you're going to notice that we're going to get a folder inside our SRC folder called generated Prisma. Okay, now this folder right here, when we go to our git ignore, it's going to actually be ignored by git. So when we scroll all the way down, you can see right here, this folder is going to be ignored, which means for production, this folder is not going to be pushed to production, which means when we want to deploy our application for production, we obviously have to run Prisma generate to generate the Prisma client first before we actually build our application. So now we're going to go back to the Prisma documentation. Now, after we've done all that, we generated our Prisma client, we have to actually run a seed. Now, we don't have to do that because we already have models in our database and we don't want to run any seed. So next, we just have to create our Prisma instance, okay? Because we need the Prisma instance to actually query the database, okay? So we have to actually create that Prisma instance. So anytime I want to actually query the database, we're just going to call that Prisma instance. So to do that, I want to go to my root folder. I'll go into the SRC folder, and then inside this SRC folder, I'm going to create a lib folder. Then inside this lib folder, I'm going to create a Prisma.ts file. And then we're just going to copy what we have right here. And then we're just going to paste that right here. Okay. And then we're just going to get rid of this. We don't need that because we're going to be getting this Prisma client from that Prisma we generated. Okay. The Prisma client we generated. So I'm just going to import that from @generated Prisma client. Okay. Great. So now you can see right here, we're going to export default the Prisma instance down here. Okay. Basically, anytime I want to make use of Prisma to actually insert or query our database, we're just going to call this Prisma instance right here. So that's basically it. We're actually done setting up Prisma. In this chapter of the tutorial, we're going to actually work on setting up Better Auth. So we're going to head over to the Better Auth official website, which is betterauth.com. I'm just going to click on Docs right here. And now you can actually read through the introduction, read through what Better Auth is. But I'm actually going to go into installation. I'm actually more interested in this installation right now. So I go over to installation. You can actually see the steps we have to actually take to actually set up Better Auth for our project. So first of all, we have to actually install the Better Auth library. So I'm just going to copy this right here, npm add Better Auth. And if you're using npm, you're going to make use of this command, npm install Better Auth. So I'm going to head back to my terminal. I'll just open up my terminal. I'll just paste that right here, npm add Better Auth. And that command is actually going to install the package for us. So we're going to go back to the Better Auth documentation for step 2. Now you have a warning right here. So if you are using a separate client and server setup, make sure to install Better Auth in both parts of your project. Now this is a situation where your port to your client is running is different from the port to your server is running. Maybe you are using Express for your backend or Elysia and you're using a React frontend. So in that case, you have to actually install Better Auth for both the React frontend and also for your backend server. And for the next step, we have to actually set up the environment variables. So we're going to copy this right here. First of all, just generate a key. I just copy this right here. I head back to my Visual Studio Code. I want to go to the .env file and I'll just paste that Better Auth secret right here. Okay. And then we have to actually set the base URL. Okay. So the base URL is going to be the domain for the application. But for now, since we are working on local development and we are running our application on localhost port 3000, we're going to keep the base URL as localhost port 3000. So I'll just copy this right here and then I'll just paste that right here. Now later on, when we want to deploy this application, we're going to update this localhost port 3000 to our production URL. So I'm going to actually go to the third step right here. Now for the third step, we have to actually create a lib folder. Inside that lib folder, we have to create an auth.ts file. And inside that auth.ts file, that's where we're going to actually configure Better Auth with our database. Now, since we are not making use of any database directly, we are making use of an ORM. We just scroll down. We can actually make use of ORM adapters right here. We have for the Drizzle adapter, so we have the Prisma adapter. So I'm going to copy this particular one. I head back to my project. Now inside our SRC folder, we already have a lib folder, so I just create the auth.ts file right here, and then I'll just paste that right here. And I'm going to get rid of this Prisma client instantiation right here. I'll get rid of this, and then also I'll get rid of this. Now we don't have to actually import that because remember, when we were actually setting up Prisma in the last chapter, we created this Prisma.ts file that's actually exporting the Prisma instance. So we're just going to import that Prisma instance right here. Just import that in. Okay, import Prisma from /Prisma, basically in the same folder. And then we're going to change this SQLite to Postgres because we are making use of Postgres database. So I'll go back to the Better Auth documentation. Now it says that we have to actually create database tables. Remember I said that our user tables and also the tables we need for authentication, we're going to actually use Better Auth to actually set them up. So to do that, it says that Better Auth includes a CLI tool to help manage the schema required by the library. This command generates an ORM schema or SQL migration file. So if you're using an ORM, it's going to create an ORM schema for you. So what we're going to do, the command we actually have to run pnpm/dlx auth@latest generate. Now if you are using npm, you're going to do nps auth@latest generate. So I'm going to copy this command right here. I'll go over to my terminal. I'll just expand this and then I'll just paste that command right here, pnpm/dlx auth@latest generate. Now this command is help us going to create the models we need to actually generate the schema we need for authentication. Okay, the models we need. So I just click on enter. Now it's going to ask us if we want to actually overwrite our schema. So I just type Y right here. Okay, for yes. And now we'll go over to our schema, go over to Prisma, go to schema.prisma. You're going to notice that we're going to have, I'll just scroll the way down, we're going to have new models right here. Okay, like it's going to create a user model, a session model, an account model, and a verification model. Now that's the beauty of Better Auth. It's actually going to generate the models we need to add for our authentication. So now that we have this model, we can actually specify relationship between the user model and the follow model, and also the like model, the comment model, and the post model. Okay, because the user model, for every time a user creates a comment, the user is going to be related to that particular comment or like. So you have to specify the relationships between them. So for the post model, I'll just go over to the post model. It's going to have a relationship with the user model called author. So for every time a user creates a post, the user is going to be the author of the post. I want to specify the user model, and then we're going to say at relation. The foreign key is going to be the author ID, and it's going to reference the ID feed from the user model. And then on delete, we're going to cascade. So basically, when the user is deleted, we want the user's post to be deleted too. So in the user model, we have to specify a reverse relationship. So right here, we're going to see the user's post is going to be the post model, an array of the post model. So we're going to do the same thing for the comment. So I just scroll all the way up. Right here, we're going to have a author. It's going to relate to the user model, and then we're going to say add relation. The foreign key is going to be the author ID, and then it's going to reference the ID feed from the user model, and then on delete, we're going to actually cascade like that. So we're going to go to the user model and specify the reverse relationship. So down here, I'm simply going to say comments. It's going to be the comment model, okay, an array of the comment model. And when we hover on this, it's going to be a one-to-many relationship. Every comment is going to belong to a user, and every user is going to have many comments. So we're going to do the same thing for the like model. So right here, it's going to be similar with this one. So I just copy this one down. Instead of post, I'll change this to user, and this is going to be the user IDs. That's going to be the foreign key, and it's going to reference the ID feed in this user model. And then on delete, we're going to actually cascade the like. And then we're going to scroll to the user model. Down here, we're simply going to say the user's like is going to be an array of the like model. So finally, you just have to specify the relationship between the user model and the follow model. And that's simple. Down here, we're going to say follower. Sorry, spell that follower correctly. And it's going to relate to the user model. And then we're going to say at relation follow. Call the relationship following. Then the fields is going to be follower ID, which is going to reference the ID feed from the user model, and then on delete, we're going to cascade. And then after that, we're going to say following is going to relate to the model, then to relate to the user model, and then we're going to say add relation followers, and then the feed, the following key is going to be the following ID. Then we're going to reference the ID feed from the user model, and then on delete, we're going to cascade. So now we have to specify the reverse relationship in our user model. So I just go to the user model. Down here, we're going to say followers is going to be an array of the follow model, and then the relationship name at relation will be followers. So we'll just drag this down. For the following, it's also going to be the follow model, and this is going to be following. I'll just save that. So with this, now we have the relationship between the user model and all the other models. User model with the post model, the comments model, the like model, and the follow model. So now all we have to do is add the additional feeds we need. So now for the user model, we're going to add additional feeds. First of all, we're going to have another feed called image public ID, which is going to be a string, and it's going to be optional. Okay, now the reason we need this image public ID is because we're going to be making use of Cloudinary for file uploads or image uploads. So we need the image public ID of the image to actually delete the image from Cloudinary. And then you have to specify a bio, which is going to be string and it's going to be optional too. And finally, a user name, okay, which is going to also be string and it's going to be optional. And very important, the username has to be unique because we don't want more than one user to have the same username. Each username is going to be unique to each user. Okay, so I'm going to save that. So now we are basically done. I'll just save this .env file. So we've actually done, actually set up the schema for authentication. So now we just have to update our database tables. So to do that, we'll go to terminal right here and just expand this up. We're going to run pnpm dlx prisma db push like that. And I want to head over back to our database. I'll just refresh this right here. You should actually see we have new tables right here. Okay, we actually see the user table right now. Okay, great. So we have this user table, we have the session table, the verification table, and also the account table. Excellent. So now, very important, we have to actually regenerate our Prisma client. Okay, so I just delete the one we created initially. Go to src, this generator, just delete this, move to recycle, and then I just do pnpm dlx prisma generate like that. And it's actually going to regenerate the Prisma client for us. So for the next step in Better Auth, after we've pushed the tables to the database, we have to actually set up the authentication methods we want to use inside our auth.ts file. Now for our application, we're going to be making use of email and password. Okay, so users will be able to sign in with just email and password, no social providers like Google or GitHub. So I'll just copy this right here. I head over to our auth.ts file, just reduce the height of this. And after this, I'll just paste that right here. And then I'm head back to Better Auth. After we actually configured that, I have to actually mount an handler because what's going to happen is that anytime we make an auth request, Better Auth is actually going to handle those auth requests for us. So you have to actually create a catch or server route that when we make a login request, register request, or sign out request, Better Auth is actually going to handle that. So to do that, you have to create this file inside our app folder. Inside our app folder, we'll create an API folder, then an auth folder, then a catch or route, then a route.ts file. So let's do that. So I'm going to go inside my app folder. Inside this app folder, I'm going to create a folder called API for our endpoint. And then inside this API folder, I'm going to create an auth folder. And then inside this auth folder, it says we have to create a catch or route. So I'll create a dynamic route, say all. And then inside this all folder, we'll create a route.ts file. So I'll just create a route.ts like that. And then we're just going to copy what we have here. Now, since we are making use of Next.js app router, we are actually going to use this. If you are using other frameworks, there's actually options for that frameworks, Express, Elysia, Ono. Okay, so I'm using Next.js app router, so I'll just copy this right here, and then I'll paste that right here. Okay, I'll just save the file. And then I'll also save this auth.ts file. So next, what we have to do, we have to actually create the client instance. Say the client side library helps you interact with the auth server. Better Auth comes with a client for all the popular web frameworks, including vanilla JavaScript. Basically, this client is basically JavaScript client APIs, okay, that we can actually use to communicate with our Better Auth server. So it's very simple. What we have to do is create a auth client.ts file in our lib folder. So I just head over there. Inside this folder, I'll create a file called auth client.ts like that, and then I'll just copy what we have here and then I'll paste that right here. Okay, now I say the base URL of the server optional if you are using the same domain. Now since we are making use of Next.js, our domain for our server and for our client are basically the same, localhost 3000, so we can actually get rid of this right here. Okay, and just do auth client, also create auth client, save that. So now anytime I want to make use of Better Auth on the client, we just make use of this auth client instance. And anytime I want to make use of it on the server, we're going to make use of this auth instance right here and access the API inside this auth instance object. So that's basically it. We've actually set up Better Auth. So in this chapter of the tutorial, we're going to start working on authentication. So first, we are going to work on the user registration features. So I'm going to go to src app auth and go to this register page.pss right here. Now first of all, I'm going to create some types up here. I'm going to say interface register values. I'm going to have an email that's going to be of type string, a name that's going to be of type string, and finally a password that's going to be of type string, like that. And then now I'm going to create a state const values set value is going to be equals to use states, like that. And then I'm just going to specify the type is going to be register values. And then in here, we're going to have three states. We're going to have the email by default is going to be set to an empty string. We have the name state by default is going to be an empty string. Do that correctly. And then finally, we're going to have the password state by default is going to be an empty string. And then we're going to create a loading state const loading set loading is going to be equals to use state from React. By default, this would be false. After that, I'm going to create a function to handle the changes in the input. So I'll say const handle change is going to be equals to, and our function is going to take an event, and that event is going to be of type React dot change event. It's going to be HTML input elements. And then right here, I'll say const, and the structure we're going to get is going to be equals to events dot target. And then since this is a HTML input element, we're going to have access to some attributes, have access to the value, and also have access to the name, okay, from the input. And then down here, I'm going to set values. We get the previous state, and then we spread up that previous state. Then we're going to set the name to the value, okay. Okay, since we are setting the value to the name, we have to actually specify the name of each of these inputs. For this one, say the name is going to be name. For this one, I'll say the name is going to be email. Then for this one, I'll say the name is going to be password. I'll save that. And then up here, I'm going to say the value for this is going to be values dot the name. And then on change is going to be equals to the handle change function we just created. So I basically just copy this, I paste that right here. The value is going to be values dot email. Then for this one, the value is going to be values dot password. So we've actually handled the input. So now what I'm going to do, I'll create a function to actually test if this is working. So I'll say const handle register is going to be equals to an async function. It's going to take an event that's going to be of type React dot submit events. We're going to prevent the default behavior of the form. So event dot prevent default. And then for now, I'm just going to console dot log the values. Let's save that. And now we're going to copy this handle register. We want to fire this handle register right here only when the form is submitted. So I'll say on submit. I'll just paste that right here, handle register. So let's actually test this out. So I'll just run the development server again. pnpm run dev. So I just go to / register. And then we're going to get an error, some error, because we are making use of state. So up here, I'm just going to make use of state. Use client directive, use client, like that. Okay. Then I'll just refresh. Great. Let's actually test this out. So I just go over to my console, Emmanuel, email, just select a igbo@gmail.com, then password. I'll just use this one, register. We actually get that right here. Okay, we get the email, the name, and the password. So now we're going to actually send this to the server so Better Auth can actually register users. So I'm going to go back to that function right here. Instead of just logging the values to the console, we're actually going to send this to the server. So first of all, you have to validate it, do some client-side validation. So if no values dot email, or if no values dot name, or if no values dot password. Okay, if any of these return true, we're going to toast to the user that of it's actually required. So we need to actually install a toasting library. So for that, I'm going to make use of React Hot Toast. So I'll just install that. I'll just stop the development server. I'll say pnpm install React Hot Toast. Now I just want the development server again, pnpm run dev. Then I just close up this terminal. We have to actually configure the toaster library. So I'll just go, because we have to place this toaster in a component that is going to be accessible to all these other components. So where we're going to place this, we're going to place this in our SRC app. I'll place this inside this layouts.tss file right here. Okay, so when we place it inside this layout.tss file, any component we place inside this layout.tss file is going to be accessible to all components or all pages in our application, because all pages we create, that is the registered page, the login page, or the profile page, are going to be rendered where we have this children right here. So that down here, I'm going to get the toaster component from React Hot Toast. Okay, so that's basically it. So we have the toaster components from React Hot Toast. So we can actually make use of toast now. So if there's no email, if the email feed is empty, or the name field is empty, or the password is empty, we're going to toast, get that from React Hot Toast. So let me toast.error, and then we're going to say all fields are required. Okay, let's save that. And I will go back to our application. When I try to submit the form, we're going to get off it and require. Okay, the form is not going to be submitted. And very important, after we actually toast off it and require, we're just going to return right here. Okay, to actually break the code. So now we'll try it again. Register off it are required. Even when you fill this particular field and you register, it's going to be off it are required. Great. So we've done that little client-side validation. So after that, down here, we're going to set the loading state to true, because we want to make network requests. So down here, make use of a try catch block. Now inside the error block, we're going to actually toast. We're going to toast the instance. We can check if the instance of error. If the error is an instance of error, we're going to display the error.message. Else we're going to display, we're going to toast something went wrong, please try again. And then inside this try block right here, I'm going to say console. The structure what we're going to get is going to be equals to auth clients. Now remember I said we want to make use of Better Auth on the clients. We're going to call this auth client instance we actually created. We'll go into the lib folder, this auth client.ts file right here. Okay, so auth client.sign up. Now what method do we want to use for sign up is going to be .email. Okay, auth sign up .email. And then we have to specify the name. The name is going to be the values.name. The email field is going to be values.email. And then the password field is going to be values.password. And this is very important. This is a network request, so we have to make use of await here. Okay, we have to actually await this because we're going to make a request to the server. And then right here with the structure add the error in case we get an error. So down here we're going to say if there's an error, if we get an error from the server, because we can either get an error or we're going to get the data. Okay, a success response. So if there's an error, then we're going to toast .error. Toast the error dot message, toast it as a string. Okay, after specify this is going to be a string, and then we're just going to return right here. Okay, and then down here, if we don't get any error, the user was successfully created. Then we're going to do toast dot success registration successful, and then down here simply just going to return. Okay, break the code. Then after that, I'm going to set values. Set the name field back to an empty string. We set the password field back to an empty string, and then we'll set the email field back to an empty string. Let's correct this right here. So after the user is successfully registered, we're going to output a success toast, registration successful, and then we just set all the inputs back to empty strings. And then we're going to route the user to the setup username page. So let's do that. So up here, just create a router instance, say const router is going to be equals to use router. We're going to get this use router from Next navigation. Okay, so it's very important you import it from Next navigation, not Next router. So we just scroll all the way down. After we set everything back to normal, you say router dot replace. We have the user to /setup profile. So now we have to actually use this loading state. So I'll scroll down. I'm going to say disabled. It's going to be equals to loading. Okay, we want the button to be disabled when the loading state is set to true. And then after that, this register right here, just get rid of this right here. I'm going to say if loading, then we're going to return this s. We're going to return this register right here. So if it's loading, we'll say registry dot. I'll save that. So now let's actually test this out. So let's go back to our application. Just refresh this first of all, and now we actually want to register a new user. This user's full name, I'll say Egbon Emmanuel. Then email, I'm going to use egbon@gmail.com. Then password, I just use 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 8 zeros. So I'll click on register, and we get the registration successful. It's going to route us to the setup profile page. Oh, not the setup profile page. It's going to be the setup username page. Okay, my bad. It's going to be setup username. So instead of setup profile, setup username. Okay, so it's going to route us to the setup username page. So setup username. This is the page it's going to route us to. So now I'm going to go back to our database. We'll go to our user model right here. I'll just refresh the user model. We should actually get one registered user right here. We see the ID of the user. We see the email of the user. We see the full name of that user. And you can actually see the beauty of Better Auth. Now, when the user is registered, the user is going to be automatically signed in. You can actually turn this off, but I'm actually going to leave this as the default. So when a user is registered, the user is going to actually get logged in automatically. Okay, the user is going to have a session. So now when we go over to go to application and go to when we go to cookies, you can actually see we have a Better Auth token right here. Okay, a session token right here. Okay, so I'm going to delete this for now to work on the login functionality. So I'll just delete this for now. So now I'm going to go to the login page to log in, and then I'm going to go to the login page right here. So basically what we have inside the register page, I'm simply going to do basically the same thing. So I'll just copy most of the code from here. Just copy this type right here, paste that up here. But we're not going to have the name field. For the login, we only need the email and the password field. And then just go back to the register page. I just copy these states, copy these functions right here. Just copy everything here. And then I'll paste that down here. Okay, and very important, we have to make this a client component. This is why I'm making use of state in here. So say use client. Okay, and then we'll just import this use state from React, import the use router from Next navigation, and then we don't need this. We only need the email and the password field, the handle change, then value name. We're not going to be checking for the name right here. We just have to import this toast from React, hot toast. Also import this hot client and get rid of this name field right here. And this is not going to be sign up. This is going to be signing.email. Scroll down and also get rid of this name field right here. That's basically it. And instead of registration successful, we're going to output login successful, and we're going to route the user to /feed. Okay, because anytime user is logged in, we're going to take the user to the feed page. So instead of handle register, say handle login, and then I'll scroll down to the form tag. I'm going to say on submit. When the form is submitted, we're going to run this function handle login right here. And then finally, we actually want to handle the loading state. So I'll say if loading, we're going to do login in, else we're going to do login. And then we're going to say if it's disabled, if disabled, we're going to do loading like that. Great. I'll just format this. So that's basically it. Yeah, that's basically it for the login. Let's actually test this out. Okay, now we have to actually create this feed page so it doesn't take us to a 404 page. So that's simple. This feed page is going to be one of our protected group routes. So inside this app, I'm going to create a folder, a group folder called protected. And inside this group folder, I can create a feed page. So I'll create a feed folder. Then inside this feed folder, I'm going to create a page.tsx. That's RFC. Let me just call this feed page or feeds page. So I'll just get rid of this and give this a Tailwind class of test where so we can actually see it. So let's actually log in a user. I'll try to use a user that we've actually registered. So I just click on login. We're going to get office and oh, we now actually handle the input correctly. So just go back to login. We didn't actually add a name to all this. So I'll say the name of this is going to be email. So this function is actually not setting it properly because we didn't actually specify a name field in each of the inputs. So say the name is going to be email, and for this one, the name is going to be password. And then right here, I'm going to say the value of this input is going to be values dot the email, and then on change, we're going to run handle change. So basically, I copy this, I paste that right here. I'm going to say this is going to be values dot password like that. So I'll go back to the web page, just refresh, and then I'll select an email of a user that is not actually registered in our application yet. So I'll just click on login, and we get an error from Better Auth from the server, invalid email password, which means this email is not registered in this application. So I'm going to log in with the email we actually registered. So I'll say igbo@gmail.com, and we're not setting this login back to false after the request is being processed. So let's actually do that. After the catch right here, we're going to say finally, we'll set the loading back to false. And we have to do the same thing for the register page. So just open this up. So we're going to say after this right here, say finally, we'll set the loading back to false. So let's do that again. Jendo, login. We get invalid email password, and then we see the login button. Great. So I just get rid of this. I want to make use of the email we registered. So I just click on login. We get the login successful. It's going to invite us to the feeds page. And now we'll go over to our cookie. We get the Better Auth session right here. So I just delete this cookie right now. Delete this again. So next, what we're going to work on is that when a user registers, we want the user to actually set up their username, to choose a username. So we're going to go to the setup username profile and actually work on that. And the styles are not being applied. Why is that? I was basically just copying the styles that I really don't have time to resolve import issues. Just paste that up here and get rid of this import up here. Okay, that will ensure that the styles are applied. So now when the user registers, we want the user to be redirected to this place. So the user can actually set up their username. So we have to create an endpoint for this. So to do that, I'm going to go to my API folder. I'll go to SRC app API. Inside this auth folder, I'm going to create a folder called setup user name. And then inside the setup username folder, I'm going to create a wrath.ts like that. Here I want to export async function post. It's going to take a request. It's going to be of type request. And then you're going to make use of a try catch block. Now if there's an error, I want to output this right here. I want to import this next response from next server. Now inside this try part, we first of all have to check if the user is actually authenticated. Now we can actually write the code here. So the way I'm going to do this is because we're actually going to be checking for most of our requests if a user is authenticated. So I'm going to write a server action that we can actually reuse. So I just go to my SRC folder. I'll go to SRC. I want to create a folder called server actions. Inside this server action, I'm going to create an action called get current user.ts. Inside this server action, I'm going to export async function get current user. Now this get current user is basically just to check if a user that is making a request actually authenticated. So I'll create a variable const session. It's going to be equals to, I'm going to await, spell this const properly. I'm going to await auth. I'm going to get auth from the lib folder. Remember, we created an auth instance inside the auth.ts file. Okay, so we're going to import that auth instance. Since we are making use of this on the server, .api.get session. Okay, and then in here, set the headers. I'm going to await headers. I'm going to get that headers from next headers. Then now I'm going to say if no session dot user dot id, which means if the user is not authenticated, we just return null. Okay, this server action is going to return null if the user is not authenticated. And then down here, I'll create a variable const user is going to be equals to, I'm going to await. We're going to make use of our Prisma model. We're going to import that in. We're going to import Prisma up here from the lib folder, because inside our src lib, inside this Prisma.ts file, we have a Prisma instance right here that I say we're going to be reusing in our application when we want to actually query the database. So we'll say await Prisma dot the user model dot find a unique user where ID matches the session dot user dot ID. Now, if you actually find the ID, then we're going to select the ID. We'll set that to true. We'll select the image. We'll set that to true. Also, select the image public ID. We'll set that to true too. Okay. So if the user is not authenticated, we're going to return null. But if the user is authenticated, we're going to get the details of the user from the database, and then we're just going to return the user like that. I'll save that. I'll just format this. So now we have the server action we need to check if a user is authenticated. And then inside this .ts file, to actually use that, we're going to say const current user is going to be equal to, we're going to await the get current user server action like that. And now we're going to check if no current user dot ID, because remember, if the user is not authenticated, we are returning none. So if there's no current user or no current user dot ID, then we're just going to return this response right here. And then down here, we can say const, we're going to structure what we're going to get from the request is going to be equal to, I'm going to await response.json like that. So what are we going to pass through the request? The username field. And then after that, down here, we're going to check if a username was passed. If no username or username field is empty, we just return this response right here. Username is required. And then after that, we create a variable const formatted username is going to be equals to the username that's passed through the request dot to lowercase dot trim. And this is very important to ensure that even if the user writes the username in a capital case, maybe something like this, John, it's always going to be like this in a database, John. Okay, so we always want it as a lowercase. I'm also going to trim the blank space. So after that, we're going to check if the username the user is trying to use actually exists, if username already exists. So down here, we're going to say const existing user name is going to be equals to, we're going to await Prisma dot user model dot find a unique user with that username where username matches the username dot to lower case. After that, down here, we're going to say if there's an existing user, if there's a user already using that username, then we're going to return this response to the username already taken with a status of 400. And then after that, we create a variable const updated user is going to be equals to, I'm going to await, make use of the Prisma instance dot make use of the user model dot update a user where the ID of the user in the users table matches the current user.id. And then right here, we have to specify the data we actually want to update. So we're going to say data, we're going to update the username field. I'm going to set that username field to the formatted username like that. And then after that, down here, we're just going to return a next response.json. We'll just place the updated user in there. Return the updated user, format this. Great. And we're getting an error. We'll just get rid of this semicolon right here. Okay. Format this properly. So now we have the endpoint for a user to update their username. So let's actually use that endpoint. And so to use the endpoint, we're going to go to the setup username page right here and actually use the endpoint right here. So first we have to create some states. So first of all, we're going to create some states. So up here, I'll create a state called username, then set username is going to be equals to use state from React. By default, this is going to be an empty string. And since we are making use of state from React, we have to convert this to a client component. So up here, make use of the use client directly from Next.js. And then also create another state const loading, set loading is going to be equals to use state, and this is going to be false by default. And then we'll just get our router instance, because after we actually update it, we're going to route the user to the feeds page. So we're going to get this from get use router from Next navigation. Now after this right here, we're going to create a function to actually send a request. I'll say const handle submit is going to be equals to an async function. Now this async function is going to take an event that's going to be of type react.submit event. And then in here, I'm going to say event.prevent the default behavior of the form. And then after that, I'll say if no username.trim, we're going to toast get toast from React hot toast.error user name field is required. And then we just return. And then after that, we're going to make use of a try catch block. And now inside the catch block, what we want to do is that we want to check if this is an Axios error, because we're going to be making use of Axios to send our request. So we're going to check if it's an Axios error and actually display the error from the server. So we actually have to install Axios. So I'm just going to open up this terminal right here. Just stop this. I'll say pnpm install Axios like that. Now I'm going to add Axios. Okay. So I'll just say do pnpm run dev to start up the server again. And then I'll just close up this terminal. And then after that, I'm going to say if Axios, I'm going to get Axios from Axios is Axios error. Check if the error we are getting from the server is an Axios error. If it's an Axios error, then we're going to toast.error.response.data.error. And then finally, I want to set the loading back to false like that. Just format this right here. Before we actually make a request, just set the loading to true. And then inside the try block, I'm going to await Axios to make a post request to the route we just created using the /API/auth/setup username like that. And this is going to make a request to this route right here, src app API. So this route we have right here, this setup username route right here inside this auth folder. Then we just pass the username. Now if it's successful, if the username was actually updated successfully, then we're going to toast.success username selected successfully. Then after that, we're going to route the user router.replace. We're going to route the user to / the feed page. I'll save that. So now we have to actually handle the input. So what we're going to do right here is that we're going to say the value of this input is going to be equal to the username state, and then on change, we're going to run an arrow function. It's going to take an event, and then we're going to set username to the event.target.value like that. Okay, so basically, anytime we type on this input, it's actually going to update the state. Okay, so I've connected this input to this username state right here. And also for the submit button, we're going to say disabled. It's going to be equals to loading. The button is going to be disabled anytime the request is actually loading. And then instead of logging, we're going to say if loading, we're going to return saving, else we just return continue. And finally, when the form is submitted, I'll say on submit, we're going to run the handle submit function. Okay, that's this handle submit function to actually send the request. Great. So now we have the front end code we need to actually update the username. Let's actually test this out. Now I want to try to actually update this username. It's not going to work because we're not authenticated. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to delete the user we created. I just go over there. I just delete this user. Now I can actually go to the register page and register the user again. So I just go to register. So now after registration, it's going to navigate us to the setup username page to actually set up a username. So now for the full name of the user, I use Egbon Emmanuel. Then for the email, I'm going to use egbon@gmail.com. Then for the password, I use 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 zeros. Then click on register. After registration, it's going to bring us to the onboarding page, use the setup username page to actually choose a username. So I'm going to choose Egbon like that. Click on continue. Unauthorized, but we're actually authenticated. What's happening? I think we're going to be getting this from the get current user. If the user is not authenticated, we're going to return null. We're actually getting a 401 saying that we are not authenticated, but I think we actually registered, so it's going to be, yeah, we're actually authenticated. So it's actually going to send this cookie through the request, so we are authenticated. Then why are we getting 401? From this right here, so we are checking. Oh, we are supposed to be checking if no current user ID. Okay, so I'm going to negate this. We are supposed to check if there's no current user ID, which means if the user is not authenticated, not if the user is authenticated. So what we are basically doing right here, we are saying if the user is authenticated, we just return unauthorized. So let's actually try that again. I just click on continue. And we get a username selected successful response, and there's going to add the user to the feed page. So next, what we're going to work on is that we want to actually work on actually protecting routes. Now, when the user visits the home page, I'll just go back to the home page. We're going to create a server action to check if a user is authenticated. Now, if a user is authenticated, we're going to redirect the user to the feeds page. Yes, we're going to redirect the user to the login page. And also, we're also going to protect this feed page. Anywhere that's inside that protected folder, we want it to be protected. We don't want unauthorized users or unauthenticated users to be able to actually access all those pages. Okay. And also, when a user is actually authenticated, we don't want the user to be able to visit the login page. Okay. And also, obviously, the registration page too. Okay, so when the user is authenticated, the user should not be able to actually see the login and the register page. So let's work on that. So first of all, I want to create the server action to actually protect routes. So I'll just go to SRC. I'll go to server actions right here. I want to create a light server action called require auth.ts. In here, we're going to do export async function require auth. A create a variable current user to check if the user is authenticated. It's going to be because I'm going to await get current user, our get current user server action. And then down here, I'm going to check if the user is authenticated. If no current user.id, if we don't have any session token, if the user is not authenticated, then we're going to redirect the user. So redirect, I'm going to get that redirect from next navigation, redirect the user to /login. So if the user is not authenticated, we're going to redirect the user to login. And then down here, the create variable comes user. We're going to get that user from the database. It's going to be equal to, I'm going to await our Prisma instance dot, make it of a user model dot. We want to find a unique user where the ID of the user matches the current user dot ID. And then we want to select select the ID of the user from the database, set that to true. Also, we want to select the username of the user. I'm going to set that to true. And the reason I'm selecting the username is because remember we have a route for user to actually set up their username. So you have to check if the user has logged in and the user has actually updated their username. So if the user have not updated the username, they should not be able to actually see the feeds page. They should be able to actually see the setup username page until they set up their username. That's the only way they could see the feeds page. So now we're going to do if no user dot username. So if the user have not set up their username, the username feed is still null. Then we're going to redirect the user to /setup username page. But if the user is authenticated and the user has set up their username, then we just return the user like that. So now to actually make use of this, we want to actually for every page we place inside this SRC app, inside this protected folder, we want this server action to actually run for them, which means you have to place this server action in each of those pages, okay? But there's a cleaner way for us to do that. Instead of actually placing the server action in each of these pages, the feed page, we later on will create the profile page, the search page. All those pages are going to be protected by authentication. We have to actually place the server action, but instead of us adding the server action to all the pages, we're going to create a layout file. So in here, I'll create a file called layout.ts. Okay. Now for group routing in Next.js, you can actually create layout file for each group. In here, I want to export default async function. I'll call this protected routes. Now, since this is going to be a layout for this folder right here, all these pages we have right here, this feed page, the content of this feed page is going to be rendered as children inside this layout. So we're going to have access to a prop called children. And now you have to specify the type. Say read only. Then I'm going to say children. It's going to be of type React.React node. And then in here, we just return a JXS. It doesn't have a div in there. And we're getting a JSS error. I think that's because we didn't actually call this DXX. We are using .dx, so I'll say .dsx. Great. And then inside this div right here, we're just going to output the children. Now, what we're doing here is that we're creating a layout just like we do in Next.js. Now, this layout is going to be applied for any page we create inside this protected folder. And whatever page we create, the content of those pages, this feed page and other page we create are going to be rendered where we have this children right here. So now we can actually protect this content by actually using the require auth server action in here. So up here, I'm simply just going to await require auth. Just import that in. So that's basically it. We have actually protected the pages in these routes. Okay, so now when the user is not authenticated and the user has not set up their username, the user will not be able to actually access any pages inside this protected route right here. So now we also have to create a server action for when the user is authenticated, so the user will not be able to actually access the page inside this auth folder. So we're going to go over to our server actions folder. We'll create another action. I'll call this one require guest. Okay, .ts. We're going to export async function require guests. I want to create a variable called current user. It's going to be equal to, I'm going to await get current user. Okay, I'm going to get the current user session. And then now you're going to say if no current user dot ID, which means if the user is not authenticated, then we'll just return null. Basically, if the user is not authenticated, then we want to only allow access to the login page and the register page, so we're going to return null. And then down here, we're going to create a variable called user. It's going to be equal to, I'm going to await Prisma, get Prisma from the lib folder dot. We're going to access the user model dot find a unique user where the ID of the user matches the current user dot ID, like that. Then we just want to select username, set that to true. Down here, we're going to say if no user dot username. If the user doesn't have a username set, then we're going to redirect the user, get redirect from next navigation to / setup username like that. But if the user is authenticated and the user has set up their username, so we're just going to redirect the user to / feed like that. Just rearrange this a bit. So now we have the server action for the auth folder. So I'll just go to that auth folder, app auth right here, and create a layout file. Layout.ts. Just export default async function. Call this auth layout. The props are basically going to be the same thing we did in here. So I'll just copy this prop and the type right here. Paste that right here. And then in here, I'm going to await require guests. And then down here, we're just going to return an empty fragment. And inside that empty fragment, we'll just output the children. And again, we are still calling this TS is going to be TSX. So now, when a user is authenticated, the user will not be able to actually access any pages inside this auth page, the login and the register page. Now, finally, we won't go over to the home page of this application. I'll go to app, I'll go to page.tss right here. Now, basically, this is how the home page is going to return. So when a user lands on our application, this is the page the user is going to see. But now, if the user is authenticated, we want to route the user to the feed page. But if the user is not authenticated, the user is a new guest, they want to route the user to the auth pages, okay, the login page. So that's very simple. Say const create a variable called current user. It's going to be because I want to await the get current user server action. And since I'm making use of await, I'll just convert this to an async component. And then after that, I'm going to say if no current user, then we're going to get redirect from next navigation, and we're going to redirect the user to login. As we're going to redirect the user / feed. Then I'll just get rid of this right here. So this is basically going to be a routing page. Okay, when the user lands on the home page, is that the user is authenticated or not? So if the user is authenticated, we're going to route the user to the feed page. If the user is not authenticated, doesn't have a session, we route the user to the login page. Great, so that's all. Let's test this out. So I'll just first of all check the session. We have a session. So I just go over to the feed page. I can actually access the feed page because we actually authenticated. Now, when I try to go to the login page, it's going to route us back to the setup username page. I think the user has not set up their username. I just go over to the user model. I think we already updated the username, but the error is actually coming from here. Okay, we're supposed to check if there's no username. That's the only one we want to redirect to the setup username page for the require guest server action. So I just go back to the feed page. I'll just go to login again. It's going to route me back to the feed page because I'm actually authenticated and I've actually set up the username for this particular user. Great. So now we're going to actually log out this user. Since we don't have a logout button yet, I just delete the cookie. Just delete this. And then I just refresh. It's going to route me back to the login page. And now when I try to access the feed page, it's going to direct me back to the login page. Great. So now let's register a new user. I'm going to register a user. Call this user Jane Doe. Then for the email, I'll use jane@gmail.com. Then password, I'll just use 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 zeros. Then I'll just register this user. Registration successful. It's going to have the user to the setup username page. Now, when the user tries to go to the login page, the user is going to be routed back to the setup username page. And also, when the user tries to go to the feed page without setting up their username, it's going to redirect the user back to the setup username. So users has to select a username before they can actually make use of the application. So for this one, just select the username. I'll say Jane. Okay, now it doesn't matter because if we use capital casing, we already hold the code that's going to actually convert everything to lowercase. So I just click on continue right here. And we're going to get username selected successfully. Great. So now we'll try to go to the login page now. It's going to ask the user back to the feed page. Excellent. In this chapter of the tutorial, we're going to start working on the profile functionalities. So users will be able to update their profile from the application. I will go over to the final project. We'll go over to profile right here. You can notice that we can actually edit the user's profile. Okay, so that's what we actually want to work on. But first of all, we have to actually create the layout of this protected page right here. We have to create this sidebar and also the mobile navigation menu. Let's do that. So I want to head over to SRC. Inside this SRC folder, I want to create a folder called components. And then inside this components folder, I want to create a folder called general. So I spell that correctly. Then inside this general folder, I want to create a component called sidebar.tsx. RFC. Just get rid of this right here. So now we want this sidebar to be visible for all the pages inside this protected route right here. Okay, we only want them to be visible inside this protected route, which means if we place this sidebar in this layout.ts file, this root layout file is going to be visible for both the protected route and the auth pages. So we want it to be visible for only the protected route. So we're going to place it inside the layout for this protected route right here. So right here, I just call the sidebar component like that. Okay, so I'm going to give this a Tailwind class of text white, so we can actually see it on the web page. Text of white. I'll go back to my application and you actually see the sidebar right here. So now any page we create inside this layout file, this sidebar is going to be visible. Okay, it's going to be the layout of the application. So now we can actually create the sidebar content. So I'll just get rid of this div. I'm going to make use of an aside tag. I give this a Tailwind class of hidden. I want this to be hidden by default. Then for medium screens and above, I'll give it a display of flex, items of center, justify of between, flex of column, a width of 20, fixed, z of 100, top of 0, left of 0, and his screen like that. And the first thing we're going to put inside this sidebar is going to be the logo. Okay, so I just create a logo component. Now we've not actually created this component, so let's actually do that. Inside this general folder right here, I just create a component called logo.tsx RFC, and then I'll just get rid of this right here. And then inside of this div, we just return a link tag. Get that link from Next link, import link from Next link, and then the href is going to be anytime a user clicks on the logo, just take the user to the home page. Okay, the root page, and from the root page, remember inside this root page right here, I go to SRC app. Inside the home page right here, that's the root page of this application. Now remember, inside this page.tss file, the home page, we obviously have a middleware running right here. Okay, so if the user is not authenticated, it will route the user to the login page. We direct the user to the login page. S is going to redirect the user to the feed page. When the user clicks on this logo, we want the user to go to the home page, and then in here I'll just return an image tag. I get image from Next image. Now this image tag is going to point to an image inside our public folder. It's going to point to this image right here. This image right here, logo.png. Okay, now if you want these images, I'm going to ensure these images are available in the description below. I'll leave a link to these images. So it's going to be /images / spell that images correctly, /logo.png as a self-closing tag, and then the auth test is going to be logo. I give the image a width of 70 and a height of 70. I save that. So all we have to do now is go over to our sidebar components and just import this logo component in here. And now we'll go back to our application. We should actually see that logo right here. Okay, great. I'll just go back to the feed page and get rid of that text. App protected feed page.tss. I'll just get rid of this text right here. go back to our application, we actually see the logo right here. Amazing. So now after this logo right here, we're going to create a div. We're going to give a Tailwind class, display of flex, a flex of column, and a gap of 4. Now inside this div right here, we're going to map through some links. Okay, so up here I'll just actually paste those links right here. Okay, we're going to have it's going to be the nav items are going to be 5 objects. We're going to have one for the home, search, for the plus icon, that's the button to actually open up the create post module. We're going to have one for the favorites page and also for the profile page. Also up here we are specifying the type. Now we have to do now is install the icon library. So I'll just open up this terminal right here. I just stop the server. So do pm install lucid react like that. I just run the server again, pm run dev. I'm just going to import this in, and I'm not getting the auto completion. So what I'm going to do up here, I'll just paste this right here. Now this is basically the code to actually import all this right here. Okay, we're importing all the icons we actually need. Now this code we actually pasting, we can actually get this code from the source code inside the sidebar.css file. After doing that, we're going to map through these nav items right here. So in here, we're simply going to do nav items dot map. Anytime we map through the nav item, we'll call each item an item, and then we get the index of that item, and then we're going to return a JSX. Before that, up here we're going to say const icon is going to be equals to item dot icon. And the reason we are doing that is because we want to make use of this icon as components. Okay, as components, so we have to convert them so it uses an uppercase. And then after that, we're going to check if the item is an action, because we're going to have two types of button. We have a button that is going to have the href and also the icon, and also we're going to have a button that will have the icon and also a boolean called is action. So we're going to check if is action is true, because for all these ones the is action is not going to be false because they don't have any is action boolean. So right here I'm going to say if item dot is action is true, then we're going to return this JSX right here. Okay, so I just add to put this in here. Now this is basically going to return a button tag. I'll give this button tag a Tailwind class, padding of 4, a background of surface which is coming from one of our custom colors, text of white rounded of MD, and over I'll give it opacity of 80. Then I'll give it a transition property. Then here I'll just output an icon. The size is going to be 30. And remember, for every time I map through a list in React, you have to specify a key. So the key is going to be index like that. I'll just format this, save that. I want to go back to our application. We should actually see we have a button down here. You actually see the button down here. Then after this right here, I'll create a variable const is active is going to be equals to. Now the other links are not going to be buttons, they're actually going to be links and links to other pages. So I have to know if the link is active, if we're in that current page. Okay, that's why I'm actually doing this. So up here, I'm actually going to get the path name from Next.js. So to do that, up here, I'm going to say const, I create a variable path name is going to be equals to use path name, which we're going to get from Next Navigation. Okay, up here, we're going to import use path name from Next Navigation. Then I'm going to say const is active is going to be equal to if path name is equivalent to item.href, and then we're going to return a JSX. It's going to have a link tag in there, get that from next link, and then also the href is going to be item.href, ignore that, and then the key is going to be the index of the item. Then inside this link right here, we're going to create a div. Inside this div, we're going to have an icon, and that icon is going to be of size 30. And then in here, I'll give this div a Tailwind class. I'm going to make use of dynamic styles, so I use backticks. The static styles are going to be p4 rounded of MD and the transition property. And then for the dynamic styles, I'm going to say if is active. You want to check if the link, if the page we're in is actually the active link, okay? Then we're going to give it a text of white as text of text muted. Then on hover, I'll give it a BG surface. I'll reduce the transparency by 50. I'll just save that. And now we'll go back to our application. And we are making use of use partner for next navigation inside a server component. So we have to specify this is going to be a client component up here. So up here, I'll just say this is going to be client components. We're using use client up here. And we actually get the links. Great. So I'm going to scroll down. Now after this div right here, we're going to create another button right here. I'll give this button Tailwind class of this types right here, okay? Margin bottom of 6 padding of 400 of MD, text of text muted, hover of BG surface, then with transparency of 50. On hover, I'll give it a BG surface as a transparency of 50 and the text of white, then transition console of pointer. And then in here, we're just going to put the log out icon from Lucid React, okay? And then just give the icon a size of 30. I'll format this. Great. And now we'll go back to our application. We should actually see the sidebar right here, and it looks really, really good. And now you're going to notice that this first link right here has a text of white because we're in the feed page, okay? So if we're in the feed page right here, we'll go over to the code. The first link is for the feed page, okay? So if the href is the feed page, it's going to have these active classes right here. It's text of white. And now we'll go over to small screen device. You're going to notice that we don't actually see the sidebar. We're only going to see the sidebar for medium screens and above. So now let's actually create the mobile navigation menu. So for the mobile menu, we're going to create another component. So inside this general folder, I'll create another component called mobile menu.tsx rfc. Just get rid of this, and then we're going to put this mobile menu inside this layout file. So in here, just call the mobile menu like that. I'll save that, and then inside this mobile menu, first of all, up here I'll say const path name is going to be equals to make use of use path name from next navigation. And since we are making use of this right here, I have to consolidate this is going to be a client component by using use client. And then right here, I'll create a nav tag. Give this nav a Tailwind class. I want to give it this Tailwind classes right here. A position of fixed, bottom of 0, left of 0, width of full, height of 16, BG of background, display of flex, item center, justify around, and for medium screens and above is going to be hidden, which means for screens that are above 78 pixels, we want this to be hidden, okay? So it's going to be hidden and the sidebar is going to be visible. And then in here, we're going to say nav items. We're going to import nav items from the sidebar because remember, inside the sidebar.tss file, you're actually exporting these nav items right here. So we can actually import it here. Dot map, enter map tree, we're going to call it an item. Also get the index of the item. Then once it const icon is going to be equals to item, not items. I just use singular item dot icon. And then after that, we're going to do basically the same thing we did in the sidebar.tss file. So I just copy this right here. I copy this right here. If the item is an action, if item of action, and then I'll paste that right here. And then I'll just get rid of all these styles. This one also have a px of 6, py of 3, a bg of surface 100 of md, text of white, shadow of lg, and over give it a scale 105, then a transition 40. And then for the icon size to be 30, I'll just do 26. I'll save that. And now I'll just go back to our application. I'll just go to mobile menu. I'll just reduce the screen size. We should actually see that right here. And then after this right here, after this if statement right here, down here, I'll say const is active. It's going to be equals to if the path name is equivalent to the item dot href. And if it's equivalent, the is active is going to be true. So we're going to return a JSX that's going to have a link tag in there. Get this from Nest link. The key is going to be index. The href is going to be athem.href. And then in here, we're going to create a div. Inside this div, we just have to put this icon right here. And then we'll give this div a Tailwind class. It's going to be dynamic, so we're going to make use of backticks. The static styles are going to be padding of 2, transition, and then the dynamic styles is going to be if it's active, then give it a text of white, as we're going to give it a text of text muted, and over give it a text of white. Just format this document. Great. So now we'll go back to our application. We should actually see the mobile links, and they look really, really good. When we expand this screen to large screen, we're going to see the side menu, and then we'll go to small screen. We're going to see the mobile menu, just like what you see on modern social media application. So next, what we're going to work on is going to be the layout for these pages right here, because these pages are going to have layouts. Now, each of these layouts is going to have a nav bar. So whatever page we go, we're going to see the title of the page. When I go to the search page, I'm going to actually see the search title right here. Okay, it's going to be like a layout for all the pages we're going to have right here. So the way I'm going to do this, I'm not going to make use of this layout we already have right here. I'm going to create a layout file like for what we do in React. So what I'm going to do inside this component folder, I go to src component right here. I create a folder called layout. Inside this layout folder, I'm going to create a container.tsx rfc. Great. And just get rid of this import right here. First of all, specify the type of the props interface. Container layout props. First of all, we're going to pass a children that's going to be of React node. After that, it's going to have a title prop that's going to be of type string. And then after that, we're going to add a show button prop that's going to be or show back button that's going to be optional. It's going to be boolean. In here, we'll just specify the type of the props as the container layout props, and then we can destructure out the show button, show back button, the title, and also the children. Okay, just format this, and this show back button is going to default to false. Okay, I want this to actually default to false. Then we're going to make it true only when we want to make it true for certain pages. And then this is just going to return a JSX that's going to have a section in there. I'll give this section a Tailwind class of flex justify center. In here, I'm going to create a div. I give this div a Tailwind class bg surface a border of border, and this border of border is being say border. Then we use the border custom color we created in our global CSS. Padding of 4, a rounded of 3xl, width of full, maximum width of xl, and mx of 2. So inside this div, the very first content we're going to create is going to be the header tag. We're going to give this header a Tailwind class. I just add the classes right here, and then inside this header right here, we're going to render the show body depending on the condition. So I'll say if show back button is true, that's only when we want to render this JSX right here. And then in here, we'll create a button tag. We'll give this button a Tailwind class of text of white, and over give it a text of text muted, and a transition pop thing. And then in here, I just add an icon, get arrow from Lucid we add arrow left, just import that in. Then I give this a size of 22. Great. Now after that, right here, we're going to output a h2 tag. We're just going to output the title that is passed as a prop to this component, to this layout component right here, and then I'll give this a Tailwind class. Text of XM, a font of semi-bold, text of white. And then after this h2 tag, I'll create a div. I'll give this div a Tailwind class of margin top of 14. And then inside this div, we're going to output the children. Okay, which means whatever component or whatever page we wrap this layout around, is going to the children of that component or that page are going to be rendered right here where we have these children. So now we can actually use this. So first of all, I'm going to make use of this in the feed page so we actually see what this layout file is going to do. So I'm going to go to the feed page. This is basically the feed page. I just say feed page, and then I just cut this off. I'm going to call the layout file we just created container, and then in between this opening and closing container tag, we just paste the children right here, which is going to be the children. And then I can specify the title. This is going to be the for you, and then I'll just save that. And now we'll go back to our application. You're going to see we have that feed page right here. We have the title up here for you. Okay, great. So now when we decide to actually show the back button, all we have to do is just show button right here, and it's going to set it to true, because show button is basically doing the same thing as show button to true, like that. So I just save that, and we'll go back to our application. We actually see the back button right here. Now what do we want to do with this back button? When a user clicks on that back button, we want to take the user to the previous page. So basically what we are going to do, just go to container right here. I'll create a router instance. Const router is going to be equals to use router, which we're going to get from Next navigation. And then right here, on click on this back button, so on click, we're going to find an arrow function that's going to do router.back, like that. I'll save that. And now when I go, we have to specify that it's going to be a client component since we are making use of router in here. So I'll say use client, like that. So now anytime we click this, it's going to take us to the previous page. That's basically what this back button is going to do. But for this page right here, we don't want to show the back button. Just want it like this. Great. Now you're going to notice that when we try to scroll, you're going to see we have the contents of the container underneath here. Okay, so what we're going to do is that we're going to go over to, I'll go to the layout file, go to SRC, I'll go to app, I'll go to protected, I'll go to layout.ts right here. I'll just give this right here a Tailwind class of margin top of 15. Okay, I'll save that. That should ensure that we actually see the content after the navbar. Great. So the contents are actually going to start after this navbar right here, okay? Because remember, when we go over to the container.css, this header is fixed at the top of the web page and it has a height of 14. So it's actually going to overlap the content. So we have to specify, since it has a height of 14, we're going to give it a margin top of 15 inside this layout file right here, okay, to ensure that the content are going to start after the fixed header. Great. And then inside this page of TSS, we can just get rid of this right here. We don't need this. And I think we made a mistake. This feed page is supposed to be inside this, not the navbar. So I just go over to that container.css. Yeah, the content has to be outside of this header right here. Just paste that right here. Great. You actually see that right here. And now we don't actually need this margin top of 14 because remember, inside this layout right here, we're already giving this a margin top of 15. So I'll save that, and yeah, looks really good. So now we have the layout, we're going to work on actually creating the profile page. So I just go over to SRC, I'll go to app right here, I'll go to protected right here. I'm going to create the profile page. So I'll create a folder called profile. And then inside this folder, I'm going to create a page.tsx file. RFC. I'll just get rid of this import right here. And then right here, I'm simply just going to say profile page, like that. I'll get rid of this div right here. I'll just call our container layout. And then for the title of this is going to be profile. And then in here, we're actually going to output the profile card. Now, the profile card is going to be a component we are going to reuse. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a component and actually import that component in here, because we are going to be reusing this profile card component. So I just go to SRC components right here. I create a folder called profile. And then inside this profile folder, I'm going to create all the components that relate to the profile. So I'll say profile card.tsx RFC. I'll just get rid of this. And then inside this container, I'll just call the profile card like that. Great. Inside this profile card, we're simply going to have use an empty fragment. Inside this empty fragment, I'm going to create a div tag. I give this div a Tailwind class of flex items center justify of between. Inside this div, I'll create another div. This div is going to have 2 paragraph tags in here. The first one is going to display the user's full name. So I'll say full name. I'll just hard code full name here. While the second paragraph tag is going to display the user's username. So I'll say user name like that. This first paragraph tag, we're going to give this a Tailwind class. Of this class is right here. And then we'll give this one a Tailwind class of this class is right here. And after that, we're actually going to display the user's image right here. Now, what we want to do is that instead of creating a image tag every time, actually styling that image, we're going to create a reusable profile image component that we can actually reuse. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'll go to components right here, go to SRC components. I'll create a folder called UI. I say inside this UI folder, I'm going to create a component called avatar.tsx RFC. Get rid of this import right here. This component is going to take some props or specify the types up here. Avatar props. We're going to pass an image SRC. That's going to be string. We'll pass an auth text that's going to be string. Pass a width that's going to be of type number. And also pass a height that's going to be of type number like that. And then right here, I just specify the type as avatar props and the structure are the image SRC, the auth, the width, and the height. And this is going to return a div right here. We'll give this div a Tailwind class. We'll give it this class right here. And now this is very important. We're going to give it a style property. We're going to pass the width. So whatever width we pass as a prop, we're going to pass it to this container right here, to this div container. Okay. Also pass the height. And then in here, we're just going to output an image tag, which we're going to get from next image. The SRC of this image is going to be the image SRC that's passed as a prop to this component. The auth is going to be the auth passed through the component as a prop. We'll give it a field property and also give it a Tailwind class of object of cover. So now we have this component. Let's actually use this component. So we're going to go back to our profile card we're actually creating. Then we just call the avatar component. Okay. And now we have to pass the image SRC, which is going to be, for now, I'll just make use of this image right here. Images / I'll just go over to our public folder. Public images. I'll make use of this image 1.png right here. Image 1. Not PNG JPEG. Okay, is image 1.jpg file right here. And then for the auth test, I'll use profile pic for now. And then for the width, I'll do 80. For the height, I'll do 80. Okay, I'll just format this. And then after this component right here, I'm going to create a div. I give this div this Tailwind class is right here. Inside this div, we're going to have 3 paragraph tags. First one is going to say, I just use code this for now, followers. I just drag this down 1, 2. This one is going to be following. And the last one is going to be the user's number of post. Great. Now we are going to pull this data from the database, but for now, for the U, since we're just creating a UI, I'll just hard code them. And then after this div right here, we're going to create a button, which is going to output edit profile, and then I'll give this a Tailwind class. I use this Tailwind classes right here. Okay, great. I'll save that. So now we have the profile card or style up. I'll go back to the web page. I'll just go over to the profile page, click on that, and we get minimum. Now I think we are getting this error because I'll just go to the profile page. This, you are saying profile page. This profile component you are calling is matching this right here. We are calling the profile card. Okay, calling the profile card. Okay, I'll just save that. And we actually see the card right here. And it actually looks weird. That's because I think we are placing these items inside the container for these two. So we'll just go back to the profile card component right here. We'll just get this to the button and this div right here. Just get that off or place that outside of this div. Okay, save that, and that should actually ensure. Yeah, great. Because this div right here we created, this div right here is going to be for the details of the user and also the profile picture of the user, while these are going to be outside of the component. Great. So next we're going to work on the model. So when we click on this edit profile, it's actually going to open up the model. So let's do that. So first of all, we have to actually install a library to actually manage global states. Okay, because the states we are creating, all these components are actually component-based states. We need a state that can be accessible globally in our application. So for that, we're going to make use of a library called Zustand. So I just open up this terminal right here. Stop this server right here. Say pm install Zustand. Like that. I just want the development server again. pm run dev like that. Then I'll close this back up. So now to actually set up our store, our global store for handling the models, I'll create a store folder. SRC. It says SRC folder. I want to create a store folder. Inside this store folder, we're going to create a store. I'll say use model store.ts like that. I'm just going to paste the code right here and just explain the code. Okay, this is actually going to be faster than writing all this from scratch. Okay, that's going to actually save some time for us. So basically, we first of all have this part right here, this interface, where we are specifying the types of all the functions and the state. We have a state is create post open, which is going to be Boolean, is edit profile open, which is going to be Boolean, is reply post open, is going to be Boolean. And then we have an open create post function, a close create post function, and these functions are going to return void. All the functions are going to return void. We have an open edit profile, close edit profile, open reply post, close reply post. Okay, these are all the modules we are going to have in our application, and these are the functions to actually operate those modules, to open and close those modules, and the function if we want to close all. And then this is where we're actually creating the store. And then we're going to pass this modal state type right here as the type. And then we're going to specify the states in here. And the default states of all the states are going to be false. By default, all the states are going to be false. And then we're going to have the open create post. Now, when we find this open create post model, it's going to set the is create post open to true and set the other ones to false. Then when we close it, it's going to set it back to false. When we run the open edit profile, it's going to set the is edit profile open to true, and it's going to set the other ones to false. And to actually close, we just call the close edit profile. And to actually open the reply post model, we just call the is. We just set the is reply post open to true and set the others to false. And to close it, we just set the is reply post open to false, and then a function to close all. Great. So I'm just going to save this store. So now we actually have to create our reusable model. So inside our components folder, I'm going to create a folder called model. And inside this models folder, I'm going to create a file called model.tsx. Okay, a component called model.tsx rfc, and then I'll just get rid of this import. Great. Now this is going to be reusable, so I have to specify the props we can pass to this model component. So up here, say interface model props. It's going to have an is open prop theta is going to be Boolean, and on close is going to return void. It's going to be an arrow function that return void, and then a children which is going to be of type React node, and then a title of type string. Then right here, we're going to destructure the props. We'll specify it as modal props, and then the type is going to be modal props. We'll destructure is open, the close, the children, and also the title, like that. Format this. Then we'll just return a JSX. I'll create a div in here. Give this a Tailwind class. It's going to be dynamic, so I use backticks. I want to paste these static styles right here. Then for the dynamic styles, we're going to say if the modal is open, if the is open prop is true, then we'll give it these styles, else we're going to give it these styles. If it's not open, we'll give it an opacity of 0, pointer events of none, and if it's open, we'll give it opacity of 100. And then after that, in here, first of all, we're going to create the backdrop of the model. So I'll say backdrop. Then I'm going to create a div with a self-closing tag, which I'll give a Tailwind class. It's also going to be dynamic. So I use backticks. I'm going to paste the static styles, and then I'm going to say if it's open, then I want to give it this styles, else we're going to give it this styles. So if it's open, we're going to give it an opacity of 100, else we'll give it opacity of 0. And then after the backdrop, I'll actually create the contents of the model, or basically the model. So then I'm going to create a div. I give this div a Tailwind class of display of flex, items, center, justify, center, a border of bottom, and a border color of border. After that, you're going to have an h2 tag, which is just going to expose the title that's passed as a prop to this component. Then I'll give this h2 tag a Tailwind class, py of 2, text of white, and we use the opacity by 90. Then after this h2 tag, I'm going to create a button right here. I give this button this Tailwind class right here. And then also, when someone clicks on this button, we're going to run the onClose function that is passed as a prop. Okay, it's onClose right here. And then inside this button, we're going to output an icon X, which I'm going to get from Lucid React, and the size is going to be 22. After this div right here, we just output the children. That's basically the contents of the model. Great. Just format this. So now we have the reusable model. So let's actually create our first model. The first model we're going to create is going to be for the edit profile model, which the user is going to use for editing and updating their profile. So inside this model folder, I'll create a model called profile model.tsx rfc. Now for the profile model, we're going to make use of the model store. We're going to make use of this is edit profile open, and also the open edit profile and the close edit profile state we have in our store. So let's actually get those. So then I'm going to say const, I'll just structure what we're going to get from the use model store, and then we're just going to destructure the close edit profile open. So now, how are we going to make use of the reusable model we created? Here's what we're going to do. We just cut what we have here, and then we're going to call the model. Okay, just the way we did with our container layout, we just paste the content right here. So we add the title. The title for this one is going to be edit profile, and close. We're going to run the close edit profile, and then is open. It's going to be equals to is edit profile open. So these states are coming from our use model store. So now we actually have the model stored, but how do we actually export this model to the UI? Where do we actually place this? Now remember, these models are going to be accessible for different parts of our application. So we have to place these models in a place that all the pages can actually access them. That's all the protected pages, okay? And especially the profile page. So what we're going to do, we're going to place this model right here. Go to app. I go to protected. We're going to expose these models right here inside this layer, so we have to put in the sidebar and the mobile menu. So right here, I just call the profile model like that. Great. And now we'll go back to our application. We get an error because we are not specifying inside this profile model right here that is going to be client component, because we're actually making use of states in here. So we have to specify that this is going to, after propagation, we want this to be a client component. We want client-side JavaScript. Great. So now we'll go back to our application. We are actually not going to see this. I just go to the profile page and we are naturally not going to see anything. That's because, remember, inside the use model store by default, all the states are set to false. So when we change this to true, I save this, we should be able to see the model. You actually see the edit profile model right here. Okay, but our model actually looks very, very weird. So let's really add more styles to this. So I'm just gonna cut what we have in this content. I'll just cut this off. I'm gonna wrap this content, wrap a div around it, and I'll paste the content right here. Then give this div a Tailwind class. I'm gonna make use of dynamic styles. So I'll use backticks. For the static styles, I'll just paste them right here. And then for the dynamic style, it's going to be if is open. We're going to give it these styles. Else we're going to give it these styles. If it's open, we're going to give it a translate y of 0 and opacity of 100. Else, if it's not open, give it a translate y of full and opacity of 0. I'll just format this. Great. So now we'll go back to the model. We actually see the model is actually coming to life, but I want them to be spaced between these two. I want this edit profile to be here and this to be here. So what are we gonna do? We are doing justify of center. It's going to be justify. We're going to do between. Okay, to ensure there's space between both of them. Great. So now we'll click on this. We're going to close up the model. When we refresh, we should actually see the model. Great. So also when we click outside of this model, we want to actually close the model. We're going to click on the backdrop. So what we're going to do, we're going to go over to the backdrop right here. I'm going to say on click. I'm going to run the on close function. Save that. And now we'll click on the backdrop. It's going to actually close up the model. We want to actually open the model by clicking on this edit profile. So let's do that. So we're going to go to the edit profile page. I'll just close all these files. I'm going to go to SRC, app, components, and go to profile. And we'll go to this profile card right here. Okay. So first of all, we're going to make this a client component. We want to make use of the state in here. So I'll say use client. And then we can get that state. So it comes from the structure what we're going to get is going to be equals to use model store. So what are we getting from the model store? We're going to get the open edit profile. So now when we click on this button right here, say on click, we're going to open the edit profile like that. I'll save that. So now we'll go back to our application. I'll click on edit profile. It's going to open up the model. Then we can click on this to actually close up the model. So now let's actually create the contents of this model. So first of all, up here, we're going to actually have some states. So I want to say const. We're going to have a state to actually preview the image we're actually uploading. So const avatar preview set avatar preview is going to be equals to use state, which we're going to get from React. And by default, this is going to point to, I'll just make use of one of the images in our folder, images /image 1.jpg. And that's going to be default value for this avatar preview. And then we're going to have another state to hold the name of the user. Name set name is going to be equals to use state, which we're going to set to an empty string. We have another state for the username. Set username is going to be equals to use state, which we're going to set to an empty string. And then finally, we're going to have another state, const bio. Set bio is going to be equals to use state, which is going to be an empty string too. And we're actually creating this state inside the profile card. We want to actually create this inside the module. So I just cut this. Just cut this and we're going to be creating this state inside the module, not the profile card. Okay. So I'll go to SRC. I'll go to components. I'm going to go to module. I'll go to this profile module right here. Okay. Then I'll just paste those states up here. Then I'll just import use state from React and up here get rid of this unused use state import. After that, I'll just get rid of these and create a div down here. Give this a Tailwind class of flex items center gap of 4. And after that, just create another div for the image of the user. Give this a Tailwind class and give it this class is right here. And then in you want to output an image tag from next image. The image is going to have an SRC. This is going to be the avatar preview. This state up here, the auth is going to be avatar. I'll give it a fill and a Tailwind class of object cover like that. And for the avatar preview, if there's no avatar, because when the user has actually uploaded their profile picture is going to be displayed right here on their profile. But if they've not, I want to actually use a fallback value, which is going to be images/avatar.png, which is coming from our image folder, our images folder. And after this div, we're going to create a label, get rid of this right here. And then inside this label, we have a text change avatar. Then inside this label, we're going to have the input to actually select a file. It's going to be of type file. It's going to accept images extension. I'll save that. And I want to go back to our application. We should actually see that it's actually outside the module. Why is it outside the module? I'm going to go to the reusable module component. Oh, this children is going to be inside this div right here. Okay, it's going to be inside this content right here, the content of the module. Okay, save that, and that should ensure we actually have that right here. Great. And now when we actually select an image, we actually want to handle that. So we're going to say on change. We're going to run a function called handle avatar change. Now this is going to run every time we select a new image we want to upload. So we're going to create this function. So I just copy the function name. Up here, I want to say const. I'll paste that function name. It's going to be equal to an our function. I'll say const file is going to be equals to, this is going to take an event that's going to be of type react.change event, going to be HTML input elements. And then we're going to say const file is going to be equals to event.target.files. Okay, and we just want the one at the index of 0, the first file. And then we can simply say if there's no file, if no file, we're just going to return, okay, right here, if there's no file. But if there's a file, we'll say const to create a variable called preview URL, which is going to be equals to url.create object URL. Then we'll pass in the file in there. Then after that, we're going to set the avatar preview to the preview URL like that. So anytime we actually select a new file to upload, we're actually going to update that. Great. So now this is going to be hidden. We don't want to actually see these inputs. Okay. So we're going to give this a Tailwind class of hidden. We want to hide this from the viewport. So now we just give the label a Tailwind class text of XM, text blue of 500, cursor of pointer, then on hover, do underline. Actually see the label right here, but it's too close to this edge right here. So what I'm going to do, I'll just wrap this in another div. Just wrap this in another div right here, create a div, and I'll paste those right here. Then give this a Tailwind class of margin top of 4 and a space wire of 6. This is actually way better. So now when we click on this change avatar right here, we can actually select a file. Okay, So I'll just select this file right here. I click on open. You can actually see it actually changes. I'll select another file. I'll select this right here. Actually going to update. Okay, great. But by default, the preview image is going to be the user's profile picture. Then the user can actually update it. Great. So after this div right here for the image, I'll just wrap up this div right here. Down here, we're going to create a div. Give this div a Tailwind class of flex of column, and a gap of 1. In here, I'm going to output a label tag. Get rid of this 4 right here. Give this label a Tailwind class of text xx and the text of text muted. And right here, I'm going to say name. And then after this label, we're going to create an input tag. It's going to be of type text. The placeholder is going to be your name. The value is going to be the name state. And then on change, I'm simply just going to want an arrow function to take an event. And then we're going to set the name state to event.target.value. And then I'm going to give this input a Tailwind class. I'll give it this Tailwind class is right here. Save that, and we should actually see this input. Great, and it looks really, really good. So we're going to actually create more inputs. And since we're going to reuse these styles, I'll just copy this right here. Up here, I'm just going to create a variable const input styles is going to be equal to this string right here. And then right here, we'll just output the input styles. Now I can make use of this div. I just copy this div and drag this div down. For this one, it's going to be the username of the username. Then the placeholder is going to be your username. And then on change, we're going to set the username to event.target.value. Great. And then finally, the value is going to be user name. So I'll save that, and we should be able to actually see the second input right here. Just change this placeholder to user name. It's more professional. So the last one is going to be a test area. So just copy this right here, drag this down, and instead of an input, we're going to make use of a text area. Just get rid of this and make use of his self-closing tag. The label this time is going to be for the bio. For the Tailwind classes is going to be input styles. The rows are going to make use of 3 rows. Then for the value is going to be the bio state. Then on change, we're going to find an arrow function, so take an event, and it's going to set the bio so event.target.value. I'll save this, and we should actually see the test area right here. Great for the bio. And now this right here, we can actually expand this. We don't want this, so let's actually fix this. So what we're going to do, just get rid of this dynamic style right here. Then we're going to make use of backticks. We're going to add a resize of none, and then we're going to add these styles dynamically, and that should ensure that static style is actually applied. So finally, we're going to create the submit button. So after this div for the bio, I'll just format this. After this div for the bio right here, I'll create another div. I'm going to give a Tailwind class of flex and a justify of end. And you want to create a button. I give this button a Tailwind class. I give it this style right here, and then the button is just going to output save that, and we should actually see a button right here. Great, save. So now we have the edit profile model UI. So next, what we're going to do is we're going to set this back to default. So I just go back there, go over to SRC store. I'll go to the use modal store. We just set it back to false by default, so it's not open when the user lands on that page. And then you can see we have to go to the profile and click on this to actually open up the model. Great. So next, what we're going to do, we're actually going to fetch the data of the logged in user. Okay, now we already have a server action, so I'll go to src server action. I'll go to get current user. We already have a server action that's going to get the current user, but I don't want to make use of this one on the profile, because on the profile we're going to be fetching more data. We're going to fetch the image of the user, the ID of the user, the username, and all the other details of the user, including the total number of followers, total number of posts. So that's going to be a heavier query, and I don't want to do that here because we are making use of this get current user to check if a user is authenticated. So I want to keep this lightweight. So I want to create another server action to actually get the logged in user profile. So I'll create another server action called get current user profile.ds. So we just do export async function get current user. I'm going to check if the user is authenticated. So we'll just do what we did here. Just basically copy this right here and then I'll paste that right here. I'll just import this auth instance in, then also import this headers from next headers. So we're going to create a variable called session to check if the user is authenticated. If the user is not authenticated, we just return null. And then if the user is authenticated, then you'll create a variable called get the user is going to be equals to, I'm going to await, make use of our Prisma instance, which we're going to get from the lib folder. Just import Prisma from our lib folder. Dot, we're going to make use of the user model. Dot, we're going to find a unique user where the ID of the user in the user table matches the session dot user dot ID, like that. Then you're going to specify the field we want to select. So I'm going to select, we want the username of the user. We're going to set that to true. We want the name of the user. We'll set that to true. And the reason we're actually doing this and actually specifying the field we want, if we don't do this, it's going to fetch the whole row, okay, including the rows we don't need in the user profile. So we have to optimize the query by actually selecting the particular fields we want. Select the ID of the user, set that to true. Select the email of the user, we're going to set that to true. Select the bio of the user, set that to true. The image of the user, set that to true. And also the created as of the user, okay, when the user created the account. And I remember we're going to be displaying the total number of followers of the user, the total number of posts, and the total number of following. So you have to actually first just start. So to do that in Prisma, we're going to say underscore count. We want to fetch the count that's associated with this user. Now, what the values related to the user that I want to select? The number of posts, set that to true. Count of the number of posts of the user, the following, the followers, set that to true, and also the following, set that to true. Now with this, now when we fetch the user, it's going to fetch the total number of posts the user has created, the users following, and also the number of users the user is actually following. And then down here, we're just going to return the user like that. Format this, great. So now we have the server action to fetch a logged in user profile, so we can actually use it. So now where are we going to make use of this server action? We're going to make use of this server action in the profile page. So I go to src, go to app, I go to protected, I go to the profile folder inside the page.dss right here. And here's where we're going to make use of that. So up here, I'm going to see create a variable const user profile. It's going to be equals to, since we're going to await data here, convert this to an async function, and then we're going to await the get current user profile. And we are not getting the auto completion. This is supposed to be the get current user profile, okay, and then right here we just get that get current user profile in here. Great. Now the modern way to do this in Next.js is to wrap a suspense around it, so that when the data has been fetched from the server, there's going to be a loading state to tell the user that the data has been fetched from the server. Now if we don't do this, the page is not going to actually render until the data is fetched from the server, and that could cause like 2 to 3 seconds delay. Okay, you don't want your application to be slow like that. So what we're going to do is, instead of calling this profile page, call this profile component, and we're not going to export this. We just create this as a function we're going to use down here, and then down here we're going to say export async function profile page. Then in here, we'll just return container layout. And inside this container layout, we're going to return this profile component right here. So I'll say profile component like that. And then we just simply take this title, get rid of this from here, and then paste that title right here. Okay. And then we just get rid of this right here. And then we just wrap a fragment and this an empty fragment and paste this in here. And we can simply just say if there's a user profile, that's only when we want to render this profile card right here. Then I'll put that down here. Now the reason I'm doing this is because this is going to make an HTTP request to the server. Okay, so now when you are making an HTTP request on the server using server components or using server components or server-side rendering, there's something called suspense in Next.js that we can actually use to actually add like a loading indicator to the user that the data has been fetched from the server. Now we'll head over to the Next.js documentation. We'll just search for suspense, data fetching with suspense, and you can see how we can actually use suspense right here. See, it says that suspense allows you to be more granular about what part of your page to stream, because this is basically streaming. We are streaming the data in. So for example, you immediately show any page content that falls outside of the suspense boundary and stream in the list of blog posts inside the boundary. Now what all this means is that if we fetch data without actually using suspense, what's going to happen is that anytime we click on the profile page to view the profile page, it's going to wait 2, 3, 4 seconds until the page data is fetched before it renders the page, which is going to lead to your application actually slowing down. So what we want to do is that when we click on the profile page, we don't want to wait for complete propagation before we actually see the profile page. We want all these other static components to be visible to the user, and then we just put a loading for these data that are going to be fetched from the server. Okay, that's why we're making use of suspense. And how do we make use of suspense? We're going to wrap the components that this data is going to be fetched in, wrap this component with this suspense tag right here. Okay, and they'll pass in a fallback. And that fallback is going to be the loading indicator. That's actually why we separated this. Okay, we're going to fetch the data inside this profile component, and they're going to wrap this profile component with the suspense. So we'll just cut this off and we'll just call the suspense from React, and then we paste this in here. And now, for now, I'll just say the fallback is going to be a paragraph tag. I'm going to say loading and I'll just give this a Tailwind class of text of white so we can see it properly. Great, save that. So now we can actually pass this user profile as a prop to this profile card right here. So we can simply say this is going to take a prop of user profile that is going to be equals to the user profile variable, user profile, like that. And of course, we have to actually specify that this profile card is going to take a prop called user profile. So we have to specify those types. We go inside the profile card right here. And now, inside this profile card, up here, we're going to define an interface or a type. I'll say interface profile card props. That's going to have a user profile that's going to be of type user. And we've not created this user type, so let's actually do that. So I just go to Axios. Inside this folder, I'm going to create a folder called types. Then inside this types folder, I'm going to create a user.ds file. And then I'll just paste the types right here. Now you're going to get these types from the source code, okay? Inside the types folder, the users.ds file. So I'll save this. And now inside this profile card, we simply just import this from types user. Okay, great. And then right here, we're going to say this profile card is going to take a prop which is going to be of type profile card props. And then we'll just destructure out the user profile like that. And we don't get that TypeScript error from this page.css file anymore. Great. So now we can actually make use of this user profile to actually populate the details of the user. So first of all, we're actually going to output the full name. So right here, instead of this, I'm going to say this is going to be the user profile dot the name of the user. This is going to be the user profile dot the username of the user, and this is going to be user profile dot the image of the user, or if the user have not actually uploaded an image, so this is going to be the / images / avatar.png. That's this fallback image we are using right here. SRC, not SRC, public images, this avatar.png file right here. That is going to be the fallback image if user have not actually updated their profile image. Okay. And then right here, the auth is simply just going to be user profile dot the name of the user, or it's going to be an empty string. Okay, the fallback if the name is not available. While this one right here is going to be user profile dot counts dot the followers of the user. Same thing with what we're going to do here. It's going to be the user profile dot counts dot following. And then lastly, this is going to be the user profile dot counts dot posts. Great. Save that. And now we'll go back to our web page. Just go back to our project. We're going to get I'll just refresh this. Say the export default is not a React component in profile page. Oh, I think that's because we're not using export default in this page.css right here. Yeah. Export default async function profile page. Save that. And we actually get that right here. Great. So now we see 0 followers, 0 following, 0 posts, and we see the name of the user, Jane Doe, and the username of the user at Jane. Now since the user have not uploaded a profile picture, we are not going to see anything right here. So now what we're going to work on next is that we are going to actually populate this form with this data we are pulling from the server actions. Okay, we are pulling from the data as the authenticated users details. We're going to populate this form with authenticated user details. So I'll go back to the page.css file right here. Now, after we actually pass this user profile to this profile card, you have to pass it to the profile model too. Simply what we're going to do is after this right here, just bring this down. After this right here, we're going to say if user profile, then we're going to render the profile model component. And also for the profile model components, we are also going to pass this user profile prop. Then just pass this as a prop. Okay, and we're going to get an error because we're not specifying the types inside this profile model. So let's go inside this profile model and actually specify the type. So up here, we just basically copy what we did inside the profile card. I'll just copy this right here. It's basically going to be similar. Then we'll take this to the profile model. Then we'll paste that right here. Then we'll just call this profile model props, and then we'll just get this user type from the user. And then right here, we'll just specify that type as the profile model props, and then we'll just structure the user profile. Great. And now the default value of this state is not going to be this string we had coded. We're going to update it to the user profile dot the image of the user. And it's basically going to be the same for all these. By default, this state is not going to be an empty string. It's going to be the user profile dot the name of the user. This state right here is going to be the user profile dot the username of the user. And lastly, the bio is going to be user profile dot the bio of the user. Okay, that's going to be the default state. So now just scroll the way down, and right here we can see the value of this MP is going to be name, but when it's null, it's going to be an empty string. And also same thing for the username. When it's null, it's going to be an empty string. And for the bio too, when it's null, it's going to be an empty string. Save that. And now we'll go back to our application. We're going to get cannot be properties of undefined image.image. And the reason we are getting this error is because inside this, I'll go to the page.css file. We're actually rendering this profile model. That's only when we want to render this model. But when we go over to, I'll go to SRC app protected layout, we also render this profile model right here. Okay, so we don't want to render the profile model. We only want to render the profile model in that page.css file, so we can actually pass the required props to it. Now only render it if there's a user profile. So we just get rid of this right here. Okay, save that, and we'll just get rid of the imports. So now we'll go back to our application. We'll click on edit profile model. We actually see that the model is actually populated, and based on the fact that the user doesn't have a bio, this is going to be an empty string. Great. Now in the last chapter of the tutorial, we worked on the user profile where we put the details of the logged in user and actually render it on the UI. So in this chapter, we're going to work on actually implementing the log to actually update the profile. So users will be able to update their profile. So in this chapter, we're going to work on the functionality for users to actually update their profile and actually save that update. So first of all, we're going to work on the endpoint for this. So I'm going to go into the SRC folder, app folder, inside this API folder. I'll create a folder inside this API folder called profile. Then inside this profile folder, I'll create another folder called update. And then inside this update folder, we're going to create a route. So create a route.ts. Okay, create an endpoint for the post request. Create an endpoint for the update request. So since it's going to be an update, we can say export async function. We're going to call the request a patch request, okay? Because it's going to be an update request. Now this function is going to take a request that's going to be of type request. And then in here, we're going to make use of a try catch block. If the server shows an error, simply just going to console.error, profile update error, then passing the error, then return the next response, face to update profile with a status of 500. We just get next response up here from next server. And then inside the try block, we're going to create a variable called current user is going to be equal to, I'm going to await get current user, okay? The get current user server action to check if the user is authenticated. So if no current user dot id, we're going to check if the user is authenticated. If the user is not authenticated, then we're going to return an unauthorized error with the status of 401. And then down here, we create a variable const form data is going to be equals to, so I spell out form data correctly. Form data is going to be equals to, I'm going to await the request we pass to this function dot form data like that. And then now I'm going to say, I'm going to get the username. We're going to pass through the request. It's going to be equals to form data dot get name. Get the name as a string. Then down here, we're going to say const. Sorry, not name, user name. Okay. So down here is where we're going to get the name. Name is going to be equals to form data dot get name, which we're also going to get as a string. And then we're going to get the bio, const bio of the user is going to be equals to form data dot get bio. And we're going to get this as a string too. And then after that, I'll say const avatar file is going to be equals to form data dot get avatar. We're going to get this not as a string, as a file. Okay, because this is going to be the image of the user. So let me just call this the image instead. Okay, image of the user. And this is either going to be file or it's going to be null. Okay, in case the user does not actually upload a profile picture. Okay, if the request is coming without any avatar file, then it's going to be null. So after that, we're going to create a variable. Let's image data equals to null, okay, by default. And then down here, we're going to check if the user uploaded an image, okay, their profile picture. If the user uploaded an image, then we upload the image to Cloudinary. So down here, we're going to say if avatar file and avatar file dot size is greater than 0, then we're actually going to upload the image to Cloudinary. Now we've not actually set up Cloudinary because we're going to be uploading files to our images to Cloudinary. So let's actually set up Cloudinary. Now Cloudinary is a service that actually allows to upload files to the cloud. Okay. Now they have lots of other things they actually do, but for this project we're going to be making use of Cloudinary for file upload. Okay, to actually upload our images. So if you don't have an account, just sign up for free. It's actually free to actually get started, and the free plan is very generous. Okay, so I'm going to click on login right here to log into my own account. Now, after you log in, it's going to bring you right here to your dashboard. Okay. Now, the most important thing for us right now is actually to connect our application to this Cloudinary dashboard right here. So we can actually upload files from our project. So to do that, I'm just going to go over to settings right here. And then we just go over to these API keys right here. And we can actually see the API keys. Now, this is what we need. This is the cloud name. We need the cloud name. We need the API key. And also we need the API secret. And these are the credentials we need to connect our project to this dashboard. So let's do that. So we're going to create some environment variables. I'll just go over to our env file.env right here. Inside this env file, I'll just paste this right here. Okay, we're going to have a variable for the Cloudinary cloud name, the Cloudinary API secret, and the Cloudinary API key. And now we're going to go over to the dashboard and copy this Cloudinary cloud name right here. And this is my Cloudinary cloud name. Yours is going to be different. Okay, so you actually have to head to your own API keys. And then right here, we just paste the Cloudinary cloud name. And then we're going to go back to our dashboard and copy the API key. We'll take that API key over to this right here and paste that API key right here. And now for the API secret, it's very simple. You just head over to your API secret. You're going to click on this eye right here. I think it's going to send a notification to your mail to actually confirm that you're actually the user trying to access this API secret. And then you just copy the API secret and place the API secret right here. So now that we have the credentials, we can actually set up Cloudinary. So first of all, I'll just install the Cloudinary library. So I'll just expand this up or stop the development server, pnpm install Cloudinary like that. And that's going to actually install the Cloudinary package. Don't go to package.json, you should actually see Cloudinary right here. Great. So just run our development server again, pnpm 1 dev. Then we just close this up. So now we can actually set up Cloudinary. To do that, we just go over to our SRC folder, go to lib folder, we create a file called cloudinary.ts. And then inside this config file, just paste this code right here. Okay. So basically what we are doing, we're importing version 2 of Cloudinary as Cloudinary from the Cloudinary library. And right here, we actually configure with cloudinary.config. We're going to specify the cloud name. The cloud name is going to be process.env. We're going to load our environment variable from here. This environment variable is right here, the Cloudinary cloud name, Cloudinary API secret, and Cloudinary API key. We're going to load them right here. The API key is going to be equal to the API key. The API secret equals to the Cloudinary API secret. And then we're just going to export the Cloudinary instance, export default Cloudinary. Then we just save this right here. So now we can actually make use of this Cloudinary instance right here to actually upload files to Cloudinary. We can actually do that in here and just write the code to actually upload the files to Cloudinary, but the code is actually very long. So we want to be reusing this code in other parts in our application. So we're going to write that code in a different file, like a service file. Just import the function right here. So that's very simple. Just go to Src. We're going to create a folder called service or services. And then inside the services folder, we're going to create a cloudinary.ts file. And then inside this file, we'll just paste this block of code right here. Now, this block of code, what this code is basically doing, if you wonder about this code is basically inside the source code, okay? Inside the source code, just go to the services folder. You're going to find this cloudinary.ts file, okay? So we can just focus on actually explaining the code. Now, basically what this code is doing is that we are creating a tab. And this tab is going to be a type of Cloudinary upload result, okay? And then we're going to create the function to actually upload. Now this function, this upload to Cloud is going to return a promise that's going to be of type Cloudinary upload result right here. Okay, I'm passing that promise right here. And then it's all the code we have to actually write inside this upload to Cloudinary, actually upload to Cloudinary. And we are going to upload this file to a folder inside our dashboard. Now, if this folder doesn't exist, it doesn't matter. It's going to be created by Cloudinary, and it's going to upload our files to this folder, threads clone tutorial. And they're going to transform the image to WebP. And then if there's an error, we just cache the error as usual. And then we have the second function to actually delete from Cloudinary. And for this, we have to pass the image public ID as a string. Okay, it's going to be of type string. And then we're going to await destroy the image from our dashboard. Great. So I'll just save that. So now inside our wrap.ts file, all we just have to do is call that upload to Cloudinary function. Now, if there is a file, if the user uploaded a file, then this image data variable, so image data is going to be equals to, I'm going to await upload to Cloudinary like that. And then it's going to pass in the avatar file. Because remember, this upload to Cloudinary expect a file, okay, to actually upload to Cloudinary. And this avatar file we are passing is the file we are getting from the request if the user actually selects an image, actually updates the avatar or their profile picture with, okay. But if the user didn't actually upload the image, this is going to remain null, okay. It's only when the user uploads an image that the image data is going to be whatever this upload to Cloudinary returns. So we're going to specify that it's going to be of type null, or it's going to be of type upload to Cloudinary result, okay. And this upload to Cloudinary result, we are getting that from this function right here, upload to Cloudinary. And after we actually upload the file, we're going to say if image data, if the image data is set and we have the current user dot the image public ID of the current user. Because remember, inside this get current user, we are getting the ID, the image, and also the image public ID. So we're going to check if the image public ID is available. If it's available, then we're going to await delete from Cloudinary. I'm going to pass in the current user dot image public ID. Okay, because remember, this delete from Cloudinary right here is going to take an argument of type string for the public ID. Okay, it's going to take the public ID and it's going to use the public ID to delete the image from Cloudinary. And this is only going to happen if an image was uploaded. But if the image is not uploaded, the image data is going to remain null. And then down here, we're going to check for user name availability. So now I'm going to say if username was passed through the request, then down here we'll create a variable const formatted username is going to be equals to username dot to lowercase, like that. And then down here we'll say const existing user is going to be equals to, we're going to await Prisma. We're going to get Prisma from the lib folder dot the user model dot, we're going to find a unique user where the username of the user matches the formatted username. Then down here, we're going to say if there's an existing user, if there's a user with already using that profile, if there's a user already using that username. Now, we also have to check if the user ID is equivalent to the logged in user ID, because if a user is trying to update their username to their previous username, we are going to allow that, okay, because it's basically the same user. So we're going to say if existing user and the existing user dot ID is not equivalent to the current user dot ID, which means if the user that has the username is not equivalent to the current user ID, which means the user is not the owner of the username. So the user cannot update their username to that username because another user is already using that username. So we are only going to be able to update the username if there's no existing user with that username, or the username dot the ID is equivalent to the current user ID. We're just going to return a response username already taken. And then after that, right here, after this if check for the username, down here as it const updated user is going to be equals to, I'm going to await Prisma dot the user model dot, we're going to update the user where the ID of the user matches current user dot ID. Okay, so we want to update the logged in user details. So we have to specify the data. For the data I want to upload, we're going to say dot in here. If the username is passed through the request, that's only when we want to update the username. We're going to set the username to username dot to lower case, like that. And then also we're going to say dot if the name is passed through the request, that's only when we want to actually update the name. Okay, now basically since the name is the same thing as the variable name, we just use the shorthand method. And then after that, we're going to say dot again. If the bio is passed through the request, that's only when we're going to update the bio. And then lastly, I'm going to say dot image data. If there's an image data, that's only when we want to update the image. which we're going to set to image data dot secure URL, and also update the image public ID, which we're going to set to image data dot image dot the public ID. And this secure URL and public ID, remember, is coming from this Cloudinary service right here. Remember, I will say that the function is going to return a promise which is going to have a string secure URL and public ID. So anytime we call the await upload to Cloudinary, is going to return those two results. Those two values as the result. Okay, so that result is going to be inside this image data. We can access those results right here. Image data dot secure URL, image data dot public ID. Okay, so just format this, and now after all this down here, we're going to return a next response.json. I'll just pass the updated user in there. Format this right here. So now we have the endpoint for a user to actually update their profile. Okay, and also if they want to select an image, they can actually select an image and actually upload their profile with their new image. Okay, their new profile image. So now we're going to go to the model, the profile model. Go to SRC, I'll go to components, I'll go to model, I'll go to this profile model right here. Now here is where we're going to make the request to actually update the user's profile. Okay, here's where we're going to make the request to this route.ts we created. So up here I'll say const handle submit. It's going to be equals to an async function, because we're going to make use of await in here. Now we're going to check, first of all, do some client-side validation. If no username or no name, then we're just going to toast. We're going to get toast, so we add hot toast.error. Username and name fields are required, and then we just return and break the code right here. And then after that, we create a try catch block. Now, if there's an error, we're going to check if it's an Axios error, and then if it's an Axios error, just import Axios from Axios. If it's an Axios error, we're going to actually alert the error. And then after the catch, down here, we just say finally, we're going to set loading back to false. And we don't have a loading state. Let's actually create that. Say const loading. Set loading is going to be equals to use state from React, and by default is going to be set to false. And then right here, before we make the request, we're just going to set loading to true. And then finally, whether we get an error or we resolve the request, we're going to set the loading back to false, like that. So inside the try, we're going to say const form data is going to be equals to new form data. Now we're making use of form data because we are sending a file, the image. Okay, then we're going to say form data dot append name, then we'll pass the name state, or if it's not available, passing an empty string. Now this name we are using here has to match the name we are actually using here, name, username, bio, image. Okay, they actually have to match. And then after that, I'll say form data dot append. This is going to be the user name, which is going to be username or an empty string. And then form data dot append bio, which is going to be bio or an empty string. Then finally, we're going to say if there's an avatar file, and we've not actually created a state for the file. Okay, we already only have a state to actually handle to preview the image. We didn't actually create a state to actually hold the file. So up here, say const avatar file set avatar file is going to be equals to use state. Okay, and this one here is going to be by default null, and it's going to be of type null, or it's going to be of type file. And then inside this function, after we check if we have a file, we're just going to set avatar file to the file. Okay, before we actually create the preview URL right here, set avatar file to the file. And then down here, we're going to say the avatar. If there's an avatar file, then we're going to do form data.append, call this, remember we have to call this image because in our .ts file we actually call it image. So I have to say image, then we'll pass the avatar file. Okay, just format this. Great. And then after that, we can simply say await Axios dot make a patch request to the endpoint /API /profile /updates, and then we just pass the form data like that. And this is going to make a patch request to the endpoint we just created. It's going to be /profile /updates, then the route right here, which is going to be /API /profile /updates. Okay, great. And then after that, down here, if the request is processed, say toast.sources, just output profile updated successfully. Okay, and now I want to refresh the router. Okay, so up here, just create a router instance. So up here, I'll say const router is going to be equal to use router, which we're going to get from Next navigation. And then down here, we're simply just going to do router.refresh like that. And then after that, we just close the edit profile module. Okay, format this. Great. So now we have the client code we need. So all we just have to do is copy this function right here. And then when someone clicks on the save button, when the user clicks on the save button, so I'm going to say on click, we're just going to fire and do submit. And right here, we're going to get rid of this. We're going to say if it's loading, then we're going to render saving. As we're going to render this right here. And then I just disable the button when it's actually loading. Great. Just format this. So now let's actually test this out. So go back to our application, click on edit profile right here. First of all, just update the bio. Say this is my bio. Save, get saving, and it's get profile updated successfully. Okay, great. And now we are not actually outputting the bio. Okay. Now, when the user has a bio, I want to actually output the bio. So we're going to go to the profile card, go to SRC components, I go to profile, I go to profile card right here. So after this div right here, we're going to say if user profile.bio, if the user has a bio, then we're going to render this JSS right here. X, we're going to render this JSS right here. Oh, we're going to use question mark here. And then in here, if the user has a bio, just output a paragraph tag, which is going to output the user profile.bio. Okay, and then we'll give this a Tailwind class. Give it this Tailwind class right here. Text white /18 my6 magic vertical 6 text of xm. And then if the user doesn't have a bio, we're going to output a paragraph tag with this Tailwind classes right here. And then here we're going to say add bio. I'll save that. Now we'll go back to the application. We actually say this is my bio because we actually updated the bio. Now when we negate this and say if the user doesn't have a bio, so we can actually see the other option. We're going to see add bio right here. So if the user doesn't have a bio, they're going to see this add bio. And what is this add bio going to do? On click on this paragraph tag, this add bio paragraph tag, I'll say on click, it's going to open the edit profile module. Okay, so when we click on that, it's going to actually open up the edit profile module to actually add the bio. Great. But this user obviously has their bio updated, so we'll just remove that and great, we see the bio right here. Now I want to go over to the application. Let's actually upload a profile image. So I'll just edit profile, click on change avatar right here. I just go over to my desktop, go to project assets. I'll just select an image from here. Select this image right here. Click on that. Click on open. It's going to actually open the image and click on save image. And the profile is actually updated. Okay. And now we're going to get an error. The reason we are getting this error is because we are making use of Next.js. And in Next.js, when you are loading images from a different domain, you actually have to configure that domain and register that domain with Next.js. So to do that is very simple. We're just going to go to this nextconfig.ts right here. Then right here, simply going to say images, remote patterns. Then inside this object, we're going to see the protocol is going to be HTTPS, and then the host name And we can actually get the host name from the header. This is going to be the host name, res.cloudinary.com. So just copy the host name right here. And then we'll paste that host name right here. Save that. And now we'll go back to our application. We'll just refresh this. You should actually see the profile image. And now we'll head over to our Cloudinary. We'll just go to assets over here. We're going to go over to folders. You're going to see we have a new folder right here, threads clone tutorial. And now we'll click on this threads clone tutorial. You're going to see the image we just uploaded. Okay, so everything's actually working fine. And finally, we'll go over to the home page and we'll go back to the profile page. You can actually see that loading right here. The loading we actually implemented with streaming inside this SRC app protected profile and page.css file. Okay, remember we actually used streaming in here using a suspense. So what we're going to do, create a loading spinner for that. So that's very simple. I'll just inside this SRC folder, I'm going to create a folder called loading. And inside this loading folder, I'm going to create a loading spinner.css RFC. Just get rid of this import right here. And this simply just going to return a div. I just get rid of this, which I'll give a Tailwind class of this right here, display of flex, item center, justify center, padding event graph 20. And then in here, we're going to create a div with a self-closing tag, which we're going to give a Tailwind class of width of 8, height of 8, border of 2. The border color is going to be border, our custom color, a border top of white, a rounded of full, and animate of spin. So I'll save that. So inside our page.css file, instead of making use of this paragraph tag, we're just going to make use of the loading spinner. I'll say loading spinner like that. I'll save that. So now we'll go back to our project. I'll go to the home page. And when I go back to the profile page, you can actually see that loading spinner right here. Okay, before you actually pull the data from the server. In this chapter of the tutorial, we're going to start working on the search page. So when we go to the search page of the finished project, we're going to have all these users being fetched from the database, and we can actually search for a user. I can search for a user, John. Then actually filter all the users, actually filter that particular user. Okay, and also we can search for users. If the user is not actually available, we're gonna get this right here, no users found. So first we're going to create the UI for this. So first of all, I want to create the page. I go to SRC app protected. In here, I'm going to create a search page. So I'll create a search folder. Inside the search folder, I'm going to create a page.css RFC. I'll call this search page. And then we'll just get rid of this right here. Get rid of this div right here. We're going to make use of the container layout we created. And then for this one, the title is going to be search like that. And then in here, we're first of all going to create the search input. So right here, it says search inputs. Obviously, we've not created these components. Let's actually do that. So I'm going to go over to my components folder, create a folder called search. Then in this search folder, I'm going to create a component called search inputs.tsx RFC. And then inside this page.tsx file, I'm just going to import that search input in here. Great. And then inside the search input, get rid of this up here. And this search input is going to return a div, which I'll give a Tailwind class. We'll give it this Tailwind class is right here. A display of flex, items from center, gap of 3, padding vertical of 3, px of 4, a bg of background, a border, the border color of border, then one net of xl. And then inside this div, we're going to call a search icon, which I'm going to get from Lucid React. The size is going to be 18. The Tailwind class is going to be text of text muted. And then in here, I'm going to output an input. Give this a type of text. The placeholder is going to be search. And then I'll give this a Tailwind class. I'll give it this Tailwind class is right here. A width of full BG transparent, text of XM, text of white, placeholder of text muted, then on focus, we're going to leave it an outline of none. I'll just format this. Great, save that. So now we'll go back to our application. We'll just go back to our actual project. I'll go to the search page. We should actually see that input right here. Okay, great. And now in the page.tss file, after this input component, we're going to put a h2 tag and simply going to say follow suggestions. And then I give this HTML class font of semi-bold, text of text muted, and margin vertical of 4. I'll save that, and we should actually see that follow suggestions right here. Great. After this h2 tag, then you're going to create a search card component. We're going to put a search card component. This search card component, we've not created it, so let's do that too. So go to the components folder where we have this search input. Right? You'll create another component to create the search card component, search card.tss. RFC. Just get rid of this, and then inside this page of TSS file, we're just going to import the search card. Okay, and then inside the search card, we're going to create a div. This div is going to have a Tailwind class, a border of bottom, a border of border, margin vertical of 4, and then inside this div, I'll create another div. I give this div a Tailwind class of flex, items of center, justify of between. After that, I'm going to create another div. I'll give this a Tailwind class of flex, items, center, gap of 2. And here we're going to call the avatar component. And remember, we have to pass a width. I pass a width of 40, height of 40. The image src for now is going to be /images /image1.jpg. And we'll fetch the users from the database. Is going to be the avatar of the user, and then the auth text is going to be avatar. Just format this, save this, and we should actually be able to see that right here. Okay, great. Just get rid of this border buffer. Just get rid of this. Actually better this way. After this avatar right here, we're going to create a div down here. Inside this div, we're going to put a link tag, which we're going to get from next link, the href. Now, the href is going to point to the user's profile. So when you search for a user, when you click on the user's username, it's going to actually show you the user's profile. But for now, we're going to leave the href as empty. And then in here, we'll just add username. Here we're going to put the user's username. Then we're going to give this link a Tailwind class. I use this Tailwind class right here, text of white, font of semi-bold, text of XM, and on hover underline. And then after this link right here, we have to put a paragraph tag for the user's name. So I'll say full name. I give this a Tailwind class, PS of 6, PY of 2, text XM, a text of text muted. I'll save this, and we should be able to see those right here. Okay, see the username and we see the full name. Okay, great. Now after this div right here, after the div for the image and those details, we're going to put a paragraph tag, which will give a Tailwind class of text of white. Now reduce the transparency by 90, margin vertical of 3, and a text of XM like that. Then you'll just put something random. This is user's bio. Okay, and this is where you're going to put the bio of the user we are pulling from the database. After this, I'm going to create a div right here. I give this div a Tailwind class. Or this Tailwind class is right here. And then inside this div, I want to put 3 paragraph tags for followers. Then just drag this down. This one is going to be following. And this one is going to be the total number of posts the user has. Okay, great. We actually have the UI, but these are not supposed to be inside this div right here. Just get this right here. I'll place them outside of this div right here. Okay, outside of this flex div right here. Place them right here. Great. So now we have the UI. So next, we're going to create the endpoint, okay, to actually fetch this data from the server. So I'm going to go over to SRC app API. I create a folder called users, and then inside this users folder, I'm going to create another folder called search, like that. And then inside the search folder, I'll create a route.ts, like that. Inside this route, I'm simply going to export async function. It's going to be a get request. I'm going to make use of a try catch block in here. Now, if the server throws an error, we're going to actually console.error, search user error, passing the error, then return the next response, fetch to fetch users, and then just importing this next response from next server. And then inside the try, first of all, you have to check if the user is authenticated. So say const current user is going to be equal to, I'm going to await get current user. I'm going to check if no current user.id, then we're just going to return this response right here. And the user is authenticated, and then down here we're going to actually fetch the data. But before that, we have to actually get the params, because anytime we search for a user, we're going to pass a query. Okay, but if we don't actually pass any query, it's going to fetch all the users, all the suggested users. Okay, but if we pass this particular user I want to search for, it's going to use that query to actually filter for the user. So up here, I'll say this is going to take a request. It's going to be of type request, and then right here we'll say const, the structure what we're going to get will be equals to new URL, and then we'll pass in the request.url in there, and then here we'll use the structure of the search params pass through the request, and then we can do const query is going to be equals to search params.get queue, because when we send the request from the clients, we're going to call the query queue. Okay, so we're going to get queue, and then we're going to trim it .trim. Now, if no query was passed through the request, maybe the user did not search for any user, then we just return an empty string. This query variable is going to be an empty string. Okay, so now you can actually query the database to actually fetch the users. I'll say const, I'll create a variable called users, which is going to be equal to, I'm going to await Prisma the user model dot, we want to find many users, make use of where, and then we want to actually join queries together. So I'll say and the first one is going to be, the first filter is going to be ID, where ID is not current user dot ID. And this line right here is going to filter out the logged in user, because obviously the logged in user should not be seeing their own name in the suggested users to follow. We're going to actually filter the logged in user ID from the query. After this, we're also going to exclude users that has already been followed by the user. So we're going to do followers none where follower ID matches the current user.id. Okay, so we are actually excluding the users the logged user already follows. Okay, so where the logged user's follower ID is not included inside these followers. Okay, for this user we are fetching. And then after that, down here we're going to say if there's a query, if query, which means if we actually have a query from the clients, then we're going to run this additional block of code. S is going to be an empty object. So what is the additional query we're going to add? In here, we're going to say all. The first one is going to be where the username contains the query. Okay, which means where the username contains the letters that was typed in the query. And I want the mode to be insensitive, which means it's not going to matter if it's uppercase or lowercase. Okay, so after that, it's going to be another query where name contains the query, and also the mode is going to be insensitive. Then after all that, after this where right here, just wrap it. After this where down here, we're going to say we want to select the ID of the user, the name of the user, username of the user, image of the user, bio of the user, count of the user. We're going to select the followers, number of followers of the user, set that to true. The number of following of the user, set that to true. And also the number of post users created, we're going to set that to true. And then after this select right here, we're just going to instruct the query to only take the first 10 it finds. Take 10. And then after the query down here, we're just going to return a next response.json, pass in the users in there. Okay, so I just format this. So now we have the endpoints to fetch users. Okay, so let's actually use it. So to use this, we're going to go back to our page.tss file right here. So up here, I'm going to create some state. I'll say const, create a state for our query, then set query is going to be equals to use state from React. And then down here, create another state, users, set users is going to be equals to use state. And by default, it's going to be an empty array and it's going to be of type user, which we're going to get from our types user, and it's going to be an array of the user model. Okay, which means it's going to be an array of users. And then you create another state const loading, set loading is going to be equals to use state from React. And by default, we're going to set this to false. And then after that, down here, we're going to create the function to already fetch data. Now, the way we want to do this is that we're going to have a function to fetch the data, and also we're going to have a side effect that's going to fetch data when someone types on this search input. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to get rid of this search input component, so we have the search input in here, so we can actually watch when someone is typing on that input. So instead of separating into its own component, I'll just get that search input right here. Just get that. I'll just delete this. Basically, don't need this. And then I'll just paste that in here. Okay. Then I'll just get this search. Now, the reason we are doing this, so that it's going to be easier for us to actually monitor when a user is typing. Okay. Track the state. So right here, I'll say the value of this input is going to be the query. And then on change, when someone actually types on this input, we're going to fire an arrow function. We're going to take an event, and then we're going to set the query to event.target.value. I'll get an error, say type string and unable to omit after access this action undefined. Oh, this is going to be a string by default. After that, I'm going to create the function to actually fetch the data. So up here, I'll say const fetch users is going to be equals to an async function. It's going to take an argument, I'll call the argument search query, which is going to default to an empty string. If it's not passed, we'll call the function. Then in here, make use of a try catch block. If there's an error, we're going to console that error, search error, and then finally, we're going to set the loading to false. And then inside the try, before we make the request, we set the loading to true. And then down here, create a variable const response, so it will be equals to await. I'm going to make use of Axios dot make a get request to the route we just created. It's going to be //API/users/search. Okay, that's this route we created right here, user search. And after that, I'm going to pass the params. We're going to call it queue, because remember, inside our app.tss file, we are calling the params queue. Okay, so it has to match these names. So we're going to call it queue from our client, and then we'll pass the search query pass to this function. Okay, this search query is going to be passed to the function when we call this function. And then after we fetch the data, we're going to set the user's state to the response dot the data from the response. Great. So now we have the endpoints to actually fetch the data. So now we have the code we need to actually fetch the data from the server. Now we're going to be fetching this data in two ways. Now, the first case is when a user lands on the application, I just spell this search query correctly. ARCH. So spell this. Okay, so the first case is going to be when the user lands on the application. So we're going to fire a side effect or use the first hook to fetch the data. And the second case is when a user types on these inputs, okay, we're actually going to refetch the data with the query the user actually typed. So for the first case right here, I'll create a user fetch hook. This is really going to run when the component maps for the first time. So we just pass an empty dependency right here, and then in here we're just going to call the fetch users function. This is going to fetch when page loads, and then we're going to create another user fetch hook down here. This one is going to refetch when users type. So in here we're going to say create a delay. Const delay is going to be equals to set time out. The delay is going to be 400 milliseconds, and then in here we just got to fetch users function, and this is going to be for this 400 milliseconds is going to be for the bounce, and then we're going to pass the query as a dependency. So anytime the query changes after 400 milliseconds, it's going to actually fetch the data. We find this fetch users right here, and then down here you're going to actually run a cleanup. I'm going to return an arrow function that is going to fire clear timeout, and then we'll pass in the delay in there. Just format this. Great. So now we can actually handle this right here. So right here, first of all, where we have this follow suggestion, we're going to say this is going to, if there's a query, or say if there's a query, we're going to output search results as we're going to output follow suggestions. And also down here we're going to say if it's loading, if loading is set to true, then we're going to render the loading spinner component we created. And also down here, if it's not loading, and so if it's not loading and the users dot length is equivalent to 0, then we're going to render this div right here, this JSX right here, gives a Tailwind class of this class is right here, and then in here we're going to output an icon user search, which we're going to get from Lucid React. The size is going to be 36, and then I'll give it a Tailwind class of margin bottom of 3, opacity of 70. Then I'll output a paragraph tag. I'm simply going to say no users found, and then I'll give this a Tailwind class text of XM and font of medium. Then after that, right here we're going to say if it's not loading and users dot length is greater than 0, then we're going to render a div right here, which we're going to give a Tailwind class of speaks y of 3, and then inside this div right here we're going to say users dot map. Now what are we mapping through? I'm mapping through this user state right here. Okay, so which means if the user's dot length is greater than 0, then we're actually going to map through it. Okay, dot map, call each of it a user, and then we're just going to return this search card component right here. Paste that right here, and now we have to say the key, because anytime we map through a list in React, you have to specify the key. It's going to be user dot the ID of the user, and we're getting an error. Oh, we didn't add any ampersand here. I also just get rid of this comma here. Okay, great. So if it's not loading and users dot length is equivalent to 0, then we're going to return the users not found. Okay, we didn't find any user when we searched. And also if it's not loading and users dot length greater than 0, then we're going to actually list out the users. So I'll save this. I'll go back to the search page, and we have to specify that it's going to be a client component. So up here I'm going to say this is going to be client component by using the use client directive from Next.js, use client like that, and then that should actually get rid of that. Great. So now we're actually going to get, you can see when we're actually fetching, you actually see the loading indicator right here. So now what we want to do is actually output the data of the user. So for that, we're going to pass the user details to this component right here, this search card component. So I'll say this is going to take a prop called user. I'll just pass in the user in there. So you have to actually specify the type. So I'm going to go to the search card component. Up here, I'm going to say this is going to take a prop called user, and it's going to be of type. The user is going to be of type user, which we're going to get from our types user, like that. And then right here, you can actually output the details of the user. Output the image of the user is going to be the user.image. Now, if there's no image, user doesn't have an image in database, I'm going to output the fallback key. It's going to be avatar. /images /avatar.png. And then right here, the auth is going to be the user.the name of the user or an empty string. And then right here, I'm going to output the username of the user. So say user.username. Then right here, I'm going to output the full name, which is going to be user.the name of the user. And then right here, we're going to output the bio. If the user has a bio, we're going to actually output the bio. Then we'll just cut this off. Then we'll say if user.bio, that's only when we're going to render this right here. Okay. And then in here, we'll just output the user.bio like that. And then right here is going to be the user.counts.followers. Then right here, we're going to have the user.counts.following. And then right here, we're going to have the user.counts.post. Great. Save this. I'll also save this page.tss file. And then we'll go back there. We're actually going to see the we see the user right here, because based on the fact that we are logged in as Jane Doe, we're going to see Igbo Emmanuel right here. And now we'll search for something random, and we are still getting Igbo Emmanuel. I'm just going to scroll up. Oh, that's because we didn't actually pass the query in here. Okay, we have to pass the query in here. So then anytime the query updates, we're going to fetch users using that query we actually pass. Because if we don't pass the query, remember inside our web.ts file, if we pass the query, then this query's variable is going to be set to the query we passed. But if we don't pass the query, it's going to be equals to this empty string right here. And then if the query is not passed, then it's not going to run this condition right here, this query condition right here. It's going to be an empty condition. Okay, great. So I'm just going to save this right here. I'll go back to the application. I'll just search for something random. I'm going to get no users found. Great. So when I search for this particular user, Egbon, we're actually going to get that user. Amazing. Now in this chapter of the tutorial, we're going to implement the profile view feature so that when a user searches for another user, they can actually click on the username of the user or click on the user to actually view that user's profile. So first of all, we're going to create the page for this. So for that, we're going to go over to our Visual Studio Code. Go to SRC app. Inside this protected folder, we're going to create a dynamic route. Now, we're going to be getting the details of the user. We are viewing their profile with their username. Okay, so I'm going to create a dynamic folder. I'll just place in here user name. And then inside this dynamic folder, we're going to create a page.tsx like that. RFC. I'm going to call this profile page, or just call it user profile page. Okay, now remember, I'll just get rid of this. This is a dynamic route, okay, which means we're going to have access to a params called username, okay, in the URL. So right here, we're going to get the params, and then we're going to specify the type of the params. We're going to say the params is going to be, I'll wrap it in a promise. It's going to be an object with value username that's going to be of type string like that. Just format this, and now down here we can simply say const get the username from the param. It's going to be equals to, now since we're going to await this username from the params, we're going to say export default async. We want to make use of await. It's going to be equals to params dot the username. Okay, we're going to await params dot username. And then in here, we're going to make use of our container layout. container. In here, I'm going to specify the title. The title of this page is going to be the name of the user, the username, okay? The username of the user. And we're actually viewing their profile. And then we just show the back button, okay? Because we want to actually show the back button for this particular page. And then in here, I'm just going to output the username of the user for now. I'll save that. So let's actually test this out. So we're going to go over to the search page, go to search, go to page.tss right here. Now where we have that username, where do we have that user? Inside the search card right here. So when we click on this link right here, we're going to say this is going to be / the dynamic user dot username, okay, like that. Save that. And now we'll go back there and over on this, it's going to be / Igbo. Now when we click on this, you can actually see the URL right here, / Igbo, and we can see right here Igbo. We can actually go back, and that's why we actually added that back button, so that we can actually be able to go back to the previous page, and we can click on the username again. It's going to bring us right here. We can actually see Igbo being outputted right here. Okay, great. So now that we're actually pulling the username from the URL, we can make use of this username to actually fetch the data of the user we are viewing their profile, the details of the user. So we're going to create a server action for that. And since we're going to be fetching data, what we're going to do, we're going to actually make use of suspense. So go to that username page. In here, we're going to make use of suspense. So say suspense. Inside that suspense, we're going to output a profile loader component. We obviously have not created that, so let's do that up here. So up here, I'm going to async function profile loader. Spell the profile loader correctly. Anytime we call, is going to pass a prop called username. Then we'll specify the prop type. So the username is going to be of type string. And then right here, we'll just add that prop. So username is going to be equals to the username, like that. And then in here for now, we're just going to return JSX with an empty div. Okay, great. So don't get that JSX error anymore. And then we have to spell this correctly, username. Okay, great. So now all we need to do is create a server action that we're going to pass this username to that server action to fetch the details of the user we're actually trying to view their profile. So in here, I'm just going to output the user name like that. Okay, when we save that, we're still going to see the username of the user right here. Okay, great. But now we're now wrapping this profile loader with a suspense right here. And then for our suspense, the fallback is going to obviously be our loading spinner component like that. So now we have to create a server action that we're going to pass this username to the server action. It's going to actually fetch the details of the user we're actually trying to view their profile. So let's do that. So we're going to create a server action. Let's house a server action. So create a server action called get user profile by username.tx, like that. We're going to export async function, spell the async correctly, get user profile by username. First of all, we're going to get the current user to check if you are authenticated. The current user is going to be equals to, I'm going to await get current user server action. Then we can check if no current user dot ID to check if the user is authenticated. If the user is not authenticated right here, then we just throw unauthorized. Okay, but if the user is not authenticated, obviously the user will not be able to even see this page, okay, because only logged in users can see these protected pages, but it doesn't know how to actually add additional checks. And then after that, down here, create a variable const user is going to be equals to, I'm going to await Prisma dot the user model dot, we want to find a unique user where the username of the user matches the username passed to this function. So we're just going to get the username. So this a username is going to pass, anytime we call this server action, we're going to pass a username that's going to be of type string. Okay, so we're going to get the user where the username matches this username pass right here. Okay, so we make use of the shorthand method. After that, we can specify the field we want to select the image of the user, set that to true. The ID of the user, set that to true. The name of the user, we want to set that to true. The username of the user, set that to true. The bio of the user, set that to true. The created at of the user, set that to true. And also want to get the count of the users. So after this, we're going to say count. We're going to select followers, set that to true. Following, set that to true. And then the post of the user, set that to true. Total number of posts of the user. So now we have to actually check if the logged in user is already following this user too. So right here, we're going to say, we want to get the followers of the user where the follower ID matches the current logged in user, current user dot ID. We are checking if the logged in user follower ID is inside the followers of the user, which means if the logged in user is already following the user. And this is very important to really display the follow or unfollow button in our UI. Then we're going to select the ID of that user and set it to true. Okay. After all these down here, we're going to check if no user, if we didn't get any user that matches that username, we just return null right here. Okay, and then after that, we're going to return an object that's going to have the ID of the user, which is going to be the user dot ID. So basically, we're going to structure the data, okay, in a response. The name is going to be user dot name. The bio is going to be user dot bio. The email is going to be user dot email. I don't think we got the email. Yeah, we didn't actually select the email. Get the email, set that to true. So the email is going to be user dot email. The image is going to be the user dot image. The created art is going to be user dot created art. Then we're going to create a variable called is following, which is going to be if the user dot followers dot length is greater than 0. Okay, so this is going to be true or false depending on this condition. If we find a user, if we find the logged in user ID in here, then the user.followers.length is going to be greater than 0. Okay, and it's going to be true that this logged in user is actually following this user. But if we don't find it in this query, then it's going to be false. Okay, user.followers.length is not going to be greater than 0. It's going to be 0. Okay, which is going to ensure that this is following is going to be false. And then we just also format the count. Set the post to user.count.post. Set the followers to user.count.post. Then we're going to set the following to user. Spell these followers correctly. .count.following. User.count.followers, not .post over here. Great. Then I just rearrange this a bit. So now we have the server action. We need to fetch the details of a user when we view their profile. So let's use that. So to use the server action, I'm going to go to the username page right here. The page to actually view the user. And then up here, we're going to say const. We're going to destructure what we're going to get from the server actions be equals to await get user profile by username, and then we have to pass the username as an argument. Okay, because remember this gets user profile by username expect an argument that's going to be of type string for the username, and then we just destructure out the. And we don't have to destructure, just call the variable user, And also I'm going to get the ID of the current user. So I'll say current user is going to be equal to, I'm going to await get current user, like that, because we're going to pass this current user ID to the profile card component, because we are going to be making use of the profile card component. So we need that ID to know if the user is viewing their profile in their profile page, viewing their profile, or they is trying to view the profile of another user. Okay, and then down here, if we didn't get any user, we're just going to return a div saying, give this a Tailwind class of text white, then reduce the transparency by 80. This div is simply going to say no user found, okay, or no user with this username found, and then this is just going to return the profile card component, and then we'll pass the user prop. The user profile prop is going to be equal to this user we are getting, and we get an error. The property username is missing. So in our types, we didn't actually add the username field. Let's do that. src types. I go to user.ts, and there's actually a username field. Property username is missing in type ID string, or we didn't actually get the username here. Okay, so it expects the username to be gotten from the server action user.username. That's going to actually ensure that this username is actually returned to, because remember, this user.ts expects the username. That's the type we are using inside our profile card, expects this username. Okay, so now when we pass it, it's going to tell us that we need the username, because inside this user profile, I'm making use of that user type right here. But that's naturally not all. We have to actually pass, because right now, this user profile, we created this user profile for the logged in user profile. And you can see right here, we have this edit profile right here. Now, we want to render this user profile card and the details right here based on if the user is the logged in user or if it's another user. So if the user is viewing their own profile, we want them to see this edit profile, actually open the edit profile mode and update their profile. But if they are not, if this is not their profile, I want them to see the follow button. Okay, and also tweak some little details inside this profile card component. So right here, we're going to pass a prop. I'll go inside the profile card component. So you're going to pass in another type. I'll say current user ID, which is going to be of type string. Okay, so anytime we call this profile card component, we have to pass the current user ID. So the current user ID is going to be equals to, remember, we're already getting the current user DT. So I'll say current user right here dot the ID of that current user. So what we're going to do is say if there's a current user, we're going to return a current user, or it's going to be an empty string. Great. So now we're also going to get an error in our profile page because we're not passing the current user ID. So I'm going to go to src app, go to protected, go to profile, go to page.tss right here. We're going to get an error. It says that property current ID is missing in type. So we have to actually get the current user ID right here. So up here, we're going to say const current user is going to be, because I'm going to await get current user, like that. Get current user server action, and then we're just going to pass that current user ID is going to be equal to the current user dot the ID of that current user, or if it's not defined, just pass an empty string. So now we are passing the logged in user ID through this profile card component in both the page profile page and also the user page to view the user. So now inside this profile card, you have to render some JSS conditionally based on if the user is the owner of the profile or not. So up here, I'm going to create a variable const is on profile to check if the user is the owner of the profile. Is going to be equals to if the user profile dot ID, if the ID of the profile we are viewing is equivalent to the current user, and we're not destructuring the current user ID. So just destructure out the current user ID. It's equivalent to the current user ID. Okay, so this is on profile is going to be true if the logged in user profile is the profile being viewed. but it's going to be false if the profile being viewed is not the logged in user's profile. So if his own profile is true, then right here we're going to say if his own profile, then we're going to render this button right here. X, we're going to render a button that's simply going to say follow. Now we're actually going to recreate the follow button to actually render follow or following based on if the user is already following this user. But for now, we're just going to hard code this follow button right here. Then we'll just get these styles. Because we're going to place this follow button in its own component, so you don't have to worry. We'll just use these styles for now. Now that's not actually all. For the bio, the user should not actually see this add bio. So what we're going to do right here is, remember, we're already checking if there's a bio, we're going to output the bio. So we're going to output a button to actually add the bio that's going to open up the module. Now, if this profile is not the logged in user's profile, the user should not see this add bio. Okay. So right here, what we're going to do right here, we're going to say if is on profile, then we're going to render this as we're going to render null. Okay, so basically what we're going to do is that if the user.bio, if there's user.bio, we're going to display their bio as based on if the user is the owner of the profile. If the user is the owner of the profile, we're going to display this add bio button. Okay, this paragraph tag right here. S, we're going to display null. Okay, so I'm going to save this. So let's actually check out the page. So you can see right here, you guys actually see the follow button. But when we go to the user's profile, when the user views their own profile, you're going to see the edit profile module. Okay, great. And now we'll go back to, let's go to search right here. Now click on Egbon right here. You're going to notice that we do not see the edit profile. And we do not see the bio because this user doesn't have a bio. Okay, since the user doesn't have a bio, we also don't see the add bio because you are not actually viewing your own profile. This is Jane viewing Egbon Emmanuel's profile. So we'll go to Jane's profile. Just go to Jane in the URL. You're going to see that we're obviously going to see this is my bio and we see the edit profile. Okay, we actually see the bio right here. Now, with this functionality, we'll be able to view any user's profile. Okay, just search for the user and just click on the user's profile to actually view that particular user's profile. Great. In this chapter of the tutorial, we're going to actually work on the follow functionalities so that users will be able to follow other users. So first of all, we're going to create the endpoint for this. So I'm going to go to SRC right here, app, I'll go to API, and inside these users right here, we're going to create another folder. I'll call this folder follow. And then inside this follow folder, I'm going to create a route.ts file. I'm going to say export async function. It's going to be a post request. It's going to take a request that's going to be of type requests. And then in here, we're going to make use of a try catch block. If there's an error, we're going to console.error, follow error, passing the error, then return a next response.json, fail to update follow status, and then we'll just get next response from next server. And then inside the try block, we can say const current user is going to be equal to, I'm going to await get current user. We're going to get that from our get current user server actions. And now we have to check if the user is not authenticated. If no current user.id, then we're going to return a formal response unauthorized. And then after that, we're going to be passing the username to the request. We're going to destructure that from the request. It's going to be equals to, we're going to await request.json, and then we have to destructure out the user ID. Okay, because when we make the follow request, we're always going to pass the user ID. That's the user we are trying to follow or unfollow. And then after that, then you're going to check if no username was sent through the request. As if no user ID was sent, we're going to return a next response. User ID is required. And then after that, we have to ensure that a user can actually follow themselves. So say if user ID is equivalent to the current user dot the ID of the current logged in user, then Then we're going to return this response. You cannot follow yourself. And then after that, now we have to check if the logged in user already follows this user. So we're going to say const check for an existing follow is going to be equals to, I'm going to await Prisma. We're going to get Prisma from the live folder dot. We're going to make use of the follow model dot find first. We're going to find the follow where the follower ID is the current logged in user. Okay, current logged in user dot current user dot ID, and the following ID user being followed is the user ID. Now here, if you actually find a pair like that the user is already following the user that the ID was sent through the request, then we're going to say if existing follow. Now, if the user is already following the user and the user make a request to this route, we're going to actually unfollow the user. We're going to await Prisma dot the follow model dot delete, use the delete method where the ID matches the existing follow dot ID. And then down here, we're just going to return next response dot JSON with an object following, which is going to be false. And then I'll just format this. But if there's no existing follow, if the user is not already following that user, so now we actually want to write the code to follow the user. And this is to unfollow the user if there is already an existing follow. So down here, we're going to await Prisma dot the user model, not the user model dot the follow model dot create a new follow data. The follower ID is going to be the current user.id. Is going to be the user that's trying to follow another user, while the following ID is going to be the user ID passed through the request. And then after that, we're going to return a response. So just copy this, paste that right here, and this time our following is going to be true. Great. So now we have the endpoint we need to actually implement the follow and unfollow functionality. So anytime we click on the follow button or the unfollow button, it's going to make a request to this route right here. So now, how do we make use of this endpoint? We're going to create a follow button component that's going to be making requests to this endpoint. So I'm going to go over to the SRC folder, component folder, go inside this UI folder right here. I'm going to create a file. I call this component follow button .tsx RFC. Great. And now up here, you have to specify the props that this button is going to take. So as the interface, follow button props. You're going to take your user ID that's going to be of type string, and it's following. That's going to be optional. It's going to be Boolean. And then right here, you can actually pass that type right here, follow button props, and then we destructure out the user ID from the component, and also the is following right here. Great. And then I'll just format this to rearrange this a bit. Up here, I'm going to create a state const following set following is going to be equals to use state from React. And by default, this is going to be set to the is following that is passed through the request, because whenever I call this follow button, you're going to pass this is following Boolean right here. It's going to be true or false. And then after that, create another state down here. Is going to be loading, and set loading is going to be equals to use state from React. And by default, this is going to be false. Now after this right here, we're going to create a function const handle follow is going to be equals to an async function. Make use of a try catch block. Inside the catch, we're basically just going to console.l follow error, and then we can say finally we're going to set the loading to false. And before we make the request in here, we just set the loading to true like that. And then we can simply say const where it's going to be equal to await Axios, get Axios from Axios dot make a post request to the route we just created. It's going to be /API/users/follow. And then we're going to pass the user ID that is passed as a prop to this follow button component. And then after that, we're going to set following to response.data.following. And where is this following coming from? Remember, in our rat.ts, when we return a response, we are returning the following right here, okay, which is going to be true if we follow the user, it's going to be false if we unfollow the user. That's why we are getting that following from the response of data.following. And then after that, we're just going to do a router.refresh. We're not actually getting the router, so let's do that. So okay, const router is going to be equals to use router, which we're going to get from Next navigation. And then right here, we're just going to do router.refresh like that. Format this. And now what are we going to return? We're going to return a JX. It's going to have a button in there. I'll give this button a Tailwind class. It's going to be dynamic, so I'm going to make use of backticks. The static classes are going to be this, and then the dynamic class is going to be if following, then we're going to render these styles, else we're going to render these styles. And if it's following, we're going to render these styles right here, else we're going to render BG of white and a text of black. Then right here, we're going to output, if it's loading, we're going to output ... Else we're also going to check if it's following, then we're going to render following, else we render follow. Format this. Great. So now right here, we can simply say on click, when someone clicks on the follow button, we're just going to run the handle follow function. Okay, this handle follow function we created up here. And then we're going to disable the button. If disabled, if it's loading, we just disable the button. Okay, so disable is going to be equals to, and this disable is going to be true or false based on the state. If the loading is true, it's going to be disabled. If the loading is false, it's not going to be disabled. So now all we have to do is go over to the profile card, go to SRC components, I'll go to profile, go to profile card right here, and right here we're just going to output the follow button. So we just call the follow button component, and now you have to actually pass the user ID. The user ID is going to be equals to the user profile dot the ID of the user we are viewing their profile, and then the is following is going to be equals to user profile dot is following. Okay, because remember in the server action we used to actually fetch the user. Won't go to that server actions. Server action gets current user by profile by username, gets user profile by username. Yeah, this server action right here. Remember, we're actually getting the is following. Okay, so we're going to pass that is following to this is following prop right here. Just format this and save this. So now we can head over to our application and we actually see the follow button because we are not following the user. So I'll click on follow right here. It's going to make the request and we get an error. It says that where's status of the button. I'm just going to trace this inside this terminal right here. I'm getting a 500 error. Argument invalid provided. Oh, we are making a mistake here. We are not. It's not going to be the following. It's going to be the following ID. Okay, my bad. So I'm just going to head back to that route right here. I'm going to actually correct this. It's actually correct. Yeah, this is going to be the following ID, not following. Following ID. Just have to correct that. Following ID. So I just save this and do that again. Just refresh this and then click on follow right here. We get that request press. Brilliant. And we can actually see right here 1 followers, and then we click again, it's going to actually load, then you're going to get 0 followers. Amazing. So with that, we've actually implemented the follow functionality. So now I'm just going to follow Egbo Emmanuel. So I just click on follow, and now Jane is actually now following Egbo Emmanuel. Egbo Emmanuel now has 1 follower, and now I won't go over to Jane's profile. We're going to see right here following 1. Jane is following 1 user. Amazing. In this chapter of the tutorial, we're going to work on the UI for the feed page. So I'm going to go to the feed page protected feed page.tss right here. Now in place of this div, I'm just going to get rid of this. I want to call a feeds component right here. Now obviously we've not created this component, so let's actually do that. So I want to go to src components. I create a folder called feed. Inside this feed folder, I'm going to create a feeds.tss component. RFC. Then we'll just get rid of this, and then we'll just head over to the page.tss file, the feed page. We're just going to get the feed component in here, and then inside this feeds.tss file, first I'm going to make use of our container layout. So I'll just call the container layout right here. Then a title is going to be for you. Then yeah, first of all, I'm going to create a component called create post action. Okay, as a component we have to click on to actually open up the post module. And the final project, we will click on this right here on this create action component, where it's going to open up the create post module. Okay, so this is what we're actually going to click on to actually open up the create post module. So now that we are making use of container here, we can actually get rid of this container right here. Okay, since we're already wrapping this feeds component right here with this container layout, and in here we'll actually create a component, okay, to actually that we're going to click on to open up the module. So I go inside the src folder components, inside this feed folder right here, I'll create a component called create post action.tss RFC, and then inside this feeds.tss I'm just going to call the create post action like that. And then inside this create post action right here, first of all, just get rid of this imports. It's going to return a div. I'll give this div a Tailwind class of flex item center gap of 4 border of bottom, then the border color is going to be border, then padding vertical of 2. And now inside this div we're going to create a link tag. We're going to get this link tag from next link, and then it's going to have an href that's going to point to /profile. Okay, basically when a user clicks on this image, it's going to take them to their profile. So right here, you're going to actually output the logged in user's avatar. So I'll call the avatar component we created. Now the image src is going to be, now we have to get the session of the user. Now this is going to be a client component, so we're going to make use of our global state in here to open up the module. So up here I'll say use client. Okay, now in previous chapters, when we want to actually get the session of the user, we were getting it on the server. So now we actually want to get the session of the user on the client. So to do that, it's very simple. We're going to say const with the structure we're going to get. It's going to be because we're going to make use of the auth clients. Okay, the Better Auth client dot use session like that. And now we're going to have access to data, and then we're going to rename this data session. And then right here we can simply say the image src is going to be the session dot user dot the image of the user. Okay, or we're going to have a fallback value for when a user doesn't have an avatar. It's going to be /images /avatar dot png. The auth test is going to be equals to use session dot user dot the name of the user or empty string. Then we have to specify the width. I'll give it a width of 40 and a height of 40. I'll just format this. Great, save it. Now check out what we're actually getting. I actually see the image right here. Okay, the profile image of the logged in user. Now after this avatar right here, what we're going to do next, down here we're going to create a div which we're going to give a Tailwind class of width of full, display of flex, justify of between, items of center. And then inside this div I'm going to create a paragraph tag. I give this a Tailwind class of text of method, text of xm, and a cursor of pointer. And then in here, this paragraph tag is simply going to output what's new. And then after this paragraph tag, we're going to output a component called post button, which was not created. We're going to create this component, because the reason I'm actually using a component for this is because I want to reuse this button in other parts of the application. So I'm going to call this post button. So I'm going to go to this UI folder right here, actually create this component. I'll create a component called post button.tsx rfc, and then we'll just import that post button right here. Get post button right here. And now inside this post button component, I'm going to say interface post button props. Now anytime we call this post button component, we're going to pass in a title that is going to be of type string. We're going to pass an onClick, which is going to be optional. It's going to be an out function. It's going to be a function that's going to return void. And then we're going to pass in a disabled. It's going to be optional. It's going to be boolean. And then in here, we'll just pass that type post button props. And then we're just going to destructure the title, the onClick, and then we'll destructure the disabled. And then this is going to return a JSX. We're going to have a button tag in there. I gave this button a Tailwind class. We're going to make use of dynamic classes. So I'll use backticks. Now these are going to be the static styles that are going to apply to the button. A border of border. The border color is going to be border px3, py1, one net of lj, a text of white, a font of semi-bold, cursor of pointer, then an hover, a bg surface of hover. Then we're going to add the dynamic style. We're going to say if the button is disabled, then we're going to give the button this styles. We're going to give it these styles. So basically, if the button is disabled, we'll give it opacity of 50, like that. And then in here, I'm just going to output the title right here. And then the button is going to be disabled. It's going to be equals to the disabled value we are passing, right, as a prop. And then onClick, the onClick of the button is going to run the onClick function we pass to this component as a prop, capital C right here. And now when we call this post button right here, we have to pass a title, and the title is simply going to be post right here. And then when someone clicks on this button, what function do we want to run? We want to actually open the create post module. So we're going to get that from our substance store. Remember, inside our store, go to SRC, not app, go to store. We have this use modal store right here, and we have the is create post open right here. So we're going to set this is create open to true, which is going to be this function right here, open create post. Let's get it from the store. So go back to our create post action up here. We're going to say const. We're going to structure what we're going to get. It's going to be equal to use modal store, and then we're going to get the open create post. And then when we click on this button, I'm going to say on click. We're just going to want the open create post function. And also when we click on this paragraph tags to say what's new, we're going to say on click. We're going to want the open create post function. Just format this. Great. And now we'll go back to the project. You actually see those right here, and the structure is actually all wrong. Basically this div we are creating right here, this div for this text right here, and also for this post button, are not supposed to be inside the container for this one, inside the link tag. The link tag is basically for just this image right here. So what we're going to do, just cut this div and place it outside of this link tag, and then this should actually give us a better. So now we'll click on what's new. We open up the module and we'll click on post. We're going to open up the module. Great. So we've not actually created the module yet, so we're actually not going to see anything. So let's actually create the module. So I'll go to the modules folder. I'll go to SRC component module right here. I want to create another module. I'll create a module called create post module.tsx rfc. Let's get rid of this. So first of all, we're going to actually return our module component. We're going to return the module component. We'll pass a title to it. The title is going to be create post. So now we have to pass the is open and the unclose. So what we're going to get the global state from our store. So I'll say const. I'm going to show what we are going to get. It's going to be equal to the use module store. And from the use module store, we're going to destructure the is create post open and the close create post. And in here, I'm going to say on close is going to be equals to close create post, and then the is open is going to be equals to is create post open, like that. And then inside this module, for now, I'm just going to output a paragraph tag called create post. Okay, great. And then this module we just create now, this create post module, we're going to take this module and place this module in our layout files. So I'm going to go to src app protected, this layout file for this protected folder. I'm going to open this up, and then in here I'm going to call the create post module, like that. Great. And now we'll go back to our application, and we have to specify that that's going to be a client component. So go to that create post module up here. We have to say use client, like that. And now when we click on this, it's going to open up the create post module. Great. Also when we click on this test, it's going to open up the create post module. Excellent. So let's actually create the UI for the create post module. So first of all, get rid of this right here. And I want to create a div. I give this div a Tailwind class, display of flex, items, stats, gap of 3, and margin top of 3. And I'm going to actually output the avatar. It's going to be similar with what we did in this create post action. So I'm just going to copy this one right here. Then I just paste that right here. And then you have to get the session of the user. So we just copy this right here because this is a client component. So we just paste that up here. Okay, and then just import this auth client from our auth client file. And then when we click on this, we should be able to see that image right here. Post, and we actually see that. Great. After this, I'm going to create a div which I'm going to give a Tailwind class of width of full. Then I'm going to create a paragraph tag that's going to output the name of the user. So I'll say session dot user dot name of the user, and then I'll give this paragraph tag a Tailwind class, a text of white, a font of semi-bold, and a margin bottom of 1. I'll save that, and we should actually see that right here. Great. We see the name of the user. Great. So now we're going to create the auto size test area that we can actually type on. So down here, we're going to actually create the component right here created. So I want to go to this UI folder. I'll create a component. I'll call the component auto size text area.tsx rfc. Just get rid of this. And first of all, we're going to define the props we're going to pass to this component as an interface. Auto size test area props. It's going to have a place holder. It's going to be optional. It's going to be of type string. A maximum height that's going to be optional. It's going to be of type number. Pass in a value that's going to be optional. It's going to be of type string. And then finally, on change, it's going to be optional too. And it's going to be an arrow function. It's going to take an event. It's going to be of type react.change events. It's going to be HTML text area elements, and it's going to return. The function is going to return void. And then right here, you can actually pass the type right here. Say this is going to be auto size test area. Then you can destructure the props, the placeholder, the maximum height, the value, and also the on change, like that. And now I'm going to set the maximum height default to 400. So if we don't pass any maximum height, we won't call this component. It's going to default to 400. So right here, I'm going to return a JSX. Now this day is simply going to return a test area right here. And the test here is going to have a Tailwind class of this types right here, a width of full, resize of null, BG of transparent, text of white, a placeholder of text muted, outline of null, text of XM, and leading of relaxed. And then after that, we're going to pass the value. The value is going to be the value we are passing as a prop. This value we are passing as a prop. Then the placeholder of the test area is going to be equals to the placeholder I'll pass as a prop. This placeholder right here. And for the number of rows, I just want one row. So next, we're going to create two things. We're going to create a ref and a function to actually handle the input. So up here, I'm going to create a ref const test area ref is going to be equals to use ref, which is going to be by default is going to be null, and it's going to be of type HTML test area elements. Then after that, we're going to create a function const handle input is going to be equals to an out function, and this function is going to take an event which is going to be a react.change event, and it's going to be HTML input element. And then inside this function, what are we going to do? Spell this correctly, test area ref. In here, we're going to say const test area, create a variable called test here is going to be equals to the test area ref dot comment. That's this test area ref we created up here. And then after that, we're going to check if no test area. If there's no test area, we just return right here. Then you're going to do test area dot height. Sorry, access the style dot height is going to be equals to auto. So basically what we are trying to implement with this function is that we want the test area, as we type and handle the test area, we want the test area to expand based on the content in the test area. Okay, so we are setting the height of the test area to auto. Then after that, we're going to say if text area dot scroll height is greater than the maximum height, then we're going to say text area dot style dot height is going to be equals to maximum height, and then we're going to concatenate that with this string pixels, and then text area dot style dot overflow y is going to be equals to auto, and this is going to be if text area dot scroll height is greater than maximum height. If the scroll height of the text area is greater than the maximum height, but x. If it's not, then we'll say x. I'm going to say text area dot style dot height is going to be equals to text area dot scroll height. Then we're going to concatenate it with pixels. Then text area dot style dot overflow y is going to be equals to, is going to be hidden. And then now you're going to say on change, pass the event in here. I will get an error. Arguments of type HTML input elements are assignable to type. Oh, we are supposed to be using HTML text area right here. Text area elements. Great. So now we have the function. When we type on the input, the text area is going to expand on its own. I'm going to copy this handle input right here. I just scroll down. Now right here, I just format these. We're going to say on change. When someone types on the text area, I'll say on change. We just run this handle input, and then the ref is going to be text area ref, like that. Just format this. Now we have the auto size test area. Let's actually use it. And to use it, we just go to our create post model. We just call the auto size text area, like that. The placeholder is going to be write something, and for the value, we're going to create a state for that. So up here, I'll create a state. I'm going to say const content set content is going to be equals to use state from React, and by default it's going to be an empty string. And then right here we're going to say the value of this test area is going to be equals to the content state, and then on change, the unchange we are passing. Remember, inside this test area we're passing an unchange function to it. Okay, so the unchange prop is going to be equals to, and our function is going to take an event and it's going to set the set content to event.target dot value like that. Yeah, just format this. Great. So now when we actually go back to our module, you actually see we have the, just click on post, you actually have the test UI right here. Okay, you can see the test UI is going to expand as we type. Okay, it's actually going to expand as we are typing on the test area. Great. And when we type to some extent, when we exceed the maximum height, we're going to see this scroll bar right here. Okay, to actually scroll through, we actually exceed the maximum height. Now these are the type of components you're going to see on modern social media application. Okay, after this div for the test area and the avatar, I'll just wipe this off. After this div right here, down here, we're going to create a div. Now this div is going to be the div that will wrap around the button to select an emoji and also to select an image. So I'll give this a Tailwind class of flex, items, center, gap of 3, a text of text muted, margin vertical of 3, and a position of relative. After that, I'm going to create a button right here. And this is going to be the button to actually select an image. So I just put an image icon, which I'm going to get from Lucid React. I'll give this a Tailwind class, cursor, pointer, and a size of 20. And after that, I'm going to create another button tag right here. This one is going to be to actually select an emoji. So I just copy this and then I'll paste that in here. Then this icon, the name of this icon is going to be smile, which we're going to get from Lucid React. Great. Save that, and we should actually see that right here. When we open the post module, we see the image right here, the image icon and the smiley icon. Now when we click on this image right here, we want to actually be able to select an image, and also click on this smiley emoji. You want to be able to select emoji when we want to create a post. Okay, great. So let's do that. So first of all, we're going to handle the image upload. So we're going to create a state up here. We're going to create a state up here. Say const image preview set image preview is going to be equals to use state from React, and by default is going to be an empty string. Now after that, we're going to create the input, because remember we need a file input to actually select an image. Now we're not going to be clicking on the file input, we're going to be clicking on this right here, on this right here. Okay, so we're going to make use of ref in React to reference this to the file input. So inside this div, after this button right here, we're going to call an input tag, which is going to be of type file. It's going to accept only images extension, and then we'll save that, and we should be able to see the input right here. Okay, can actually see the input right here, but we don't want to see the input. We want the inputs to be hidden. We want to use this to actually select files. So what we're going to do in this case is very simple. We'll give this a hidden attribute. Okay, that's going to ensure that we don't actually see that in the UI. So we're going to create a ref to reference this input to this button right here. So let's do that. So up here, we're going to create a ref const file ref is going to be equals to use ref, which we're going to get from React. By default is going to be null, and the type is going to be HTML input elements like that. You can simply say the ref is going to be equals to the file ref we just created right here. And then when someone clicks on this image icon, say on click, you want to fire an arrow function. I'll just call this file input ref. This is actually a better name, file input ref. Okay, call this file input ref. Okay, so if someone clicks on it, it's going to fire an arrow function that's going to say the file input ref dot current dot click. Okay, when we click on this, it's going to reference the input. It's going to look like we're actually clicking the file input. So when I click on that, it's actually going to open up the file. Okay, great. Because of this function, we added file input ref dot current dot click. So now let's actually handle the image upload. So we're going to create a function up here. I'm going to say const handle image change. It's going to be equals to an arrow function. It's going to take an event. That event is going to be React dot change event, which is going to be HTML input elements. And then in here, I'll say const file is going to be equals to event dot target dot files. I want the one at the index of 0. And then we can simply say if no file, we're just going to return right here. Then after that, I'm going to create a variable const preview. It's going to be equals to URL dot create object URL. I'm going to pass in the file in there, and then we're going to set the image preview state we created. We'll set it to the preview we're getting. Okay, so basically when we handle the file, we're going to get the file, and then we're going to create an object URL to actually view the file. Okay, URL to create object URL, passing the file, and then after we get the URL, we're going to set this image preview state to the URL, to the temporary URL, to actually view this in the browser. And after that, after this test area right here, just immediately after this test area, we're going to say if image preview, then we're going to render this right here, this JSS right here, which we're going to create a div for. Give this div a Tailwind class. I'm going to make use of this Tailwind class right here. A position of relative, margin top of 3, radius of X, overflow of hidden, width of full, height of 64. And then inside the div, we're going to output an image. So make use of the image tag from next image. The image SRC is going to be the preview state. Remember, the preview state, the image SRC is going to be image preview state. Now remember, this image preview state, when we upload an image, we're going to set the image preview state to that preview, but by default, the image preview is going to be null, or it's going to be either be null or it's going to be of type string. Okay, which means if we have not actually selected an image, it's going to be of type null. Or when we actually select an image, I'm going to convert the image and generate a temporary URL string to view the image. I'm going to set it to this state. It's going to be of type string. And then right here, we're going to say the auth there is going to be, I just use preview image. I give it a fee property, and then Tailwind class, I'll do object cover. And after this image right here, you're going to create a button tag. I give this button a Tailwind class. I give it these classes right here, and then in here, we're going to output an icon from Lucid React. The size is going to be 16, and it's going to have a Tailwind class of text of white. Now, what is this button going to do? Just rearrange this a bit. What this button is simply going to do is that when we click on this button, we're actually going to set the image preview back to null. So we're going to say on click, we're going to run a function called remove image. Okay, and then up here, we're going to create that function. So I just copy this right here. Up here, create a function, const, paste that right here. It's going to be equals to an arrow function. And when we run this function, it's going to set the image preview back to null. Also, the reason I'm actually making this a function can actually call is because right here we also want to set, when we actually want to send the image to the server, remember we're going to have another state to host the file. So when we actually click on remove image, we're actually going to set the image preview to null, and also set the image file back to null. So for now, just set the image preview to null. And then right here, we're going to say on click remove image. So I'll save that, and let's actually test all this out. So we'll go back to our model right here. We'll just select an image. Select this image right here, open. And we don't actually see anything. I think that's because we've not actually handled the input. We created this function handle image, but we didn't actually use the function. So I'll just copy this. Now I'm going to go over to the file, the image file, the file input, which is this right here. We're going to say on change. When this changes, we're going to actually fire this function and do image change. Save that. And now when we select a file, we should be able to preview that right here. Select another file. I should be able to preview the file right here. Great. So now we're going to work on the emoji. Okay, so that we can actually select emoji. So first of all, we have to actually install a library. I'll just open up this terminal right here. Stop this development server. I'm going to install emoji picker React. So I'll say pnpm install emoji picker React, like that. That's going to actually install the package for us. So I just want the development server again, npm run dev. First of all, I'm going to create a state up here to actually display the emoji picker. So up here, create a state const show emoji picker set show emoji picker, which is going to be equals to use state from React. And by default, this is going to be false. And then after that, I'm going to create a function down here, const handle emoji click. It's going to be equals to an arrow function. Now we're going to pass an argument to this function. I'll call it emoji data, which is going to be of type emoji click data. And we're going to import emoji click data up here from emoji picker React. And then in here, we're going to set our content state. Remember, when we type in our test area, we have a state right here, content. Okay, that's actually going to handle when we actually type on this test area right here. Okay, so we're going to set the content, get the previous state of the content. Then the previous state, we're going to concatenate that previous state to the emoji data dot the emoji that we clicked on. So we are attaching the emoji we clicked on to the existing content string state. Okay, great. So next we're going to create a function to actually open up the emoji picker. I'm going to hook up the function to this smile button right here, this smile emoji button. So I'll say on click, we're going to run an arrow function. The show emoji picker is going to fire set emoji picker. The set emoji picker function, we're just going to set we're going to get the previous state of the emoji picker, of the show emoji picker, and then we just set it to the previous state. Okay, so basically what we are doing is we are toggling the states from true to false and false to true. So if the emoji picker state is set to true, when we click on this button, it's going to set it to false. If it's false, it's going to set it to true. So we are basically just toggling the state. Now after that, we have to actually display the emoji picker component. Okay, so when we click on this to actually show, it's going to actually show it to the UI, and the user can actually pick an emoji. So down here we're going to say show emoji picker. If that's true, we're going to render this JSS right here. We're going to create a div and give this a Tailwind class of absolute, bottom of 0, of 20, and a z of 50. And then in here, we're just going to output the emoji picker component, which we're going to get up here from emoji picker. We're going to get the emoji picker component from emoji picker. And then right here, we're going to say the theme is going to be equals to theme dot dark. And then on emoji click, we're going to run the handle emoji click we created, which is going to be this handle emoji click we have up here, handle emoji click. Okay, great. So that's basically all. So I'll just format this. Now we'll go to the create post mode and we'll select this. We can actually open up this emoji picker right here. Okay, and now we'll select an emoji. We're going to see that emoji right here. We can type right here, say this app is amazing, and then we just select an emoji. And you can see we're actually selecting an emoji. Great. So I click on this to actually close up the emoji picker. Great. And then finally, just before this closing modal tag, we're going to create a div, which we're going to give a Tailwind class of flex, justify of end. And in here, we're going to output a post button component. Remember, we created a post button component in our UI folder, okay, that we can reuse. And the title is simply going to be post. Save that, and we should actually see that right here. Great, we see the post button right here. So now we are basically done with the create post module components. Now you can see right here that when we click on this, it's going to open up the post module. Now we also want this to actually open up the post module, and also when we go over to mobile, we also want this to open up the post module. So let's actually do that. So we're going to go to the sidebar, go to src components, general. I'll go to sidebar.tss right here, and I'm going to get that modal store right here. So const, we're going to destructure what we're going to get is to be equals to use modal store. And what are we getting? We're getting the open create post. And then right here, we'll click on that plus button. Where is that button? This button right here. We'll click on this action button. It's going to fire the open create post. Save that. I want to click on this. It's going to actually open up the create post module. And also for mobile, I just copy this. I also want to do the same thing for mobile. So for mobile menu, I just paste this up here. Then we're going to import this use module store. I'm going to click on the plus button and click. We're just going to run the open create post function. Save that. Now we'll get over to for mobile devices. I click on this, then actually open up the module. Great. So now that we have the create post module, we can actually work on creating the post, okay? Because remember, we need the post to actually create the UI for the other parts of the application. So actually going to work on the functionality to create a new post. So first of all, we're going to create an endpoint for this. So I'm going to go over to SRC app API right here. I create a folder called posts. And then inside this folder, I'm going to create a route.ts file. Up here, we're going to say export async function post. Make use of a try catch block. If there's an error, we actually go to console.error, create post error, pass the error, then return the next response on JSON, fail to create post, and then we just get the next response from next server. And then in here, I'll create a variable const current user is going to be equals to, I'm going to await get current user, and we're going to check if no current user ID. If no current user ID, then we're going to return unauthorized. And then now you're going to create a variable const form data is going to be equals to, we're going to await. Now I have to get the request from this function right here, which is going to be of type request. We await request.form data. And then down here, const create a variable const war content is going to be equals to form data dot get. I'm going to get the content sent through the request as a string or no. It could be a string or no, because the user can decide just to upload an image for their post. Okay, then const content is going to be equal to the raw content dot string. Then after that, remove this. We're going to create a variable const image file. The image we are sending to the request is going to be equals to form data dot get image, and we're going to get the image as file, or it could also be none if no image was actually selected. Then you can create a variable let image data is going to be of type null or type Cloudinary upload result is going to be equals to, for now it's going to be enforced to null. And then we can check if an image was sent to the request, or say if image file was sent to the request. If you have an image file, then the image data variable, as this image data variable that was set to null by default, is going to be equals to, we're going to await upload to Cloudinary, and we have to pass the image file as an argument, because remember, our upload to Cloudinary expects a file. Okay, the file we are sending through the request. And then after that, that's if the image was sent through the request, then the image data is going to be equals to what the result we get from this upload to Cloudinary, else by default is going to be null. After that, we're going to do some basic validation. We'll say if no contents and if no image file. Okay, so now we want to return a response when both of them are empty, because if there's content and no image file, we want to send a request. If there's an image file and no content, we want to send a request. But if both of them are empty, we want to return a response that the posts cannot be empty. And then after that, we're going to create a variable const post is going to be equals to, I want to await Prisma dot the post model dot create, passing the data I want to create. First of all, the content is going to be the content variable or null. The image of the post is going to be image data dot the secure URL, or is going to be null. And then lastly, we have to specify the ID of the user creating the post, which is going to be the author ID, which is going to be current user, the current logged in user dot the ID of the current logged in user. And now we'll just include author. I want to send a response. We select the ID of the author that created the post, the username, the name, and the image of that user. And then after that, down here, we're just going to return a next response.json. I'll just pass in the post in there. So we now have the endpoints to create a new post. Okay. So once I want to create a new post, just send the request to this endpoint right here. So now we want to make a request to this endpoint to create a post. So we're going to go over to our module, go to SRC components, go to module, go to this create post module right here. Okay, and here's where we are actually going to make that request. Now in here, first of all, we're going to create another state to actually hold our file. Remember, we already have a state to hold the string to preview the image. So we're going to create a state to hold the file. So I'll say const image file set image file is going to be equals to use state from React, and by default this is going to be null, and it's going to be of type file, or it's going to be null like that. And before we actually set the preview, we'll get the file. We just set the image file to the file right here. So now we have the file and the preview, and also we have the content. So now let's create a function to send this to our endpoint. So down here, I want to create a function const handle submit is going to be equals to an async function. Make use of the try catch block in here. If there's an error, we're going to console.error, and then we just create a loading state. Up here, I'm going to say const loading set loading is going to be equals to use state, which by default is going to be set to false. And then down here, we can simply say finally we just set loading to false. And then before we make the request, we just set loading to true here. And then after that, we'll create a form data variable. Form data is going to be equals to new form data. Now we're making use of form data. We are sending a file through the request, and then we can say if there's contents, if the content state is not empty, then we're going to append the content. Form data dot append. We're going to append the contents, call it content, and then pass the content state. Now these names has to match with the names we are using in this part right here, content and image. They actually have to match. And then also down here, you can say if image file. So if there's an image file, we're going to say form data dot append. Call it image. That's to match the name we're using our route to pass the image file right here. Then after that, down here, we're going to await Axios dot make a post request to the route we just created, which is going to be /API /post. Okay, going to be these routes right here, API /post. Then we just pass the form data right here. Then after that, we're going to reset the form. So we're going to set the content to empty string, set the image file back to null, set the image preview back to null, and also we're going to close the create post model. Okay, now right here, this is where we're actually going to invalidate the post. After we fetch the data on the client with React query, after we fetch that, then we are right here going to write a code to invalidate the query, telling React query to actually refetch the post. Okay, but for now, we're just going to actually run this right here, set all this back to their default state, and close the create post module. So now I'll just copy this handle submit right here. I'll scroll down to the post button component. Then I'm going to say on click. I'm going to run this handle submit, and then disabled is going to be equals to the loading states. And then we can simply say the title is going to be equals to, if it's loading, we're going to render this posting. S, we just render post. Great. So let's actually test this out. I just start my server again. pnpm run dev. I just click on post right here, and then we can simply type first post. Then click on post. It's actually posted. And we can select an image. You can say first post with image and emoji. Select an emoji, and then we just select an image. I just choose this image right here. Now click on post, and it's actually posted. Now, since we're not fetching the data, we're not going to really see this on the UI. So we actually check our database for new posts. So I just open up my terminal, then I just do pnpm dlx prisma studio. Now when we actually load up our studio right here, you can actually see we have two posts right here. Okay, we have the first post we just created, and we have the first post with image and emoji. Now for the very first post, we now actually select an image, so the image is going to be null by default. For the second post, we selected an image, so the image was uploaded to Cloudinary, and those secure URL of the string was actually saved in the database. In this chapter of the tutorial, we're going to work on actually fetching the post, actually displaying the post on the UI. We want to fetch the post from the server and actually display the post to this UI right here. Okay. So we have to write the code and actually pull the data from the database. Now we're going to be doing this differently from what we actually did in previous chapters when we were using server actions and fetch data on the server. We want to fetch this data from the client. Okay. So the very first thing we have to do, we're going to create an endpoint for this. So I'm going to go to SRC app. I'll go to API folder. I'm going to go to our post folder. I'll go into this var.ts inside this post folder. Now after this post function right here, I'm just going to wrap this up. Down here, I'm going to create another function, export async function get. We're just going to take a request that's going to be of type request. And then in here, we're going to make use of a try catch block. If there's an error, we're just going to output fetch post error, then return a next response, fail to fetch post, and then inside the try block, I'm going to say const, I want the structure what I'm going to get. It's going to be equals to new URL, and then I'm going to pass in the request.url in there. And then we're going to destructure the search params. We're going to pass to this request. So anytime we make a request to this, and we get request to this function right here, we're going to send a search params from our client. Then after that, I'm going to create a variable const current user to get the current user. It's going to be equal to, I'm going to await get current user. I'll get current user server action. And now we're going to be fetching this data in batches, okay? Because remember, we want to implement infinite scroll on our client. So we're going to be fetching this data in batches, in pages. So we have to set a limit. So say const, or I call this the default limit is going to be equals to 3. Now you can set this to the number that actually suits your application. You could say you want 2 posts per page, or 4 posts per page, or 6 posts per page. Okay, and this is the amount of number of posts that's going to be fetched per page for every time a user scrolls. So the default, I want to set mine to 3, and then after that, I'm going to say const cursor is going to be equals to search params dot get cursor. And now we can actually set a limit. I'm going to say const the limit is going to be equals to. This cursor is like an index point to tell React query the particular ID of the post you stopped at. Okay, so you know the reference points of post to start from fetching. Okay, so if you have 6 posts and we fetched about 3, the cursor is going to be the ID of the last post, which is going to be the 3rd post. So the React query is going to start fetching from the 4th post. Okay, so this cursor is like a reference point for the way React query is actually going to start fetching. I'm going to convert this to a number. Say number, then pass the search params dot get limits. Okay, because just the way we are sending the cursor anytime we make a request, we're also going to send this limit. This is just the default limit. Okay, so in case for some reason our client is actually past the limits, we're just going to make use of this default limit. So if there's no limit, we just make use of the default limit like that. Then down here, we're going to create a variable post, which is going to be equals to, I'm going to await Prisma dot the post model dot find many. Now we're going to actually specify how many we want to take. So say take limit plus 1. Now, what is this limit? This limit is the limit we are passing. So if we set the limit to 2 in our client, when we send this request, the limit is going to be 2. But if we don't send any limit, it's going to default to this limit, this default limit right here, which is going to be 3. Okay, so say we are making use of this default limit, or we send 3 as our limit, it's going to be limit, which is 3 plus 1, which means we want to fetch 3 posts plus 1 extra post. Now this extra post is to know if we still have an additional post, because if there's no extra post to be fetched, which means there's no longer any post we have the last page. Then after that, we're going to order by created as in a descending order. And then after that, we have to specify the cursor. So if there's a cursor, if we send a cursor, because for the first request, we do not have a cursor. For the very first request, we want to fetch the first page, which is from the first post to the 3rd post. Okay, so from the 2nd page, that's when we're going to have a cursor. So we have to check if there's a cursor. They want to fetch from the post where the ID matches the cursor, as the cursor is going to be undefined. Which means if you don't have a cursor for the very first page, the cursor is going to be undefined. Now we can specify how many we want to skip. If there's a cursor, then we're going to skip 1, as we don't want to skip any post. And then after that, we're going to include the author. We're going to select the ID of the user, the username of the user, the name of the user, and the image of the user. And also want to get the likes of the user. Get the likes where user ID matches the current user dot ID. And we're going to select the ID, set that to true. And then also we're going to get the counts. Select the likes and the comments count of the post. So the likes is going to be true, likes counts true, the comments counts true. And then after all these, you have to set the pagination logic. So then you say the pagination logic. We're going to create a variable const has more. It's going to be equals to post.length. If post.length is greater than limits. Okay, now the reason why this is going to be true is because has more. Remember, when we fetch the post up here, we are fetching the post, we are taking the limit plus an extra 1. Okay, now if the post.length, if there's an extra post, which means the limit is 3. Okay, we fetch the limit. I set the limit as 3, as default limit as 3. So let's just assume the limit is 3. Okay, we're passing 3 as our limit. Now, if we fetch 3 posts and there's still an additional post, which means this plus 1 is going to be true, we're going to fetch 4 posts. So if you are fetching 4 posts, then the post.length is going to be greater than the limit, which means there's more, has more is going to be true. But if we're in the final page or we just have 3 posts, when we fetch 3, we are not going to get an extra post. This plus 1 is going to be false. We're not going to get an extra post, which means post.length is going to be greater than limit, which means has more is going to be false. That's what we are doing there. And then after that, we can create a variable const items going to be equals to, if has more is true, then post dot slice 0, pass in the limit, or we return the post like that. So what are we doing here? Now, we just added this extra post, this +1 right here, just to check if we have an additional page. So before we return our response, we have to actually slice out that extra post we got, okay? So after we've checked if has more is true, so if has more, we're going to do post.slice. The items we are returning is going to be post.slice. Remove that extra item we fetch because we don't want to fetch 4 for our response. We want to fetch 2. So we're going to remove the extra one we fetch to check if has more is true, okay? Now, if there's no has more, then which means the post.length is 3. We just return the post. And then down here, I'm going to say const to create a variable next cursor is going to be equals to has more. If the has more is true, then we're going to say items dot length minus 1 dot id or null. Then after that, we just return, because right now, remember that the ID of the item, the last item in the index, is going to be the cursor to where our starting point for the next page, okay? So that's why we're actually extracting the ID. So if it has more, we're going to get the items.length minus 1, get the ID of that item, and then if there's no has more, then we'll just return null. So now just return a next response dot JSON. Post is going to be the items, and then pass in the next cursor like that. Then just format this. Okay, great. So now we have the endpoint logic we need to actually fetch post. So now we have this endpoint. We're going to create a hook to actually fetch this data. Now, before we do that, we have to actually install React Query, because we're going to be making use of the React Query use infinite query hook to actually fetch our paginated data. So I'm going to actually install that. So just open this up. I'll stop this development server. I'll say pm install at Stack React Query. So I just run the development server again, pm run dev. So now we have to actually set up React Query. So what we're going to do, we're going to go over to our root SRC folder, SRC. I'll go inside this protected right here, because the pages inside this protected, these are the pages I'm going to make use of React Query, okay? So I just go inside this layout.ts right here. Now, we could actually set up React Query here, but we have to actually convert this to a client component, and that's actually bad practice in Next.js. So what we're going to do instead, we're going to create a layout file, or basically a provider. So I'll go inside my SRC folder. I'll create a folder called providers. Inside this provider, I'm going to create a query provider.tsx RFC. Get rid of this React import. First of all, this is going to take a prop, which we're going to call children. It's going to be the children, because we're going to wrap our layout file with this query provider component. Okay, just what we're doing when we're making use of our container layout. Okay, and this is going to be of type, the children is going to be of type React node, like that. And then in here we can simply say const, create a state, const query client is going to be equals to use state, and default value is going to be a new query client instance. Client, I'll just import this query client from our Stack React Query. After that, basically just return a JSS. I'll say query client provider, and then in here we just output the children. Okay, so the whatever children we wrap these components around, they're going to be rendered inside this query client provider, and then we can simply say the client is going to be equals to this query client state we just created up here. So now, since we are making use of state here and also the query client, we have to convert this to a client component. Now, we're going to convert this to a client component so that we can keep this layout.ts file as a server component. So up here, we're going to say use client like that. And then inside this layout.tss file, we're going to wrap everything here with this query provider right here. So I just cut this off. Then right here, I'm going to say query provider, which is going to import from our query provider, and then just paste that in here. Okay, this query provider right here, which means these components and these children are going to be rendered via this children right now in here. So now we don't have access to React query. So now we're going to create a custom hook to actually fetch the data. So I'll go to our custom hook folder, custom hooks. I don't think we have a custom hook folder, so I'm going to create one. Create a folder called custom hooks or hooks. In here, I'm going to create a hook called use posts.ts. And the first thing we're going to do here is actually specify the type. So I'll say interface feed response. First of all, this is going to have a post that's going to be of type post, which should not actually create it. So actually create that. So we're going to go to our types folder, src types. I'll create a new file called post.ts. And then we're just going to output the structure of the post. Now, this is the structure in which our post is going to be coming. Now, you can actually find this post.ts file inside the types folder. Okay, inside the src folder, the types folder, post.ts. Okay, now this is the type we're going to use for our post. And then I'll just save this. And then inside this use post, we can simply just import this type from types post like that. And then after that, we're going to have a next cursor that's going to be of type string if we are trying to fetch the next page, or null if you are fetching the first page. And then down here, we're just going to export function use post. Now, anytime we call this use post hook, it's just going to return use infinite query. For the query key, I call the query key post. And what is this query key? Now, anytime we fetch data with React query, we have to actually specify a key. Now, this key is important in case you want to refetch that particular data or invalidate that particular data. So now, remember, when we created the post, I said that we're going to actually refetch the post. Now, this is the key we are going to use to actually refetch the post. To tell React query that we want to refetch the query with this key right here. And then after that, the query function is going to be an async function. In here, I'm going to pass in the page param, and the page param is going to be either a string or it's going to be null. Inside the callback, we're going to say const response is going to be equals to, we're going to await Axios dot make a get request to the route we created, which is going to be /API/post, and then we have to pass some params. Now remember, in our route.ts file, our route expects to params the cursor and the limit, so we have to send that from the client. The first one is going to be the cursor, which is going to be the page param. Then for the limits, I'm going to set that to 3, because I remember we said we're going to be sending the limit through the request. Okay, the limit from is going to be 3. Okay, says params.get limit. So I'm going to set the limits to 3 on the client. And then after that, now we have to specify the structure in which data is going to be returned. So right here, we're just going to say feed response. So we simply just return res.data. After that, we can set the initial page param to null as string all null. And then finally, specify the get next page param, get the last page, and then we'll pass an argument called last page, and then we'll say last page dot the next cursor, Because remember, to get the next page, we need the cursor of that next page, which is the ID of the last post we fetched from the previous page. So I just format this. Okay, great. So now we have the hook we need to actually fetch the post on the client. Now let's actually use this hook. We're going to go over to SRC components. We'll go to feed right here, and then go to this feeds.css right here. Now this is actually going to make use of that. So up here, I'll first of all just convert this to a client component. So up here I'll say use clients like that. Then I'm going to say const. I'm going to just structure what I'm going to get. It's going to be equals to use posts. And then we can destructure out the data. We're going to destructure out the fetch next page, the has next page, the is fetching next page, and finally the status of the query. And after this, down here, we're going to say if the status is equals to pending, that is if the query is fetching, then we're going to return a loading screen, which just means just return a JS that's going to have our container layout in there. So container, then in here I'm just going to pass the title for you, and then in here we're going to output our loading spinner component, okay, for when the post is being loaded in. After that, then you're going to extract the post. So say const post is going to be equals to the data dot the pages of the data dot, we're going to flat map page, extract the page dot the post as we just return an empty array. And then right here where we are returning this, we're just going to say post dot map through the post. For every time we map through the post, we're going to call it a post, and then we're just going to return a component called feed like that. And then this component, we're going to pass the post right here. Okay, so the post we are mapping through, we're going to pass that post as a prop, and also we have to specify the key. So say key is going to be equals to, because remember when we map it through a list in React, you have to actually specify a key. It's going to be the post dot the ID of the post. Great. And obviously remember we don't have this feed component, so let's actually create this feed component. So inside this feed folder, we're going to create a component called feed.tsx rfc. Get rid of this import right here. Now this feeds.tsx file is going to expect some props. So say interface feed props. We're going to pass a post that's going to be of type post. Post. I'm going to get this type from post right here. So the feed prop is going to have a post of type post, and also we're going to pass an action that's going to be optional. It's going to be boolean. And then right here, we'll just specify the types of the prop, which is going to be feed props. And then we'll destructure out the post and also destructure out the action like that. And then we head over to our feeds.tsx and just import this component in like that. Great. And now inside this feed.tsx, I have to actually create the structure of this. So I'll create a div here. We're going to give this div a Tailwind class. I'm going to give it a Tailwind class of this class is right here, a border bottom, a border of border. The border color is going to be the border column, then padding of 4, then specs y of 3. And then in here, we're going to create another div right here, which we're going to give a Tailwind class of flex items center justify of between. Then inside this div, I'll create another div. So I'm also going to give a Tailwind class of flex items center and the gap of 2. In here, first of all, you're going to expose the avatar of the user. So make use of the avatar component. The image src is going to be equals to post.theauthor dot the image of the author as is going to be the fallback value, which is going to be /images /avatar dot png like that. The auth is going to be the post.author dot the name of the author as is going to be, I'll just say avatar. We'll pass in a width of 40 and a height of 40 just format this. I'll save this. Now we should be able to actually see this in the UI. Just go back to the application and we actually see the image of the user that actually created each of the posts. Okay, remember we created 2 posts, so you can actually see the profile picture of the user that actually created the post. Great. Now after this avatar right here, I'm going to create a link tag, which I'm going to get from next link. The href is going to point to the profile of the user that actually created the post. So it's going to be post.author. Remember, to view the user's profile, we're going to make use of the username. So it's going to be the username, and then this is going to simply just going to output the post.author the username of the user. And then right here, if we don't have the username, it's just going to be empty string. And then lastly, after this link right here, we're going to create a span. I'm going to give this span a Tailwind class of text muted and a text of XM, like that. And in here, we're going to output the date the post was created. So I'll say moment, and we've now actually installed moment. So let's actually do that because we want to actually format the date using moment. So I'll say pnpm install moments. Now just for the dev server again, pnpm run dev. Now up here I'm just going to import moments. So I'll say import moments from moment. And you're going to output the post dot the created art of the post dot from now function. I want to save this, and now we'll go back to our application. Just refresh this. We should actually see that right here. Okay, Jane, and 2 days ago. Let's actually style this username. We just give this link a Tailwind class of these classes right here: a text of white, a font of semibold, text of XM, and an hover underline. Save that, and that should actually look better. After this span right here, I'm going to output an ellipsis, which I'm going to get from Lucid React. The size is going to be 18, and then I'll give this a Tailwind class text of text muted and a cursor of pointer, like that. Then after this div right here, after this div, I'll just wrap this up. Down here, I'm going to create a link tag. The href of this link is going to point to it's going to point to /feed, because this is going to go to a dynamic page where you can actually view the page. Okay, so it's going to be /feed / the post dot the ID of that post. Then I give this a Tailwind class of space y of 3. Inside this link, the first thing I'm going to add is going to be the paragraph tag. Now, first of all, I'm going to check if post.contents, then I want to render a paragraph tag to actually display the content. So in here, we'll say the post.contents of the post. Remember, the contents can be optional, just like the image. Then we'll give this paragraph tag right here a Tailwind class. Give it this class is right here, text of white /80 text XM leading of relaxed. And then after this paragraph tag down here, we'll say post.image. Then that's only when we want to render this image component right here. Then we'll create a div, give this div a Tailwind class. We're going to give this a position of relative, a height of 18, aspect of square, rounded of XL, and overflow of Eden. And then in here, we're going to call an image tag from next image. The src is going to be post.image, okay? Because remember, when we create the post, the path to the image is going to be stored in this image field right here, okay? The path to our image in Cloudinary. So we're going to access that path right here and place that path to our src. For the auth, I'll just do post image, and then I'll give this a field property, and then I'll give this a Tailwind class of objects of cover, like that. Now I'll save this, and we should actually see that right here. Okay, great. And it's actually looking very, very weird. And I think that's because we are placing this link inside this div. Okay, so I'm just going to take this, I'll place this link outside of this div right here. Okay, I'll save that, and that should ensure that we actually see it properly. Great. But we are not actually done. We've not actually created the action for the like button and also the comment button, which is going to be underneath here. But you don't have to worry about that. We're actually going to work on that when we're actually working on the like and the comment functionality. For now, I'm basically just going to focus on the post, rendering the post, and also implementing the infinite scope functionality. Okay, great. So for now, we basically just have 2 posts. I'm going to create another post. So now what we're going to do, we'll go to our create post model. I'll go to SRC components. I'll go to model. I'll go to create post model. So right here, after we create a new post, we have to invalidate the query. Remember I said we're going to actually invalidate the query right here. So let's do that. So up here, I'm going to say const query client is going to be equal to use query client, which we're going to get from React query. Okay, we're going to import use query client from Tanstack React query, and then down here, after we actually create the post, we're going to say query client dot invalidate queries. I'm going to specify the query key, and that query key. Now remember, when we fetch this inside the use post, we passed a key called post. So we're going to copy this key right here, and then we'll just place that key right here. Okay, so anytime we create a new post, it's actually going to refetch our post query. So let's test this out. So I'll just say this is a new post with invalidation. Click on post, and you can see it's actually invalidated. Okay, this is a new post with invalidation. Great. So anytime we create a post, it's going to refetch the post. So now create another post. I'll click on post. I'll select another image. I'll say playing music is my hobby. Then I'll just click on post. It's going to get posted. I'm actually going to see that post right here. I'll just create one last post. So we actually have lots of posts to actually work on the infinite query. Okay, so we can actually see it in real time. So I'll create another post, select an image, say I really love this microphone. Post. And we're actually going to see the post in real time. Great. So now we have posts. You can see right now that we are only fetching 1, 2, and 3 posts. The very first 2 posts we created are not actually being fetched. That's because they are in the second page. Remember, we said in our use post right here, we are setting the limits to 3. So it's going to fetch only 3 posts per page. So now we have to implement a feature in such a way that when we scroll, it's actually going to fetch the other 2 posts. So that way, when we are scrolling, it's going to actually fetch the other 2 posts. So let's do that. So we're going to go back to our feeds.tss right here. We're going to make use of a library called React Intersection Observer. So I'm going to install that library. I'll just stop the server. I'll say pnpm install React Intersection Observer. Okay, I'll click on enter. Now just run the server here, pnpm run dev. Just close up this terminal. So with that intersection observer, when we are at the last post, you can actually fetch the next post, okay? When the last post is in the UI. So let's do that. I'm just going to add a margin bottom to this component right here. It's too close to the bottom. I'll go to the container layers. I'll go to SRC components, layouts, container layouts. I'll just give this, give it a margin bottom of 10. Save that. Yeah, it's actually a margin at the bottom. Now just increase the margin to about 15. Yeah, better this way. Great. So now inside our feed.tss right here, up here we're going to say const, or the show we're going to get is going to be equals to use in view, which we're going to get from React Intersection Observer. We're not getting the auto completion. We just import manually. Import use in view from React intersection observer. Just spell this correctly. Use in view from React intersection observer. And I'm going to destructure the ref and also destructure the in view. After that, we're going to create a use effect hook. So say use effect. We want to run a side effect that's going to watch for when we are trying to view, when the last item is in view. Pass in a dependency. For now, the dependency is going to be empty. And then inside this use effect hook, we're going to say if in view, if the item is in view, the last item is in view and has next page is true, which means we have a next page. Because remember, anytime we fetch data, we are checking up here. Down here, we're actually checking if has more, if there's a next page. Okay, if there's a next page, then we're going to get a next cursor. But if there's no next page, we're not going to get a next cursor. So if we are in the last page, we're not going to get a next cursor, and has more is going to be false. Which means if has more is false and we don't have a next cursor, this has next page is going to be false. Okay, so we're only going to run this is if the last item in the list is in view, the last item from the last page is in view and has next page is actually true. And then we want to fire the fetch next page from React query, which is going to actually fetch the next page. And then now we have to pass the dependency fetch next page in view and also the has next page right here as dependencies. Now we are not actually done. How would the React intersection observer know the last item? Okay, so we have to actually specify a trigger. So I'm going to scroll down after where we actually map it through the post right here, and we are outputting the fit component. Down here, we're going to create a div. We'll give this div a Tailwind class of height of 10, display of flex, items of center, justify of center. And then inside this div, we're going to say if it's fetching next page, then we're going to render a loading screen component. If the next page is being fetched, we're going to output the loading spinner component. And then to this div right here, we're going to say the ref is going to be equals to this ref right here. Okay, so the ref is going to be equals to the ref we're getting from our React intersection observer. So now remember, this list of items are going to be outputted to the UI, which means when we are viewing the last item from the first page, we are going to see this div right here. This div is only going to be visible when we are at the last item. Okay, so I'm save that. So when we go back to the web page, when we scroll, you're going to notice that it's going to fetch the next page. Okay, so let's do that again. When I scroll, when it gets to the last item, it's going to actually trigger that. You can see it's actually going to trigger it, and it's actually fetching the next page. Great. So basically what's actually happening is that this right here, this ref right here is going to be acting as the last item, because if we have 3 posts, 1, 2, 3, when the 3 posts rendered, this div is going to be rendered underneath the last post. So if we have 6 posts, we're going to output the 6 posts. This div is going to be rendered underneath the last post. So anytime this div is shown to the UI, anytime we are on the last post, this is underneath the last post. Only time this is shown to the UI, it's going to actually trigger this right here. Okay, it's going to trigger this in view right here, which means the item is in view. Okay, this item with this ref is in view, which is going to fire this fetch next page if this has next page is actually true. In this chapter of the tutorial, we're going to work on the post view page. Okay, so what we want to implement is that when a user clicks on a post, we want users to be able to view that particular post in the post view page. So first of all, we're going to create the server action for that. So I'll go into my SRC folder, SRC server actions. I want to create an action called get post by id.ts. I'm going to export async function get post by id. Anytime we call this get post by id server action, we're going to pass an argument. I call this argument id, which is going to be of type string. And then in here, we'll make use of a try catch block. And if there's an error running this function, we're going to actually console.error, get post error, pass the error, and then we'll just return null. And then inside the try, I'll create a variable const current user is going to be equal to, I'm going to await get current user. I'll get current user server action. Then after that, I'll create another variable const post. It's going to be equal to, I'm going to await, we're going to make use of our Prisma instance dot del post model dot. We want to find a unique post where the ID of the post, where ID matches ID. As well, the ID of the post matches the ID we pass as an argument to this get post by ID right here. Then we're going to include author select ID, I'll set that to true. Username, I'll set that to true. Name, I'll set that to true. Image, I'll set that to true. And after that, we're also going to get the likes. We're going to fetch the likes where user ID matches the current logged in user, current user dot ID, the current user ID. And then we're only going to select the ID field, which I want to set to true. And also, I'm also going to get the count. Get the count of the likes, set that to true, and also the comments, set that to true. And then down here, we're going to check if there's no post. So check if you didn't find any post that match the ID, so negate this. If no post, then this server action is going to return null. Else down here, just return the post. Great. So now we have the server action for actually fetch the individual post. So we have to create a page to actually make use of the server action. So I'll go to src app, inside this protected, and inside this feed.tss file right here, inside this feed folder right here, I want to create a folder called post ID. Okay, so we're going to make use of square bracket because this is going to be a dynamic route. Okay, and then inside this dynamic post ID folder, we're going to create a page.tsx rfc. I'll call this post view page, like that. Get rid of this up here, or we can call it post page. Now, since this is a dynamic route, it's going to have access to a prob called params, and then we have to specify the type. So the params, I'll wrap it in a promise. In here, we're going to say the params object is going to have a value called post ID that is going to be of type string, and this post ID has to match the name we are using inside this dynamic folder. Now I'm going to be making use of await here, so say export default async function. Just format this, and then down here you can get the post ID and set it to a variable. As it comes post ID, it's going to be equal to params dot the post ID, like that. And then after that, down here we're going to return a JXS container right here, our container layout. The title is going to be thread, and also we want to show the back button. And then inside this container layout right here, we're going to output a suspense, which you're going to get for React. The fallback is going to be our loading spinner component. And then inside this suspense right here, we're going to output a post loader component. And for this post loader component, we're going to pass a prob called post ID, which is going to be equal to this post ID variable. And obviously, we do not have this post loader, so let's actually create it. So up here, we're going to create a function async function post loader. It's going to take an argument which is going to be of type post ID, which is going to be a string, and then in here we just structure out the post ID. And now inside this function, we're actually going to fetch the post. So I'll say const post is going to be equal to, I'm going to await our get post by ID. Okay, and then we'll pass this post ID as an argument, because remember this get post by ID, express an argument, the ID of the post we want to actually fetch. So we're going to pass the post ID we are passing as a prop from this parent component right here. Then after that, we're going to check if no post. If we do not find a post, then this component is going to return null. Then down here, if we actually get the post, we're going to return a JSX. I'm going to have a div in there. Now, the structure for this UI is going to be similar with what we have in our feed.tss. So I just go over there, src components, feed, this feed.tss file right here. It's basically going to be similar with this. So I'll just copy all this right here. Then I'll paste that right here. Okay, and now you have to import this image right here. Get this from next image. Now for this one, this is not going to be a link. It's going to be a div. Okay, because we're not clicking on anything. Okay, we're actually viewing the post. So just get rid of this link. This is going to be a div. And then for the href, we just get rid of that. And then for this, we just import this from Lucid React. Import this moment from moments. Import this link from next link. Import this avatar from component avatar. And that's it. Great. So if there's a post, then we're going to render this, actually render the contents of the post, render this JSX right here. When we click on a post, it should bring us right here. Because inside this feed.tss file, we are wrapping the image and the content of the post with this link right here, /feed/post ID, which is going to bring us to this route we just created right here. Okay, /feed/post ID. So let's test this out. So just click on this right here, and it's going to bring us to the post view page. And you can see we're actually viewing the post. I won't click on this back button, it's going to take us back. I will click on this. You can actually view the post, and you can actually see right now that we're actually fetching the post and displaying the post on the UI. And the beauty about this is that we're actually fetching this post on the server using server actions, which is going to make our application faster. Okay, in this chapter of the tutorial, we're going to work on the comment functionality. Now in our finished project, you can see that for every post we render to the UI, we're going to see these action buttons right here, the like button and also the comment button. And now when we click on the like button, it's going to like or unlike. But when we click on the comment button, it's going to actually pop up this modal right here. And now when it pops out this modal, the post we actually click on the comment button, this post is going to be rendered on the modal. So we can actually reply to this post right here. So let's actually implement this feature. So first of all, we have to create a global state for that modal. So we're going to go to src. I'll go to store right here. I'll create a store called use post store.ts. And just to save time, we'll just paste the store right here. Okay, you can actually find this file inside the store folder in the source code, use post store.ts. Now, basically, what this is doing is very simple. First of all, we're going to create this type up here. Now we have a type. Now the first value we have is this state right here called selected post. And this selected post is going to be of type post, which is our type post we created inside our types folder. Okay, it's either going to be of type post if the modal has a post selected, or it's going to be null if we didn't actually select on any post we want to actually display on the modal. And then we have the set selected post to actually select a post, which is going to take an argument post, which is going to be of type post, or it could be null. Okay, and it's going to return void. And then we actually have the store. We're actually creating the store and exporting the store right here. And we're passing this post store type to the store and call it the create from Zostand. And then we are importing create from Zostand. And then in here, we're going to set the default state for the selected post, because the state is a global state, but it's going to be null by default. And also it set selected post, which is going to set the selected post to the post we actually clicked on the comment action button. Okay, great. So now I want to create the reply post modal. Okay, so what we're going to do, we'll go to src components, go to modal, create a modal called reply modal.tsx. rfc, just get rid of this import right here. So in here, we're going to call our modal component, so which is the modal right here. And then the title of the modal is going to be reply. And then in here, we just return a paragraph tag. We shall give a Tailwind class of text of white, which is simply going to output reply module. So you can actually see it in the UI. And now we have to actually get the state. Remember, when we created our state, or go to store, our use module store, we also have a state in here called is reply post open. Okay, so anytime we call this function open reply post, it's going to set the is create post open to false, the edit profile open to false, and sets the is reply post open to true. Okay, great. So we actually have this global state to actually open and close the reply post module when we created this use module store here for all our modules. So now in here, we're going to actually get that. So it comes with the structure. What we're going to get is going to be equals to use module store. Okay, and then from there, we're going to get the close reply post and is reply post open. And then right here, we can see is open. The is open prop is going to be equals to is reply post open, and then the close, the unclose is going to be equals to close reply post, like that. And now we have to actually output this module. So go to the SRC app protected, go to the protected layout right here, and then we'll just call the reply module component. And now since we are making use of state in here, we just have to specify that this module is going to be client component using this use client directive, like that. So now do we actually fire this? Remember, we have to click on the comment action button, which we do not have. So we're going to create a component called actions, okay, to actually output our like button and our comment button. So inside this SRC folder component, inside this general folder, I'll just create a component called post actions.tsx rfc. And inside this post action, we're going to create a div which is going to house both our like button and our comment button. So this div is going to have a Tailwind class. Of this class is right here: display of flex, items of center, a text of XS, text of muted, and a margin top of 2. And then in here, first of all, we're going to output the like button here, which we're going to work on when we work on the like functionality. And after that, we're going to create a div for the comment button. For this comment button, we'll give this a Tailwind class. Of this class is right here: a display of flex, items of center, gap of 1, px3, py of 2, rounded of full. On hover, we'll give it a bg surface of over and a cursor of pointer. And then in here, we're going to output a message cycle from Lucid React. I'll give this icon a size of 20. Now after that, we're actually going to output the comment count. Okay, now anytime we call these post actions right here, we have to pass a prop called post. That post is going to be of type post, okay, which is going to get from our types post. And then down here, the comment count is going to be post.count.comments. Because remember, when we fetch the post, we actually fetch the count for the comments and the likes. Okay, we're going to drill that post down as a prop from the feeds.tss file when we call this post actions right here. Okay, so we're going to pass it as a prop and then output the count right here. So I'm going to save this, just format this a bit. Great. So now we are not actually done. When we click on this right here, we actually want to open up that module. So I hope you're going to get that. I'll say console the structure. What we're going to get is going to be equals to use module store, like that. And then with the structure as the open reply post. Also, we're going to get the structure. What we're going to get is going to be equals to use post store. Okay, and what are we getting from the use post store? Set selected post. And now when we click on these right here, so I'll say on click, we're going to fire an arrow function. First of all, we're going to open the reply post module, and then we're going to set the selected post state to the post we are passing as a prop to this post action. Format this. Great. So basically, what these two functions are going to do, when we click on this open reply post, it's going to actually open that reply post module. And then remember, the reply post module is going to depend on the state. Okay, we're going to render the contents of the post that was actually selected in this reply post module. So we're going to set the selected post to the post we actually clicked on. And now we can actually call these post actions right here inside our feed.tss. So I'll go to feed right here. I'll go to feed.tss right here. Just before this closing div tag right here, we just call the post actions component. Okay. And now remember, we have to pass a prop, pass the post, which is going to be equals to the post. Great. Equals to this post right here. Okay. Great. And now when we go back to our application, we actually see the comment button right here. I actually see that for each of these comments, we have a count of 0. And now when we click on this comment, it's actually going to open up the reply module. Great. So now we're going to create the UI for the replies post module, so we can actually see the post we actually clicked on. Okay, we actually selected, we want to actually reply to. So that's very simple. We're going to go over to our reply modal.tss right here. First of all, we're going to create some states up here. So I'll say const content set content is going to be equals to use state from React, and this is going to be an empty string by default. And then I'll just get the selected post from our global state. Const will be the structure of what we're going to get. So to be equals to use post store. Okay. And then what are we getting from the post store? We're going to get the selected post. And then right here, we can get rid of this paragraph tag and say if there's a selected post, then we're going to render this feed component right here. And remember, anytime we call this feed component, we have to pass a post to it. So I'm simply going to say the post is going to be equal to the selected post, like that. I'll save that. And now we'll go over to our reply mode. When we click on this, we actually see the post we actually clicked on. Now we don't want these action buttons to be shown when we're actually viewing the post on the module. So what we're going to do is that we'll go to our feed.tss file. Remember, inside our feed.tss file, we created an action, a value called action that's going to be Boolean. So we're going to say if action is true, that's only when we want to render this. I'll say if action, that's only when we're going to render these post actions to the UI. So I'll just cut this and then I'll place that in here. I'll save that. And now we shouldn't actually see that for any of the feed components. But for these ones, we want to actually see the action button. Feeds.tss file right here. Then we're going to say every time we call this feed component, we pass action as true. Save that. And that should ensure that we actually see this for this right here. And now when we click on this, we do not see the post action for this particular one right here, because by default, the action is going to be set to false. And now when we click on this, you can see right here, we don't see the post action button for this module right here. So now I'm going to create the UI to actually reply the post. So we're going to go over to the reply post module right here. After this right here, down here, we're going to create a div, give this div a Tailwind class of flex, items, stats, gap of 3, and margin bottom. Sorry, margin top of 3. In here, we're going to call an avatar component. The image src is going to be the image of the logged in user. So we're going to get this session. So const, the structure what we're going to get is going to be equals to auth client.use session, like that. And then we just destructure the data, which I'm going to rename session. And then right here, we're simply going to say the image src is going to be session.user.the-image of that user. And then the auth is going to be, I'll just say avatar. Width, I'll give it 40. Then height, I'll give it 40. And then if the user doesn't have an image, then we're going to make use of this fallback image, /images /avatar.png. That's if the user have naturally uploaded their profile picture. And then after this avatar, we're going to create a div which will give a Tailwind class of width of full. Then I'm going to output a paragraph tag. I'm going to have this Tailwind class right here. And then here I'm going to actually output the session.user the name of that user. After this paragraph tag, we're going to call our auto size text area. Okay, the reusable components we actually created for. That's our expandable text area reusable component we created. Okay, this expandable reusable component right here is going to expand as user types. The placeholder is going to be write something the value is going to be the content state, and then finally on change, I'm going to find out if we're going to take an event, and then we set content to event.target.value. I'll save that, and we should actually see, when we click on this, yeah, we actually see that right here. We see the image, we see the name of the user, and then we see write something right here. Great, so actually reply. After that, I'm going to add the post button. So I give this div a Tailwind class of flex justify of end, and then in here I'm going to call the post button component, and the title is going to be reply, like that. I'll save that, and now when I click on this, you actually see that right here. Great. And this right here is supposed to be at the ending right here, not close to this, which means we have to do a justify of b3, not justify of center. So I just go to that feed.tss right here. Where's that? Oh, this ellipsis is going to be outside of this div. Great. Just place that outside. Yeah, it's going to be at the end right here. So now that we have the UI for the reply module, now we can actually create an endpoint to actually create a new comment. So we're going to go over to SRC app API. We're going to create a folder called comments, and then inside this comments folder, create a route.ts like that. In here, we're going to export async function post, because this is going to be a post request. We'll make use of a try catch block. If there's an error, we are going to console.error, create comments error, and then we'll just import next response from next server. And then inside the try, first of all, you have to check if the user is authenticated. So the current user is going to be equal to await get current user server action. Then after that, we're going to check if no current user.id, if the user is not authenticated, then we're going to return unauthorized. And then down here, we'll say const. We're going to destructure what we're going to get is going to be equals to, I'm going to await. Now, this is going to take an argument called request, which is going to be of type of request. And right here, we're going to await request.json. And then right here, we just destructure at the body of the comment. And then after that, I'm going to say const. With the structure, what we're going to get is going to be equals to the body. Okay. Now, when are we sending through the request? We're sending the content and also the post ID. So for any time I want to create a comment, we're going to send the comment, which is going to call content, and also the post ID that is associated, that the comment is going to be associated to. Okay. So we can effectively link the comments and the post in the database. So now we're going to check if any of this is empty. If there's no content or there's no post ID, then we're going to return this next response. Comments and post ID are required. After that, we're going to await Prisma.the comment model dot want to create a new comment. The data, passing the content, the post ID, and then the author ID. As the author that is creating the comment, it's going to be the current user.id. Okay. The author ID is going to be the logged in user that's actually creating the comment. And then in the response, we're going to include the author, select ID, set that to true, name, set that to true, username, set that to true, and the image of the user, set that to true too. And then after that, down here, we're going to return a next response.json with a status of 201. So now we have the API route we need, the endpoint to actually create a new comment. So now inside our reply module, we're actually going to send that request. So up here, we're going to create a function, const handle reply. It's going to be equal to an async function. If no content.trim or no selected post. So let me just return right here. Then after that, I'll just make use of a try catch block. If we get an error, we're just going to say console.error comment error, and then we'll create a loading state, const loading set loading is going to be equals to use state, and by default it's going to be set to false. And when we are done, right here we just say finally we'll set the loading to false, and then inside the try block we'll set loading to true before we start making the request. And now here we're going to await Axios or make a post request to the Axios we just created, which is going to be /API/comments, and then we'll pass the content, and also the post ID is going to be the selected post dot the ID of that selected post. And then after we make the request, we're going to set content to an empty string, close the reply post module. Then we're actually going to invalidate the post, okay? Because remember, when we add a new comment, we have to actually update the post, okay, to reflect the stat. So up here, we're going to say const query client is going to be equals to use query client from stack react query. And then after we actually create the comment down here, we're going to say query client dot invalidate queries, pass the query key, which is going to be post, and then we simply just do a router, and we don't think we've actually gotten a router. Let's do that. Up here we're going to say const router is going to be equals to use router, which we're going to get from Next navigation, and then we just do a router dot refresh like that to refresh the router, because we're going to be fetching the comments on the server. So when we add a new comment, we want to refresh the router to refresh the comment. And now actually we can see the title is going to be, when it's loading, it's going to be replying as it's going to be reply, and then on click we're going to run the handle reply function we created, and then the button is going to be disabled when the loading state is set to true, or if no content dot trim, which means if the user have not typed on the input, the button is going to be disabled too. Great, save that. So let's actually test this out. Let's try to actually create a new comment. Go back to our application. I'll just refresh this. Then right here, I'm going to say nice microphone. Click on reply, and we get an error. Just click on this. I'll wait Axios.post status of 500. So I'll just open this up. Now, after debugging, I actually realized the reason we were getting this error was because we were actually destructuring the body from this request.json. Now, this body was supposed to be a variable, okay? We're not actually destructuring. We're going to have const body is going to be equals to await.request.json. Now, what we are supposed to have is the body variable is going to be equals to await.request.json, and then we destructure the content and the post ID from the body. Or we could do something like this. We could destructure the content and the post ID directly from the request.json. Maybe we can get rid of this extra code, okay? We can destructure it directly from the request.json, or we can create a variable body and destructure the content and the post ID from that body. Okay, so I'll save that. So now let's actually test that again. I'll go back to my application, click on, I'll say first comment, reply post, and the comment is actually sent. And you can see right here that the router is going to refresh. And you can see right now this post now has 1 comment, and this other post still has 0 comments. In this chapter of the tutorial, we're going to actually work on actually fetching the comments. So first, we're going to create a server action for that. So go to src server actions. We'll create an action called get comments.ts. We're going to export async function get comments. And anytime I will call this get comments, I'm going to pass an argument. I want to call that post ID, which is going to be of type string. Okay, we pass the ID of the post. We want to fetch the comments that are associated with it. And then in here, I'll make use of a try catch block. Inside the catch, I simply use console.error, get comments error, pass the error, and then return empty array. And then inside the try, create a variable const comments. It's going to be equal to await. We're going to await Prisma dot the comment model dot find many where the post ID matches the post ID, pass through the get comment server action, and then we're going to order by created as in a descending order. After that, I'm going to include author. I'll select ID, set that to true, name, set that to true, username, set that to true, image, set that to true, and then down here we just return the comments like that. Great. So now we have the server action we need to actually fetch the comment. So we have to make use of this action. So we're going to create a component. I'll go inside the SRC folder, components folder, this feed folder right here. I'll create a component called comments.txx RFC, and then just get rid of this. I'm going to export default. This is going to be an async function comments. Anytime we'll call this comment, it's going to take an argument called post ID, which we're going to specify the type. The post ID is going to be of type string. And then in here, we're going to say const comments. It's going to be equal to, I'm going to await get comments, make use of the get comment server action. Then we'll pass in the post ID as an argument, because remember, this get comment server action expects one argument, post ID. And then I'm going to check if no comments dot length. That's if the comments dot length equals to 0, then we're going to return a JSS. We're going to create a div in here. I'll give this div a Tailwind class of this class are a text grid 400, text XM, and a PYL4. And then in here, we're just going to output no comments yet. But if there's comments down here, we're going to return a JSS on empty fragment. And inside that empty fragment, we're going to say comments dot map, call each one a comment, and then we're going to return a div. Inside that div, we're going to return another div, which I'll give a Tailwind class of flex item center, justifier of between, and a padding vertical of 4. And now this one right here, I have to specify the key, because every time I map through a list in React, we have to specify a key. So the key is going to be the comment. We have to spell this correctly, 2 M's. It's going to be comments dot the ID of the comment. After this div, we're going to create another div in here. We'll give this div a Tailwind class, display of flex, items of center, gap of 2, and then you're going to output an avatar. The height is going to be 40. The width is going to be 40. The auth is going to be avatar. And then for the image SRC is going to be the comment.author.the image of the author. Or if the author doesn't have an image, it's going to be /image, the fallback avatar.png file. And after the avatar, I'm going to output a link, which we're going to get from next link. This is going to output the comment.author.the username of the author. And the href is going to be /comment. When you click on the user's username, it's going to take you to the user's profile, okay? .author.the username of the author. Maybe / the username of the author. And then I'll give this link a Tailwind class. This class is right here, okay? A text of white, a font of semibold, and a text of XM. Just rearrange this. Great. After this link, we're going to output a span. We're going to give this span a Tailwind class of text of XM and a text of text muted. And then inside this span, we're going to output the dates the comment was created. So we'll get moment from moment. And in here, we'll say comment dot the created out of the comment dot from now. And then after this div down here, just wrap this up. Just before this closing div tag, we're going to output a paragraph tag, which is going to output the comment dot the content of the comment. Give this a Tailwind class of text of white, reduce transparency, and a text of XM. Like that. Format this. Great. So now we have the comments component. So now we just have to output this comments component and pass the post ID to actually use this component. So where are we going to make use of this component? We're going to make use of this component. Make use of this component in the post view page. Okay, so go to SRC, go to app, protected, go to feed, go to this post view page right here. You're actually viewing the post. And then down here, just before this closing div tag right here, we just call the comments component right here. Okay, and now we have to pass the post ID, which is going to be equals to post.the ID of the post. And also right here, after this right here, after this div right here, after this div, we're actually outputting the content of the post, the image of the post and the text of the post. I'll wrap this. After this div right here, we're going to output the post actions button. Okay, and also we have to pass the post, which is going to be equals to the post. And now, since we are calling these post actions inside server components, we have to say this is going to be a client component, because we didn't have to specify it was a client component because we are outputting this post action inside the feed.tss file, and that feed.tss file is a client component by default. But now we are outputting this post action inside the server component right here. So we have to specify that this is going to be client component by making use of this use clients like that. I'll save that. Now back to our application, just refresh. And now remember, this has one comment. We added one comment to this post. So now when we click on this right here, we see the comment right here, first comment. And now when we go back and click on another post without any comment, we see no comments yet. And to actually add a comment, we just click on this right here, and then we just do nice guitar. Click on reply. You can see the comment is actually added, and you actually see the comment right here, nice guitar. In this chapter of the tutorial, we're going to work on the like functionality so that users will be able to like post. So first of all, we're going to create the endpoint for this. So I'm going to go to this SRC folder. I'll go to the API folder. Then I'm going to go into this post folder. Inside this post folder, I'm going to create a folder called like. And then inside this like folder, I'll create a routes.ts. In here, I'm going to export async function post. Now this is going to take a request that's going to be of type request. And then in here, we're going to make use of a try catch block. Then if the server shows an error, we're going to console.error, like post error, then pass the error, then return a next response.json, fail to toggle like with the status of 500, and just get next response from next server. And then inside the try, we're going to get the current user. So current user is going to be equal to, I'm going to await our get current user server action. And now we're going to check if the user is authenticated. If no current user, or don't want users that are not authenticated to actually send a like request. If no current user .id, then we'll return a next response unauthorized, the status of 401. And then after that, I'm going to say const, I'll just structure the post ID is going to be equal to await request.json. So which means anytime we send a like or unlike request, we're going to send the post ID. And then after that, we can check if no post ID was passed through the request. Then we're going to return a next response. Post ID is required. After that, we'll create a variable const existing like is going to be equals to, we're going to await Prisma, get Prisma from our lib folder dot the like model dot find unique. Now I want to actually check if this like pair exists, because every time we like a post, we're going to pair the user ID with the post ID. Okay, so we want to check if that pair already exists. We'll say where the user ID post ID pair. Now we can actually do this because inside our schema, I won't go to our schema.prisma. Our like model, where's our like model? Just like our follow model, our like model has a unique pair, user ID, post ID. Okay, so every time we create a like, there's going to be a pair, user ID, post ID pair. So we can check for that user ID, post ID pair. Where the user ID, post ID pair, the user ID is going to be the current user, does the ID of the current user, and then the post ID is going to be the post ID passed through the request. And then after that, we're going to check if a like already exists. If existing like, if the user has liked the post before, we simply just want to unlike the post. So we can do await Prisma dot the like model dot delete the like, where the user ID post ID pair matches the user ID, where the user ID post ID pair is the user ID is the current user dot ID, and the post is the post ID. And then if there's an existing like, we're going to actually delete the like, and then we're going to return a next response dot JSON with a variable liked, which we're going to set to false. So if there's an existing like, we're going to run this block of code right here. But if there's no existing like, then down here, which means if the user has not liked the post, we're going to await Prisma dot the like model dot create a new like, data user ID current user dot ID, and then the post ID is going to be the post ID we pass through the request. So the like pair is going to be between the current user ID and the post ID we pass through the request. And then down here, we just return, just copy this, return a next response where liked is actually set to true. Format this, so save that. Great. So now we have the endpoint to actually like and unlike a post. So now we're going to actually make use of this endpoint. So we have to create a like button component. So I'll go to SRC component. I'll just place it inside this general folder. So then you create a component called like button dot DSX IFC. Just get rid of this import right here. First of all, make this a client component so don't get any errors, any Next.js errors. And then we have to specify the type that the type of the props this like button is going to take. So up here, the interface like button props is going to take a post ID that's going to be of type string. The initial like that's going to be of type boolean. Initial counts that's going to be of type number. And then you just pass the type right here, it's going to be like button props, and then we'll structure out the post ID, the initial count, and also the initial liked, like that. After that, we're going to create some states as a const liked set liked is going to be equals to use state. I'm going to get use state from React, and by default, this is going to be the initial liked prop. Okay, the state is going to be set to the initial liked prop, and then after that, to create another state, const count or liked count set count is going to be equals to use state, and by default, this is going to be the initial count. Then also create another state, const loading set loading is going to be equals to use state, which by default is going to be false. So now after this, you have to create a function to actually send the like request. So say const handle like is going to be equals to an async function. We're going to say if the request is loaded, if we have a request being sent, so if the loading state is set to true, we just return right here. Okay, and this to actually prevent duplicate like requests from going to our server. And then down here, we make use of a try catch block. If there's an error, it's in the console.error, like error, pass in the error, and then finally we just set our loading state to false. And then inside the try right here, first of all, we're going to set the loading state to true. And then after that, create a variable const response going to be equals to, we're going to await Axios dot make a post request /API /post /like, and then just pass the post ID. Because remember, anytime we make a request to our route, we have to actually send the post ID we are trying to like, the ID of the post we are trying to like. So send the post ID, and that post ID, we're going to pass that post ID as a prop to these like button components we are creating. And then after that, we can say const liked state is going to be equals to response.data.liked. And where are we getting these liked? We're getting these liked from the response, because anytime we like, we're going to return a response. If the post has been liked before and the user actually unliked the post, the like is going to be false. And if the post has not been liked before and the user actually liked the post, the like is going to be true. So that's where we are getting this liked from the response. And then we're going to set our like to the liked state variable. And then we'll just set the count, just increase the count, set count, get the previous state. If like state, then we're going to say the previous state plus 1 is the previous state minus 1. So what are we doing here now? After we get the response, we're going to say like state. We're going to create a variable called like state. We're going to get the response of data.likes. Now remember, this like state could be true or false. Okay, because right here, this initial like right here is also boolean. Okay, so it's going to take either true or false. So if it's true, then we're going to set like to true. If it's false, if you're sending false on the response, it's going to be false. Now we're going to set the count based on if this is true or false. Now if it's true that the user liked the post, then we're going to say previous state of our account plus 1, increase the count. As if the like state is false, which means the user unliked the post, then we're going to set the previous state to the previous state minus 1, thereby reducing the count number. So initially, if the count is 2, if you like the post, it's going to increase to 3, as it's going to decrease to 1. So finally, right here, we're going to get rid of this div, and then we'll return the JXS, the button tag in there. We'll give this button a Tailwind class of flex, items of center, gap of 1, text extend, cursor of pointer, and then on click, we're going to want the function handle like. And then inside this button, we're going to output a hat icon, which we're going to get from Lucid React. The size is going to be 18, and then the Tailwind class is going to be dynamic. So I want to say if liked, then we're going to apply these styles, else we're going to apply these styles. So if the post has been liked, so I'll give this a test pink of 500 and a fill pink of 500. S is going to be an empty string, and then down here we have to put a span. It's going to output the count. Going to output the count state. Okay, that's the number of likes this post has. Then I'll give this a Tailwind class. It's also going to be dynamic. So I'll say if liked, then I'll give it this styles as I'll give it this styles. If the post is liked, I'll give this a test pink of 500, like that. Just format this. Great. So now we have the like button component. Now, where are we going to use this like button component? We're going to make use of this button component inside our post actions. So inside these post actions right here, where we have this like button right here, we'll just call our like button component. And you have to pass some props. You have to pass the post ID, which is going to be equals to the post we are passing dot the ID. Okay, that's the post we are drilling from the parent components to this post actions right here. We're going to get the ID and pass the ID to this post ID prop right here. The initial count is going to be post.count.likes, while the initial likes is going to be equals to post.likes.length is greater than 0. Because remember, when we're fetching the post, when we go to the API we have to use to fetch the post for our infinite query app, API post, go to what.ts right here. When we're fetching the post, remember we fetch the likes, okay? We fetch the likes of the post where the user ID that liked the post matches the logged in user, okay? So if we actually get a record, which means if the post.likes.length is greater than 0, which means the user has liked this particular post. But if the user has not liked this post before, then this post.likes.length would not be greater than 0, which means it's going to be false. Initial like to be false. Okay, great. So I'll save this and then I'll head back to our application, and then we actually see the like button right here. Now, when we click on this like button, we don't actually like this post. I'll click on this like button. And you can see right now we have 1 like. I want you to view this post right now. You can also see we have 1 like. I can click on this to actually unlike this post. You can see the post is actually unliked. Great. So the like functionality is actually working. In this chapter of the tutorial, we're going to start working on actually fetching users' favorite post. Now, what we want to work on is that when we go to this favorite page, we want to actually fetch the list of posts users actually liked, so a user can actually view their favorite post. And this is very, very simple. First of all, we just create a server action for that. So I'll go to SRC, server actions. I'll create a server action called get liked post.ts. I'm going to say export async function get liked post. Make use of a try catch block. If there's an error, we're going to console.error, get liked post error, then pass the error, then return empty array. And then inside the try, we're going to check if the user is authenticated. So current user is going to be equal to await the get current user server action. Then we're going to check if no current user.id, then we just return an empty array. Then after that, we can create a variable const likes is going to be equal to, we're going to await Prisma, get Prisma from our lib folder, dot like model dot find many likes, where the ID, where user ID matches the, where the user ID of the like matches the current user.id. Then we're going to order by created as in a descending order. And of course, we want to actually include the post. And also inside the post, we want to include the author. And then we'll specify the field we want to select from the author of the post. Select the ID, set that to true. Select the username, set that to true. Select the name, set that to true. And also select the image, set that to true. And then also we're going to get the likes, where user ID matches current user.id. Select ID, set that to true. And then also we're going to get the counts. We're going to select likes, set that to true. The counts of the likes and also the comments, set that to true. So basically what we are doing here is that we are getting the likes where the user ID of the like. Remember, the like, each like we add to the like table is going to be a user ID, post ID pair. So now I want to get the likes where the user ID, current user ID is the user ID of the user that liked the post. Now remember, the likes model has a relationship with the post model. So when we go to our schema, you can see right here that the like model has a relationship with the post model. Every like belongs to a post. Okay, and every post has many likes. So when we fetch the likes, we can actually fetch the post associated with that particular like. That is the post that is associated with the post ID in the likes. So that's what we are doing here. We are including the post in the query. And remember, the post and the user model has a relationship. So we can also include the author. And then we are just going to get the likes. Okay, this is basically just to check if the user has liked the post or not. Then we just select the ID as true. And also we just get the count, the likes count of the post, and also the comments count. Great. Just rearrange this a bit. And then after that, down here, we're going to return the likes.map. For each of the like, we're going to return the like.post. Because remember, we're actually interested in the post, not the likes. Okay, we're interested in the post we are getting from the query. Okay, that's the likes.post. So I'll save that. So now we have the server action we need. So we actually have to create that page. So I'll go to SRC app protected. I'm going to create another page right here. I'll create a folder called favorites. Then inside this favorite folder, I'm going to create a page.tsx RFC. Let's call this favorites page. Get rid of this. In here, we're going to return a container layout. The title of this container is going to be favorites, or you could write your favorites. And in here, we're going to put a suspense because we want to wrap the component. We're going to fetch the data in with a suspense, okay? And then the fallback is going to be our loading spinner component. And then inside this suspense, we're going to put a component called favorites content. Now we've not actually created this component, so let's create this component up here. So up here we'll say async function favorites content. So first of all, I'm going to get the post. So say const post is going to be equal to going to await the get liked post server actions. And then we can say if the post.length is equivalent to 0, which means user doesn't have any favorite post, user has not actually liked any post, then we're going to return a div which we're going to give a Tailwind class. Give this div this Tailwind class is right here. A display of flex, a flex of column, item center, justify center, py of 14, text of text meter space while 4. And then in here we're going to put a heart icon which we're going to get from Lucy React. The size is going to be 36, and then I'll give this a Tailwind class. Margin bottom of 3 and opacity of 70. And then after this heart icon, I'm going to put a paragraph tag which is going to output you have no favorite posts. And then I'll give this paragraph tag a Tailwind class of text XM and a font of medium, like that. Now if the post.length is not equal to 0, then down here we're going to return the JSX, make use of an empty fragment. In here we're going to say post.map through the post. Anytime we map through the post, we're going to call it a post, and then we're going to return a feed component which we're going to pass. The key is going to be post.id. And remember, anytime we call the feed component, we have to pass a post pop, which is going to be equal to the post we are fetching, which is going to be equal to this post, okay, you are mapping through. So we'll just format this right here. Great. So now we have the favorite page. Let's actually test this out. So now we can go over to our homepage, just click on this favorite link right here. Click on favorites. It's going to actually fetch the favorite post right here. And obviously, we're not going to see the action button because remember, anytime we call the feed component, we have to specify if we want to see the action buttons. So we just go back there, we just say actions, set that to true, okay? Because action is simply saying action is equals to true, okay? So we just call the action right there. We'll save that. And now we should actually see the action buttons. Great. So we can actually comment on our favorite post. Click on this and we can actually comment. Great. And now I'm going to unlike this post. I'll unlike this post. Then I just go to the profile page. Return back to the favorites page. And we don't actually see the JSS. We are not returning this. So if the post.lint is equals to 0, I want to return this JSS right here. So we just return, we're not returning anything here. So we just return this. So now if the post.lint is equals to 0, we're going to see this right here. You have no favorite post. So with that, we are basically done with the application. Now in this chapter of the tutorial, we're going to actually work on running some Lint checks, because if we get any errors or warnings, especially errors when actually building this application for production, it's actually going to break. Okay, so we don't want to get any errors. So I just run some Lint checks to check if we have any errors. So that's very simple. I'll just open this up. I'll stop this development server. Then I'll do pnpm run Lint like that. And we don't have any Lint errors. We only have one warning. Say that container is defined but it's never used in line 2. Inside this protected feed page.tss, so I'll go to src app protected feed, then this page.tss file. Okay, I'll just get rid of this container right here. Okay, great. So that's basically it. Now when I run Lint check again, pnpm run Lint, we shouldn't get any Lint warning. And we do not get any Lint warnings or errors, which means we can actually deploy this project. Now in this chapter of the tutorial, we're going to actually work on actually deploying our project to production. We're going to be deploying this project to Vercel. So the very first thing we have to do, we have to actually customize our package.json. Remember I said that when we actually want to build this project for our production, we actually have to run Prisma generate, because inside our src folder, inside this Prisma client is generated, we cannot actually push this to production. Because why can't we do that? Because when we go to our git ignore, you can notice right here that this generated Prisma is going to be ignored by Git, and we're going to be using Git to push our code to GitHub, and then at Vercel we're going to import that repo to Vercel and actually build the application. So Git is actually going to ignore this file, which means we have to actually generate this file on production. So what we can do is very simple. We're going to go to our package.json. Before we run next build, we're going to do Prisma generate, and then we're going to run next build. Now when we're building this on Vercel, it's actually going to generate our Prisma client first before it's actually build the application, before it runs next build like that. Great. So that's basically all. So now we just have to push this to GitHub. So I just open up my terminal. I just do now when we actually initialize a new Next.js project, Git was actually initialized for us. You can see right now all our files has been tracked. Okay, these are all the files we've actually added. We're actually building this application, and these blue ones are the ones we actually modified with this M right here. While these one right here are actually untracked, which means we not actually added them to the, not actually committed them. So what we're going to do right here is, since we already have a Git repo initiative, we're just going to do Git add all the changes to the staging area. Okay, we're going to add all our codes to the staging area. You can see right here it's not changes from U on track to A added. Okay, great. So now we want to actually commit this code and push this code to GitHub. I'm going to head over to my GitHub right here. I just go to repositories and click on a new repository. I want to create a new repo, and now we can actually specify a repo name. I'll call this stretch clone tutorial, and then I want to set this to private for now, and then I just click on create repository. Now you can see what we have to actually run. We actually done git init. Okay, remember this actually ran when we created a Next.js application. Git init was one, so we just want to start from this git commit right here. So I'll just copy up to this git commit right here. Now since we already add all the code to the staging area, when we do git status, you can see that we actually added all these codes. all these changes to the staging area. So all we just have to do is push this to GitHub. So just paste the commands right here. Git commits all the way to git push to our main origin. Okay, we don't have any branch we are pushing to, we just want to push the code to the main origin. Okay, so I'll just click on enter. Now those commands are actually going to push our code to GitHub, and now we'll head back to our GitHub repo. I'll just refresh this right here. We should actually see our code on GitHub. Okay, you actually see the repo right here. So now I'm going to head over to Vercel. Now, since we already pushed our code to GitHub, and I can actually import my repo from Vercel. So I just click on add new repository right here. Now, if you actually connected your GitHub to Vercel, I think it's very easy to do. You just have to log in your Vercel account with your GitHub. I think you can actually connect it that way. So now I've already connected my Vercel with my GitHub. So I just click on new project right here. And now it's going to give me the option to import from my repo. Okay, so I'm going to import this stress clone tutorial repo we just created. So I'll just import that Next.js repo right here. And now by default, the application preset is going to be set by default to Next.js. And obviously, we have to actually add some environment variables. So we're going to go over to our .env file. I'll just close this up. I'll go to our .env right here. Now we have some environment variables. We have our database URL. Okay, we have our Better Auth secret, our Better Auth URL. Now this Better Auth URL, we're going to keep this to localhost for 3000 for now. And when we actually build the application and get the production URL, we're going to update it to the production URL. So I just copy this database URL. I head over to Vercel. I paste that right here. So I just get the value, which is going to be this long string right here. I paste that right here. Add another variable is going to be the Better Auth secret. Paste that right here, and then paste that right here, and then I'll click on add more again. Then I'll copy this Better Auth URL, which is going to we'll leave it at localhost port 3000 for now. Just copy the value, which is going to be this HTTP localhost port 3000. Paste that right here. Click on add more. Copy the Cloudinary cloud name. I'll just copy this right here. Paste the value right here. Add more. Copy the Cloudinary API key. Just copy the value right here. Then I'll paste that right here. And then finally, we're going to copy the Cloudinary API secret. Okay. Then you copy that Cloudinary API secret key, paste that right here, and then just paste the key for your Cloudinary API secret. Now, after you paste the key for your Cloudinary API secret, you're just going to click on deploy. And now we're going to get a congratulations, you just deployed a new project to your account. And then I'll just click on continue to dashboard. And now we can actually visit the URL. Click on visit URL to actually visit the application. And you can see that we're actually opening this application in production, but our login system is not going to work because remember, our Better Auth URL is set to local development. So what we're going to do, just copy the production URL right here. Just copy this right here. And then we'll head over to our Vercel. Go to settings right here. And then we'll go to environment variables. And then we'll just go to the Better Auth URL and actually edit this one. Click on edit right here. And then we'll set it to the production URL right here. And then we'll just click on save. And then we'll just redeploy our application. Redeploy. View the deployment. And the application is actually redeployed. Okay. So I'll just go back there, just refresh our web page, and then I can actually register a new user. I'll call this user John Doe. For the email, I'll say John at gmail.com. Then password, I'll just use 80. Then I'll register this user. Register. We get a registration success. We're going to add John to the setup username page. So John can actually choose a username. I just say John Doe. Click on continue. username selected successfully. I will now have a new user. Okay, great. And John can actually see other users' posts. John can create a post. John can see nice platform. Select an emoji. Click on post. We actually get that right here. Nice platform. Okay. Click on like. John can like other users' posts. Can actually comment on other users' posts. Click on comment right here. Say nice one. Click on reply. One reply added. You can actually view the post. Actually view the reply. Nice one. Great. So everything is actually working. And that is it for this tutorial. Now, if you actually learned something new in this tutorial, now ensure you smash on that like button and leave a comment below. And lastly, if you've not subscribed, ensure you do that and turn on the notification bell so you don't miss out on the next full stack modern web development project we're going to work on together on this channel. I'll see you in the next video.